hoping you'll be down and finished at 10. Yeah, we finished it. Sure. My only thought is that's the proposed start date.
Gentlemen.
Yes. But we can sort that out anyway. So yeah, that's why I had you starting.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Cloud County Ground as we get back into Red Bull mode. And of course, a very important match, another Battle of the Bridge, as we welcome Kent back here to Chelmsford. Very interesting game, of course, because we are a matter of 13 points behind Surrey now at the top of the table, just 5 games left. So every game has added value with victory in prospect. Now, the umpires, Rob Bailey, Graham Lloyd and Steve Davis, our match referee, having a chat with the two captains, Tom Wesley, of course, for Essex, Jack Leaning today for Kent. So we've got coin toss going on. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, gents. Chat's called heads. And Kent have won, Jack. If I can just borrow you for a minute. Welcome back, mate. Right, you've won the toss. What are you doing?
We're going to have a bat first.
Thoughts on the pitch?
It's obviously used, pretty dry, so hopefully commit the best efforts a bit first up.
Now, team news for Kent today?
Same team as last game.
Right, okay, well, good to see you back. Go well.
Thank you.
Tom? Right, what are your thoughts?
To be fair, we were unsure what to do. We were probably leaning towards bat, but if we bowl well this morning, we'll be right again.
Now, team news for Essex, and I know it's a bit complicated once again, thanks to Mr. Lawrence.
So we've got Adam Rossending coming in for Will Butterman, and we've got Robin Das making his championship debut, but then getting subbed out for Dan Lawrence.
So a part-time championship debut then?
Still a debut.
Just thoughts on overhead conditions and the pitch, because it looks like it could play a factor over the next few days.
Yeah, to be honest, that was one of the big reasons why we were happy to bowl this morning. It's a bit of cloud cover, but you know it'll be a good wicket. So if we do whatever we bat bowl best, then hopefully we'll be in a good position.
And as I mentioned earlier, we're in the running now, last 5 games, so a little bit more pressure building up in every game?
I wouldn't say more pressure. I think every game, you know, is a big game for Essex. Obviously we're in a good position, second in division, but you know, our mantra and philosophy is to win every single game we play, so that hasn't changed at all through the season.
Right, go and get set and go well. Thanks, Tom. So, Kent have won the toss. They are going to bat first. We'll bring you team news in just a couple of minutes. First up, though, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the final day at Blackpool, when, of course, Essex inflicted the first defeat on Lancashire in a year.
Around the wicket and bowls to Jennings. He's just glanced down the leg side, and that's the first runs of the morning. Hospitality. Jennings drives this ball away from Jamie Porter. Graceful to complete his second over of the day. Jennings drives, beats Lawrence this time. 4 runs.
Much nicer weather.
It is, it's lovely. Oh, and this is a lovely shot as well. Good use of the feet by Wells. Down the pitch he comes to Harmer. Bracewell to Jennings, edged. Oh, it's a fantastic catch. Critchley to Wells, hammered away through the offside. It's going to be 4.
Sweet.
Down comes behind and hammers it back over Harmer's head. It's a big hit. There's Critchley. He's going to continue. Wells on the reverse. Oh, he's been caught. It's a good catch by Walter. And Luke Wells has gone for 75. Critchley to Villas. He's bowled him.
Well.
Villas gets a pair out for naught. Harmer to Bahanam. Oh, that's 4. Driven to the left of mid-off. Tosses one up to Bahanam, who drives it along the ground through the offside. Might get 4 more. Does. To Bahanam. That will bring him 50. He's off the back foot and cuts the ball out towards that deep point. There's Critchley there to field. Here comes Critchley. Whipped away with plenty of bottom hand by Rob Jones. Through mid-on. Into Bahanam. Edged beyond the reach of Cook. Flashed at it pretty hard, did Josh Bahanam. In from the south end of the ground. Bowls to Bahanam, who's top-edged it. Down towards fine leg. It's gone. It's been caught by Jamie Porter.
In Australia.
Bracewell in. Salt drives. And it's 4 runs. Good looking shot by Salt down to backward point. Jones with 1. eased away. Nice looking shot. Actually, might get 4. Chase on there for Wesley. Doesn't get to it.
No.
Good shot by Jones. Down comes Jones. Hits Harmer back over his head. Confident looking shot by Rob Jones for 6. That's gone through, slip down towards the boundary. It's cracked away by Jones. Increasingly looking more and more confident. Oh, that's down towards this fine leg boundary.
Well, my wife's going to feel that. No, she's not. She wasn't even looking.
Walter to Jones. It's a good shot. Just leans back and runs it off the face of the bat. Yeah, and he's around the wicket bowling. Salt sweeps, top edges it, could be caught, is. Salt's gone for 41. He's back over the wicket to de Grandon. That's hammered down towards third man. It's fallen wide, and de Grandon made the most of it at any point. This is a single. This will bring Jones a 50. In fact, it's 4. Nicely timed and nicely battered, Rob Jones. He gets a half-century here for Lancashire. Walter to de Grandon. It's gone high. He tries to catch it. Should be caught. Is. De Grandon goes. Walter celebrates another wicket.
Moves in now, bowls. And 4 down to fine leg. And he comes down the wicket. Played out to long on for another 4.
From the stage, and it's Bracewell bowls and Bailey goes big again. It's in the air. It might land safe. No, it's a great catch by Harmer. It's a brilliant catch. Here comes Bracewell over the wicket. Bowls again to Jones, and he's clipped it to Lawrence at leg slip, and Essex have won the match. Jones out for a wonderful, a brilliant 111. It's a fantastic effort by Jones to try and get Lancashire to a draw.
Quarter of an hour to go until we get this game underway, so time to run through the two teams for you, beginning with our visitors today, Kent. Wearing 14, batting at 1 will be Tawanda Moyai. Wearing 2, Ben Compton. Wearing 6, Joe Denley. Wearing number 72, it's Harry Finch. Wearing 34, batting at 5, the captain, Jack Leaning. Wearing 22, it's Jordan Cox. Wearing 33, Joey Everson. Wearing 9, it's Grant Stewart. Wearing 75, it's Hamid Kadri. Wearing 64, it's welcome back to Matt Quinn. And wearing number 2, it's Arshdeep Singh. So here's the Essex lineup, beginning with number 10, Nick Brown. Wearing 26, Alistair Cook. Wearing 21, the captain, Tom Wesley. Batting at 4 for today, number 47, Robin Das. Dan Lawrence due back tomorrow. Wearing 20, Matt Critchley. Wearing 22, Paul Walter. Wearing 17, Adam Rossington. Wearing 11, it's Simon Harmer. Wearing 34, Doug Bracewell. Wearing 16, it's Sam Cook. And number 44, Jamie Porter. Our umpires for this game, Rob Bailey and Graham Lloyd. Match referee, Mr. Steve Davis. Our scorers, it's a very good morning to Tony Choate and Lorne Hart. And we have a very special guest as our bell ringer. We're pleased to welcome Jonathan Mills as our guest to the Cloud County Ground today. Jonathan plays for Brookweald Cricket Club and hit 110 off 123 balls just days after learning that his chemotherapy treatment had not been successful. We are delighted to have him join us today, especially after his recent Ashes trip to Lords as a guest of Mr. Stephen Fry. And Jonathan will kindly ring the bell to signal the beginning of today's play.
Yes.
So thanks to Jonathan Mills for the bell ringing this morning. Great to have you here with us at the Cloud County Ground, Jonathan. Hope you enjoy your day. Now please welcome Please welcome our umpires, Rob Bailey and Graham Lloyd. And Essex led by captain Tom Wesley. And the two Kent openers, Tawanda Moye and Ben Compton.
a little too straight, and I think it's Dougie Bracewell is chasing after it towards the Tom Pearce boundary. There's just the one run I think they got for that. Score moves to 3 without loss. One more ball from this over. Yes, and a very good morning to you. We've got no sign of rain yet, which is really good news. The bad news to a degree is Essex lost an important toss. Kent won it and decided to bat, and they've moved in the very first over to 3 without loss. That was bowled by Jamie Porter. No surprises in the 11 that's been selected. The only one notable thing about his batting at 4 is Robin Das. But now the test match has been started at Old Trafford. Dan Lawrence hasn't been picked. He will return to Essex and he will substitute Robin Das tomorrow when he arrives, and so he will look forward to Essex batting long and deep and join them tomorrow. In the first over, Essex have made it to 3 without loss. There we go. Update done. Second over is about to commence, 3 without loss. Essex, having lost the toss, were asked to bat. A really important toss. It's a used wicket here at Chelmsford. And we're seeing Sam Cook bowling around the wicket, a decent delivery there against Compton, who comes forward and it just moves away, and he's played a miss, 3 without loss. Ben Compton, known for his anchor type innings throughout county cricket, and at the other end, Tawanda Mayei, who has looked very good in white ball and learning in red ball. Interesting combination here, very contrasting batsman. Cook is in, 3 slips there, leg slip as well, comes on the front foot, plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. There is a chance of a bit of mizzle or drizzle, or even the odd shower later in the day, but as Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent suggested, we're seeing a little bit of sun. It's quite bright. There's some patches of blue sky. There is some darkened clouds in the distance, but our cup is half full. We're going to be seeing a lot of cricket. 3 slips and a leg slip in place. This time, this ball bounces, which cannons off the thigh pad of Ben Compton, and there is no run, but a good ball. Welcome back, Matt. How's the parish of Kent?
Well, I tried to set it up for them anyway, but yeah, it's promotion championship candidates against relegation candidates this match at the moment, isn't it? And Kent are in dire straits in terms of injuries as well. So scrapping for their very lives at the moment.
We had an interesting chat and walk out to the wicket as Cook is on his way in from the Hayes close end. He bowls. This is on the front foot. He gets on the front foot very early, does Ben Compton, and plays it out into the offside, no run. We went out to the wicket, and of course when we first turned up here we both looked at it and we thought it was a bit green from a distance, but when you get out there it doesn't look quite as green. Would you agree?
I would. You told me chapter and verse what I would find out in the middle, and you were absolutely right.
You know, you talked about being towards relegation position, but actually, in the grand scheme of things, you've won the toss. Cook is in, bowls, this time off the back foot into the offside. It's a slow-paced used wicket, this. When you look back at you may be in relegation an issue, but you've won the toss, you've got the opportunity, you don't want to think about relegation. All you've got to think about is your main order, maybe not number 10 and 11, but all the old chaps have just got to make sure you score decent first innings runs to put a total on the scoreboard.
Which has been an issue for Kent this season, that's for sure.
Cook in to this time playing a miss. He comes on the front foot, does Compton, goes through, and that was a pleasing over. As you can hear the crowd applaud Sam Cook for a very good over indeed. Score now is 3 for no wicket off 2 overs, and we're just going to check. Oh, Mr. Newton is our technical department.
Too much effects there, is that right, Paul? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Echo, we're getting an echo. We have just done that. We've changed our effects mic, so hopefully it's coming through loud and clear with Mr. Matt Cole about to recommence into the commentary.
Delighted to be commentating on Jamie Porter. Will be running away from us from the river end here at Chelmsford. Helmets coming out via the 12th man there. Will it be immediately utilised? It looks like, yeah, Nick Brown is going to go in at short leg for Tawanda Mayeye. So I wonder if there will be a bit of short stuff here. Certainly trying to stop him just clipping the ball through square there.
I like forward short legs, I really do, because I think batsmen play different when they see them in their eye line.
3 slips as well. Porter to Mayeye, once again, classic forward defensive, getting well forward there. Into the offside, and there's no run. Still cloud cover here, but little bits of blue patches as well. We'll see how we do during the day, but as you said, we had a little bit of precipitation before we started here, Don, but it wasn't anything serious enough. It wouldn't have taken them off had they been playing at the time, I think, so we're hoping.
Well, since the last time I came to Chelmsford, I must say, the outfielders greened up, so we must have had some decent water.
His Porter to Mayeye, steers that down, slightly outside part of the bat, but enough under control to get himself 2 through backward point. Slightly thin contact, maybe high on the bat too, but he gets himself 2 more runs, and they go on to 5 for none Kent here at the county ground Cheltenham. Decent crowd, certainly in front of us. We have to say that because they can more or less hear us, so they're looking resplendent.
Well, because we're playing fairly central and not over to the pavilion, there's a lot of Essex fans enjoy sitting in the upper stand of the river stand.
Porter to Mayeye on the front foot here, just nudging that into the offside. Decent timing as well. He'll get himself 2 as the ball comes back via Doug Bracewell into the wicket-keeper's hands.
In fact, if we look very carefully, Matt, second row from us.
You've got a bit David Attenborough here, haven't you?
We've got a gentleman doing the scoring, so if we've got any issues with the scoring, we could have generally a quick word with the gentleman.
Well, the scorers did,
sporting a brownish hat, blue top.
They did tell us earlier in the scorers that they still. Oh, that's a great delivery, rising just outside off stump. They got some whoops of delight from the supporters in front of us, but rising just off a length, just outside the off stump as well. Mayeye doing his very best to get everything out of the way. He just about managed it through to Rossington, and there is no run. Life there.
Yeah, with this new ball, that's the important thing for Kent, really. They've got to get over this new ball, and then they can think about how they can post a very good first innings total.
Mayeye surviving that one. Short leg still in. Just turns it close to him there. A little bit of bat and power, but low. Shout from the bowler and fielders, but Mayeye surviving that one. 7 for none. 4 off the over so far. Some school children coming into our left as well. I saw their coach arriving this morning, their minibus. Here to be educated on the, I was going to say the dark arts, the fine arts of cricket. Maybe the dark arts as well, who knows.
Tell me, Maye's not played Championship cricket for the entire season. Has he come in since Beldrummond got injured?
No, before that, but up on his toes there and plays it into the offside. So Jed Denley took a couple of games off, and Maye's been in since then, so he has played.
Has he
from my recollection, I'm going to go to my. In fact, no, there we are. Beg your pardon. He missed the first 4. Came in for the Hampshire game. So yeah, but through sheer weight of runs as well. I think he hit 3 or 4 consecutive centuries in the second 11. But yeah, he's a fine young cricketer. So my memory deceives me. It was 4 games into the season he came in. Yeah, end of the over, by the way, and 7 for none.
He does look a talented young batsman. I've certainly seen him score some white ball runs, and he looks quite a cultured player at the crease. But it's going to be his colleague Ben Compton to face, left-handed, with 3 slips and a leg slip in place as Cook comes in. This is nice and straight. It's played out to the sort of vacant area at backward point where Nick Brown dives and prevents any further runs than just the single, and Compton gets off strike. 8 without loss. Sensibly played. Always looking to be on the front foot is Ben Compton, and that's probably another reason why Essex have positioned a bat pad in, but noticeably that he's going in again. Like last over, he's going in because of Tawanda Muyeye, who is possibly a candidate for a bat pad because he does lunge quite forward. We'll have a look in a moment. Cook coming over the wicket for the first time this morning. In he comes. This is played into the leg side. They take a quick single. Sensible batting there. That's 2 runs on the trot. 2 singles, which was smart running between the wickets by the Kent opening pair.
Yeah, quick across the ground. But you're right. So Muyeye had I wouldn't say a staggered start, but he wasn't in the 11 to start the season. But has proved himself with the bat. Certainly, that 179 against Northamptonshire, with Daniel Belrama, of course, making the triple century. Massive for Muyeye. As I said, he's been, I wouldn't say flattering to deceive. He's obviously a very talented batter, but I think it's that breakthrough into those big innings. All very well getting even 40s, 50s, 60s, but going beyond that, he's done that this season, and hopefully, from a Kent point of view, we'll go further.
Cook in. Compton nicks it, and it's been spilled, I think, at second slip. I'm going to suggest Alistair Cook at first, Harmer at second. Harmer didn't drop many, but I do think it carried. We'll have a look on our screen to see if it did. I do think it carried, but it was bootlace's height, and it was Simon Harmer diving towards Alistair Cook at first slip that did spill the ball. Do you think that carried?
I can't see it from my angle on the monitor, I'm afraid. So
right.
I'm sounding a bit Arsene Wenger then, aren't I?
Yes,
I didn't see
very
it.
good. I like that.
There we go.
As this time it's played off the back foot, bounced in a little bit shorter, outside off, caressed off the back foot into the covers. There is no run.
But I literally can't see it from this angle, so there we go. Or any,
well,
any
if
details,
you want
so
to, listen,
yeah.
we like to be hospitable here at Chelmsford. If you'd like to come back and come towards me,
I'm actually fine. I was expressing well, I couldn't give an opinion on it. But
you're very welcome to come towards my space.
well,
to see the.
Perhaps you could buy me dinner first. I'm not sure. There we go.
Cook round the wicket from the Hayes close end. He bowls. This time Compton comes forward. He almost plants his foot very early. Gets an inside edge into square leg where there is no run. 9 without loss.
Yeah, 7 from 12 at this point. Compton 2 from 11. It's been I'd say a dry spell for Ben Compton, but it's 4 or 5 games now since he got his last 50. Started the season pretty well though.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Look, there's no better chance, Matt, than in this, because you could see him then just move and brush the soil away. It's dusty out there. This time it's a length ball which is squeezed into the offside off a thick outside edge. There is no run. End of a good over. And again, just seeing what I've seen in 4 overs, it will be tricky for to face the seamers, but I would suggest to Kent they have just got to ensure they squeeze every single run out of this first innings.
I'll certainly be hoping to there. See, Compton's low scores mean Kent haven't built much of an opening partnership in the last 4 games, and he'll be very, very keen to extend his stay at the crease. We know from Ben Compton from the incredible impact he had at the start of last season, having signed for Kent from Nottinghamshire, just what he can do in terms of crease occupation. He's very happy to stick around for long periods of time. And I wanted to today. Here's a Porter to Muyeye. offers the bat to that, steers it down through the vacant third area, and that's 4 runs. It's very efficiently done by Mieye. A little bit low on the bat, perhaps. May not have gone up as much as he thought it was going to, but an absolute steer, just opening the face. 4 runs for Mieye. He's not swung a shot in anger as yet. 13 for none then. He's going at almost to run a ball. He looks a lot more conservative than that, but he's been playing well within himself. Porter gets the ball back from Doug Bracewell. Shines it on his the back of his whites. And gallops in from the river end to Mieye. Mieye on his toes once again, driving it. An off drive, tumbling stop by Bracewell. And there's no run. He's already got himself a big grass stain on the right knee of his whites. There's Bracewell. It's now a relay committee of ball shiners. This comes back to Jamie Porter. It's a decent crowd here for the first day at Chelmsford. Essex chasing title leaders Surrey. This is another forward defensive by Mieye. Once again, getting forward very, very well indeed. 3 slips behind him. So yeah, grey clouds here. It's not exactly a sullen day. It doesn't have that kind of humidity you might expect the ball to hoop around in. A bit of early movement, certainly from the Duke's ball. We expect the seam to stay more prominent on the Dukes than it did certainly on the Kookaburra for the last 2 games. Doesn't go soft quite as easily. It's low on the bat. Just a hint for Porter that he might have got through the defences of Mieye. He turns that past the man at short leg through to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's going across the front pad. 13 for none.
You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, here with live ball-by-ball action for day 1 with Paul Newton, Matt Cole and Don Topley.
Porter into Mieye then, and got close to the short leg, but controlled enough by Mieye, bat and pad. As you were saying, a bat and pad candidate maybe, Mieye, because he likes to play strongly into the onside, around that front pad, but dropping well short of Nick Brown, who's under the helmet. One of the very few senior players to willingly don the helmet at short leg.
It used to be the junior pro, didn't it, back in the day?
I think it still is to an extent.
It's probably an unfashionable position in county cricket over the last few years.
Porter to Mieye, drives at this one. It's a good-looking one as well. Not sure we quite got all of it, but it's enough. It's way across the outfield. That'll be 4 runs. Perfectly placed, though, by Mieye. You know, enough timing. And he's got such power that goes for 4 runs along the ground. 17 for none, 8 off the over. Relatively expensive from Jamie Porter.
That really was a good shot, but it also, I mean, it was quite a powerful drive. For me, I think Mieye goes, I don't want to say particularly hard, but he goes at the ball. He doesn't always play with soft hands, which certainly I always felt Daniel Bell-Drummond can. So probably that is part of the reason why Mieye does have a bat pad fielding beside him. Also, as I said to you, back in the olden days, which Paul Downton, your esteemed director of cricket, who's retiring at the end of the season, he will remember from his Kent, Middlesex, England days that bat pads are very important, not just for the person that goes hard at the ball or the bat pad catch, but importantly, you find batsmen do play differently if they sense somebody or see somebody under their eye line, and you might not lunge as full or as far forward. Cook starts a new over. This is played off the back foot, intelligently into a gap, into the offside where there is 1 run for Compton, 18 without loss. So I'm bowling at you, and if you know there is a bat pad adjacent to your rump or on your leg side, you, Matt, might just be aware that you know he's there for the catch. It's not necessarily the bouncer where you fend it off to the bat pad in the air. It's the ball that just might make you think you won't come as far forward, and then it does a little bit or swings and you nick it through to the slips. So what I'm trying to say is batsmen do play differently if there is a bat pad in place. Mentally they just approach it a bit differently. Mieye facing Cook. Oh, there's a possibly he's gone at it a little bit, maybe an inside edge into the pad, into the leg side. There is no chance of a dismissal, but there was a little bit of an ooh and an ah from the slips.
Yeah, a bit of a chop into the ground, that wasn't it, by Tuandamie, looking to manoeuvre it through leg again. It's interesting, just deceived by Sam Cook, already on record personally as being a huge admirer of.
Well, he loves
Sam
Kent,
Cook's,
doesn't he, over the years? he has. I think he's always been successful. He's in bowling to Miei. Miei plays a miss, good delivery there. He went back and across and then forward, and he's just missed the ball as it goes straight through to Rossington, who's keeping the gloves today. Buttleman's not been included in this side. Yeah, Sam Cook, a very good bowler, probably just gone a little ahead of Jamie Porter in the global stakes. Wonderful pairing in county cricket, Porter and Cook. Cook on his way in, coming down the slope at the Haysclose end. He bowls. This is nicked and dropped at third slip. Listen, it went quickly, but that was catchable, but put down. I think that might be Critchley. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, wow. That would have been a good catch, but it was catchable.
Yeah, it was good height for him, wasn't it, on the right-hand side? But still having to move to his right, wasn't he? Just looking on the replay, I can see this one. But yeah, it would have been, as you say, would have been a real smart catch if he'd taken it. But a chance, at least half a chance.
In comes Cook. He's there, bowls. This is played nicely back to the bowler from where it's come from. Straight back, model. MCC coaching annual, that forward defensive. Very good indeed. Now, I'm just thinking, Harmer, if Harmer's catch did carry, both have had a life. Score is 18 for none. We think, we didn't see the replay. You're welcome to tweet me at Topper Senior if you saw that catch. This time's forced off the back foot. That was flayed beautifully. Well timed by Miei, who will collect full. The ball just beat the cover man, Doug Bracewell, to the boundary. I must say that was a super shot, but 4 runs to Miei. Kent moved to 22 for no wicket, and we've had 6 overs, but I would also suggest Essex could have had him 18 for 2 if the Harmer catch did carry, and indeed Critchley's drop. So 22 for no wicket, Kent having opted to bat.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that. Certainly they've had chances to dismiss both these openers. It's a great looking shot, that, from Tuandamie. As you say, he hits the ball very, very hard off the back foot as well through the offside. Almost didn't carry to the road, did it? As you say, perhaps the outfield is slightly slower because it's had some rain on it, but
well, it really is. The last time I was here, and I can't remember, it must have been a T20 game, might have been the championship game. Listen, it was brown, you could see the drains.
Porter around the wicket to Compton, that squared him up, but it squirts away through third, and he'll get 2 at least for it. No great shouts from the bowler, but I think it did deceive him. Really good fielding though, just on the boundary.
Das.
And that's Das, is it? Well, I might miss him fielding tomorrow, but that's a superb effort to stop it going 4. The boundary, they come back for 3 in the end anyway, but just squared up, just adjust the shot down low on the bat as it
I think
skewed
it's
away.
Really quite a slowish wicket, this, really slow, and I just don't know if it's going to get quicker, because, you know, it's an oldish wicket, it's been played on before, just might have, there isn't too much guts in it. It will stay together, but there isn't the guts in it for the pace.
What Compton has done is stayed in though. It's 25 for none, and Miei just a push into the offside there, no more than that, and he'll get himself a single. Diving stop by Bracewell. Ball seems to be following him around this morning. He's got the the war wounds, but he's got the marks on his whites already to prove that. Diving in the covers, stops that. Miei gets a single, rotating the strike as well. This is good from Kent, 26 for none. They've ridden their luck perhaps just a little bit here. Certainly Miei with that one that carried to Critchley. He couldn't pouch at third slip. Porter gets the ball back now. Will come round the wicket to Ben Compton, who has 6 so far, and straight back at the bowler. Gets hands to it, can't stop it going past him, but does stop it going through to the boundary. Little shout from Porter of frustration, I think, there. Went full back at him, well timed by Compton. I think if he hadn't got his 2 hands to it, may well have been a boundary, but he saved his side. 3 runs there, just the single. 27 for none, but runs off the first 3 balls of the over so far from Jamie Porter. A little bit of frustration for him. He's talking to Tom Wesley. Any field changes, Tom? No, it's not going to happen. He's at a wide mid-on. It's almost 2 slips in a gully now, or first, second and fourth slip, if you like, those 3 positions. Next to Adam Rossington, the short leg in as well. Over the wicket to the right-hander comes Porter up on the back foot again. Mayeye trying to engineer that, drive it through the offside, but finds a man at point, Sam Cook, under the white floppy hat, and there's no run. Back to the wicket-keeper.
He does look cultured. Some of the shots he plays, very impressive. I wonder, Mayeye. Herald from Zimbabwe.
Originally from Zimbabwe, absolutely.
Went
yes,
to, was it Eastbourne College?
Eastbourne College, yeah.
So, silly question, how come Sussex missed him? Or is...
He was smuggled out of the county as Porter the bowler to Mayeye just opens the face, runs that behind point. I believe that Rob Furley and James Treadwell both have connections at Eastbourne College, and I think they'd spotted him early and
had a word.
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly Sussex's loss, if it was so, but he's very happy to be in the county.
It's brilliant because when we were out in the middle, you kindly did the camera work for a little video.
I did.
And you were magnificent, can I say? But interestingly, after this ball,
as Porter bowls around the wicket to Compton, actually takes a step or half a pace down the wicket to Porter. They're shortening the length and just defends that end of the over. No run, 28 for none, Kent.
This is a really slow wicket, really slow. The reason I asked, we were out there and we kindly met up with a former Essex player, but a Kent stalwart, in Matt Walker, who is the Kent's head coach.
Indeed.
And we enjoyed a nice conversation, and he was saying, and he won't mind me saying this because there are a lot of people, Hampshire have said it, there's a dearth of decent young cricketers coming through, and he was a little concerned about not just Kent but the overall pathways of the lack of cricketers coming through.
Well, I think if the ECB review is going to do anything, it needs to provide that as one of its main pillars, doesn't it?
You got an update?
I have.
You have an update. Paul Newton will join us, and then you come in to take over from myself. Cook is in. Cook bowls a decent delivery, which is played on the front foot by Mayeye. Nice, tight, correct, disciplined shot there for no run. 28 without loss. What a huge toss this is to win, and Kent have won it, and they're going to try and make as many as they can. It doesn't matter that they're in a lowly position in the championship because they've got the best opportunity. You're playing for your own pride, your team's pride, and I'm sure they're going to do well. Cook is in. 3 slips waiting, driven back to Cook on his follow through. There is no run. A little bit of the blue sky, the patches we had has sort of slightly disappeared really. It's quite a lot of profile cloud around. There's some grey cloud in the distance, but I think we're all right for a while here. Reasonable crowd, quite a few have come in over the Thames, and welcome to the Kent supporters as well as the usual suspects that are the home supporters. Always good to see them supporting Essex. Cook is in. Cook, he's bowled him! He's bowled him with a ball I suggest might just nip back. And that is a nice bit of bowling. Mayeye has been castled. He's gone. And I think he's made 21 of the 28. And Kent have lost their first wicket. Essex needed that. 28 for 1. Good morning, Paul Newton.
Good morning, John Toppy. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. And that wicket had been coming, in all honesty, because 2 catches had been put down.
That was a catch by Harmer, was it?
I think I think he just got fingertips to it. But if he can't catch it, I don't know who could. He is that brilliant. But technically, it has to go down as a chance, and then a much easier one for Matt Critchley, spilt in the gully. It was Muyeye on the second occasion. I think it was Compton on the one for Harmer. So they both had a life, and there's enough going on out there to suggest that although on the face of it getting to nearly 30 without losing a wicket was a good effort for Kent, but as I say, point number one, they survived a little bit, fortunately, at times. The ball has been doing quite a bit, and we very often find at Chelmsford that it's after the lacquer comes off the ball that it really starts doing a bit. So I'm not at all sure I'd have wanted to bat first, I have to say.
Really?
Today.
Both teams were going to.
Yeah, that's right. But Tom Wesley did say they were very much in 2 minds as to what they were going to do. It may just have been Tom's way of sort of saying we're not bothered.
Yeah.
And actually, when you've got a bowling attack like Essex's, and it's a brilliant bowling attack. I mean, you've got Cook and Porter. I've never seen Porter open up with a new ball from the river end before. So they've switched the normal way of doing things. But Cook has looked mighty good from the Hayes close end.
Denley replaces Muyeye. He's taken guard and he plays, and now he nicks it. He nicks his first ball. It's a ball that's possibly just done a little bit against the right-hander. It's nicked and gone to Rossington, and Sam Cook has taken 2 in 2. Therefore, he's on a hat-trick, and Kent are now 28 for 2 with Denley caught Rossington, bowled Cook, first ball, 0.
Well, I was just saying, and for once I haven't put my foot in it, I was just saying how Sam Cook has looked mighty good from the river end, and very next ball he takes the edge of Joe Denley's bat. That's a heck of a good wicket for Essex to get, and yeah, I think it's a good pitch at the moment for Essex to be bowling on, looking at it from their point of view, even though they've lost the toss, and say that they would have batted first, but I don't think they'll be totally dismayed at the way things are panning out.
Well, the 2 catches went down and they could have been 18 for 2, but now they're 28 for 2, and Essex, well, you know, you've got what I call the anchor, as in Ben Compton out there, and coming to the crease now is Harry Finch. And for those that may remember, Harry Finch played for many seasons. He was a contracted player at Sussex, and he did quite well in some white ball cricket, didn't get too much of an opportunity in red ball cricket, and then for the last couple of years has been on trials and contracted down in Kent, and he's now marching to the crease. He's not a nervous cricketer in terms. He's quite an ebullient, and he's quite a confident young man. Probably not quite so young now, but listen, he has a tremendous amount of experience in county cricket.
Yeah.
So he won't be nervous for this hat-trick ball. A bat pad, a leg slip, Paul Water, and then you have the 3 slips adjacent to Adam Rossington. No one on the offside in front of the batsman. No one back on the hook. The mid-on has gone straighter because the bat pad is in.
Now, it's interesting. Cook got a hat-trick against Kent in the T20 game at Canterbury earlier in the season. Here he comes.
On his way in, he bowls. It's nice and straight, but he comes on the front foot, does Finch. He walks his shot, and he actually plays so straight that it goes back to the bowler's stumps, where it cannons off that. He's actually missed out on a single.
Yes, it'd be interesting there. Had the bowler just managed to flick the ball into the stumps, to be fair, Compton wasn't leaving his ground at the non-striker's end, but it would be a novel hat-trick to, I know it wouldn't have counted as such, if the third one was through an unlucky run-out.
Team hat-trick. Same again, Cook is in, he bowls, that's a bit more pace, decent ball, decent live, just shapes back and goes through to the keeper, and the applause is for a tremendous over, and well bowled Sam Cook, 28 for 2, and that is the end for me. I shall leave you with Paul Newton, and welcome back Matt Cole.
Thank you, Don. Welcome to Matt in just a moment, and at the moment I wouldn't want money on Cook not to get a wicket in any given ball. He's looking that dangerous coming in from the Hayes close end, taking advantage. I didn't see any of the previous 2 games to know whether Cook actually and Porter did swap their normal ends from the start, but it's always been Jamie Porter bowling from the Hayes close end, and he seemed to have made his own. But Cook has that honour today, and he's making full use of it. Not that Porter's bowled badly, but all the danger moments have come when Cook's bowling from the Hayes close end. Porter now is taken out of the attack, and Doug Bracewell replaces him at the river end. Bracewell, who had a pretty good game up at Blackpool. He got 61 not out to second innings, batting at tremendous tempo, and then I think it was 3 for 50 with the ball. Good to see him. He hadn't really struck form before, but here he comes now, running up the very slight slope and bowling to Ben Compton, and plays it a shade uncomfortably back to the bowler. As ever, Matt Cole joining me now at BBC Radio Kent. Big welcome to Chelmsford. How are things going with you?
Well, it was going fine until the last over for me, Paul. I was then full of the joys of spring, and Don Topley had taken me on a tour of the entire ground. I think we met almost everybody, which is nice, as normally. He's such a gregarious chap, but yes, going well apart from that, thank you. Apart from the wickets.
Bracewell's in and bowls to Compton. 3 slips, leg slip and a gully as Essex go on all-out attack here. Played into the covers, where there is no run. 28 for 2. We're in the 9th over, Kent having elected to bat.
I was saying Essex really have the sign over Kent in terms of championship cricket over the last few years. It was
yes.
2011 the last time Kent won here, and 2015 the last time they Kent beat Essex in a championship match at Tunbridge Wells. So they really have dominated the last few contests.
Bracewell bowls. That's a good lead from Compton. The ball is beginning to come back, having pitched outside off stump. But yes, I've got some good news for Kent supporters who may be getting a little bit nervous, because it all comes down, if Kent are to survive, and I for one very much hope they do, but Kent have to finish ahead of Middlesex in 9th place and Northampton 10th. I think at the moment Kent are 11 ahead of Middlesex and 27 ahead of Northamptonshire, but both those teams have a game in hand. Here's Bracewell in, bowls, and this is a leave outside off stump, and at the risk of telling Kent supporters what they probably already know, but of considerable comfort to them if I were a Kent supporter, would be that both Middlesex and Northampton have to play the current top 3, Surrey, Essex and Warwickshire, amongst their remaining fixtures. So they've got 6 fixtures left. In Northamptonshire's case, half of them are against the top 3, and it gets even worse for Middlesex. 4 of their last 6 are against the top 3, because they still have to play Warwickshire home and away. And turning that equation on its head, it makes Warwickshire in with a real chance of winning the title, even though they're currently 3rd. This next ball goes through outside off stump without need for Compton to play at that. Hasn't quite got his line perfect yet, Bracewell. 2 or 3 Compton's been able to lead. But the way Middlesex and Northampton are going, Matt, it's all very well to have games in hand, but neither is particularly looking like winning them, and if they don't, then Kent are going to be all right.
Well, you've cheered me right up, notwithstanding the 2 wickets in the last over. Paul, thank you very much for that. But yeah, that's fascinating analysis of the fixtures to come.
Bracewell in. River end bowls. Oh, it's a lovely shot. It was again too wide. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary. 2 fielders are trying to hair after it, but not going to get there. And Graham Lloyd signals 4 runs, and good 4 runs as well, to Ben Compton there, who's moved up to 11 and scored 32 for 2 at the conclusion of the 9th over.
Talking of Kent fixtures, pretty quick turnaround between this one. I think they've got a day to spare between this and the game against Notts at Trent Bridge. So, especially given their depleted bowling lineup, Walker was almost exasperated when I talked to him after the Warwickshire game. I was saying, so how will that work as you try and rotate your bowlers? And he said, I'm going to have to find a way, or they're going to have to find a way. So it's difficult for them at the moment. And I'm not sure if it's which way round it is. It's chicken and egg, but certainly it does seem when you're at the bottom end of the table that injuries seem to come in pairs or threes, and Kent have been blighted. Not to say that other counties haven't, obviously, but could do with a couple of bowlers getting back fit, that's for sure.
So Cook, unsurprisingly, to continue from the Hayes close end. I think Porter will replace him in 2 or 3 overs from Cook, more overs time. As always, another delivery. I was saying that I wouldn't want to back against him getting a wicket with any ball. He's gone clean through the batsman's defences there, and he didn't know too much about it.
That was Harry Finch,
Harry
wasn't it?
Finch,
Just,
indeed, yeah.
Feeling outside the off stump.
Yeah, they left him off the pitch, the ball having initially been angled in from right arm over to right-hand batsman, then left him. Nicely taken by Rossington. So Finch survives, but yet to get off the mark.
I apologise, this is my over, isn't it? I've sat back and...
That's my mistake.
No.
To you.
No. Here's Cook to Finch, gets bat on that one into the offside. I was just admiring the 4 slips that Essex now have in behind Harry Finch. Got himself 60 odd in the second innings against Warwickshire in a vain attempt to get a draw there.
May I say, it's part of why I so enjoy commentating in matches between the two sides, because you brilliantly apologise for what was entirely my fault. Cleverly done. I did admire that.
It's by default. There we go. Apologetic Englishman. It's just sorry for my very existence most of the time. Is Cook to Finch. Always a swing and a miss from him through to the wicket keeper. Well, a drive and a miss by Finch. Definitely down the wrong line. Going away from him, from Cook's beaten him. All ends up there through to the wicketkeeper, 32 for 2.
Well, Cook at the moment is unplayable. Literally, you know, it's twice running that Finch, you can't blame him, played at balls, because he's got to be sure that in case it's an off cutter, that he's covered his that possibility of the ball cutting back, and he's gone chasing a couple that have moved sharply away, and a little bit fortunate not to have just found the edge.
Comes over the wicket from the Hayes close end then. Bowls to Finch, does get bat on this one this time. Perhaps a slightly slower ball from Cook on off stump, and just moved into the offside. Das fields, and there's no run. But as you said, Paul, in his last over, whetting the appetite for this one, you'd be very surprised if he wasn't among the wickets very soon again.
No, it's right. Yes, for anyone who's just logged into us, 2 wickets in 2 balls for Cook in his previous over. Clean bowling, Muyeye for 21, and then first ball, Joe Denley just took a faint nick through to Adam Rossington from Cook.
His form's been patchy this summer, Denley, but that was a great ball from Cook, testing him right up, first up rather. Shoulders, arms this time does Finch, gets everything out of the way, leaving the ball on length as much as anything else. Past the outside of the off stump, but over the top as well.
One of the many things I like about Sam Cook, he's just a man who bowls. He's not histrionic. If there's an appeal, it's because he genuinely thinks it's out. But if it's turned down, he just walks back to his mark, gets on with it, moves briskly through his overs.
You're right. There's no sledging or even banter with the batters at this point. Oh, straight back at him. Well, was that a chance?
Yeah, I think
it was. Yeah,
yeah,
from Cook's reaction. I think it's hit him on the shin, actually, so partially pain. Though that, I mean, if that were a half chance, probably a quarter, I would say,
yeah.
Paul. That would basically heading at his shin, straight back from Harry Finch. He would have to reach the right arm down towards his right shin and take it. It would have been an astonishing catch had he managed to. The drive coming back at him, it's dying on him as well. Apart from that, it was an easy one. So,
yeah.
No disrespect to Sam Cook at all there. Really tough chance, 32 for 2. Once again, though, really troubling the batters in that over.
That's right. You could say he may have saved 4 runs, of course, by actually getting in the way of it. I think he did get a hand to it, and then it hit him on the shin and rebounded. But it was so low as well, and dropping. It would have been a miraculous catch if he'd hold on to it. But another superb over from Sam Cook. Meanwhile, Doug Bracewell makes his way in from the river end, bowling initially to Ben Compton, who has turned the ball off the hip for a single. Hence, I was saying bowling initially to Compton. It will now become Harry Finch on strike. 33 for 2, and the 2 wickets both to Sam Cook. Essex, who've won their last 3 after a rather barren patch. They beat Middlesex at Lord's in game 1, but didn't win any of the next 5, as they tried a new system where they played an extra bowler, left themselves a batsman light. I'm delighted to see that they have apparently learnt the error of that particular idea, because ever since they went back to the normal setup of 6 batsmen, a wicket-keeper and 4 bowlers. They've won all 3. This next delivery going over the wicket now, Bracewell to the right-hander. Finch has played back to the bowler for no run. 33 for 2. We're in the 11th over after Kent won the toss and elected to bat. But yeah, Essex breathing down the necks of Surrey. 41 points behind 2 matches ago. Essex have won both games in the meantime. Surrey have failed to win 2 games at the Oval, being heavily beaten by Lancashire in the first of them, and only drawing with Nottinghamshire, a game I think they would have expected to win actually, but they didn't. As here is the next delivery. Oh, and that one's a good one that leaves the right-hander off the pitch, Harry Finch, and goes through low to Rossington, 33 for 2.
They had quite a run, didn't they, of course, with the T20 as well, towards the end of the group stage and getting through the quarterfinals and the semis as well.
Yes.
So they had a number of wins in a relatively short period of time.
Yep.
It's,
no, they've been going well. For anyone interested in the Test match, and hopefully we all are, England won the toss and put Australia into bat. They're 35 for 1 in the 10th over. Khawaja, the man to go to Broad for 3. And this ball is clipped off the pads by Finch to mid-wicket. And there is no run. And score remaining at 33 for 2. Paul Walter with the fielding there. Normally, Broad gets Warner, who is currently 19 not out from 21 balls. Warner's been joined by Marnus Labuschagne, who's 8 not out of 20 deliveries. Khawaja, LBW bowled Broad 3, the man to go, but so far you couldn't really say England had justified putting Australia in, but it's early days. Bracewell bowls. Finch gets everything behind this and steers it safely along the carpet to Porter at mid-on. Score remaining 33 for 2.
yeah, Usman Khawaja will be missing his good mate Ollie Robinson, won't he? He's not in the side today, so he won't have someone to chat to out in the middle.
Yeah, they may be tweeting each other.
They may be, oh, crikey, yes.
Yes. Robinson, I'd say, overall in the series, I expected him to do a little bit better than he did. You know, I just thought that he'd get more wickets than he actually has. As Bracewell's in, bowls, and this ball is played back to the bowler. There's no run there, and that is the end of a tidy over from Bracewell, but not one which really threatened to take another wicket. Kent 33 for 2, having elected to bat. One thing that did strike me, going right back to the first test at Edgbaston, which England definitely should have won, was you can't really go in a series against a side as good as Australia with the tail starting at number 8. And I don't think it's entirely a coincidence that when they strengthened that tail, firstly with a perfectly decent lower order batsman in Chris Wokes, and then with Mark Wood, who is so much more of a threat with the bat than a couple of the bowlers England have been playing. Anderson, for instance, is not going to get you anything worthwhile with the bat. But it was actually Wood's very, very brief but absolutely explosive 24 at Headingley that enabled England to start their recovery from 142 for 7, at which point it looked like 3-0 to Australia, and Wood had a tremendous impact on that game.
It's a bit like you were saying about Essex, isn't it? The balance of the side changing
has
has made
absolutely
a big difference to them. But both Ashes series, I mean, I think it's a bit of a trope now, isn't it? The women's and the men's have been fantastically exciting, and what a summer we're having. Just hope that perhaps the men can go one better than the women and win that series, coming from behind. But here's Cook to Compton, gets on the front foot, and it's almost taking half a step down before Cook delivers the ball. This one finds the man at cover, Bracewell. Hoping he doesn't wash his trousers tonight, because I'm just recognising him in the covers by the fact he's got a huge grass stain going from the knee to shin on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
But enthusiastic fielder as well.
Because there will have been a little bit of rain going around. You know, everywhere's had a certain amount of drizzle this morning in this area.
To avoid most of that through the day, as Cook bowls to Compton, worked off his pad. Is there bat on that? Umpire saying no, but it was going down leg side. So they come through for a leg bye.
Rob Bailey there,
33 for 2.
Rob Bailey, the official at the Hayes close end, and Graham Lloyd at the river end. Rob Bailey, many years distinguished service to Northamptonshire. I think I remember he ended up playing at Derby. I think he had a gloaming of his career a couple of years at the baseball ground.
I seem to remember he was a batsman that perhaps for his raw talent, perhaps should have done more with it, or the perception, is that about right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like hazy memories.
Racecourse ground, I should have said. It says.
His cook to Finch, defends that into the offside. Das Fields on the run, the cover, no run. He also was a very young man when Bailey was, I wasn't that young. But a fine stroke player, wasn't he?
Oh, he's a very good batsman.
I think maybe, probably he feels, a number of people felt he should have played more times for England.
He's in that.
Perhaps.
There's so many people in that bracket, aren't there?
I suppose Ram Prakash being a prime example as well of a player that seemed to have it all. And as Cook bowls to Finch, drops into the offside, he's stranded though, run out, he is, a direct hit I think in the end. And that, well, Finch got halfway down the pitch, Compton had turned him back. I'm not sure there ever really was a run in there, certainly the fielding was so good from point. It's a direct hit with only one stump to aim at. I think actually if he'd gone to the wicketkeeper's hands he still would have been stranded, Paul, but a run out, the last thing Kent need at this point. 34 for 3 and Finch goes, having not scored in 14 deliveries.
Yeah, good work from Paul Walter at point, and he got the throw in, as you say, direct hit, and that's actually, just looking at the replay there, I think it had to be a direct hit. It was actually quite tight in the end, but there we are, and that's in some ways. You made a similar comment a few minutes ago, Matt, that when you're up against it, little breaks go against you, and you know, when you're on fire, as Essex are at the moment in the county championship, they go for you. Run out by a direct hit from Paul Walter and one stump to aim at. The other thing that was impressive about the piece of work to effect the run out, Walter didn't try and throw it in too much of a hurry. He took very careful aim there first and then threw it and hit. Had he tried to just throw it in and the ball had gone sort of a yard to the right of the wicket keeper because he'd have been throwing off balance, I don't think the wicket would have gone down, but it was very good work by Walter. And so Kent, I'm afraid, have gone from 28 for no wicket to 34 for 3, with Cook removing both Muyeye for 21 and first ball Denley caught behind, obviously without scoring. And then we now have the run out of Finch, and so it all means Kent have tumbled to 34 for 3, and he didn't get off the mark, did he, Harry Finch?
No, he didn't. 14 deliveries faced, but as Cook bowls to Leaning, he takes a step down the pitch there and nudges it through the offside, backward of point, and they'll take 2. They'll come back for a 3rd. Compton is aggressively running. Just a little hesitation in my voice there. I think it was Leaning who was hesitant because Compton was running to the danger end, just making absolutely sure he wanted the run. And he did. They take 3 off Leaning's first delivery. But just looking at the replay, and the Finch run out, it looks like he took a look at Compton. Actually, yeah, Compton did step down a couple of steps, didn't he? I thought he'd stuck where he was, but he looked into the offside, looked up to Compton, saw him coming. Compton, at the same time as that glance from Harry Finch, had stopped and was about to return. Finch didn't know that, found himself absolutely stranded. Not the greatest communication, and but as you said, excellent work from Paul Walter to swoop and run out Finch as he returned to the crease. It's squirted off the outside edge, but stopped at third slip by Critchley on the ground. Not a chance there, but once again, Cook finding the edge of the batsman. 37 for 3, 12 for Compton, 3 for Leaning off his first delivery, and Kent really do need to regroup now. Well, the good news for Kent is I suspect Cook might have one more over, but he's already bowled 6, so he'll be coming to the end of his initial spell. The bad news might be that he'll be replaced by Jamie Porter, and Porter, restored to his normal and much favoured Hayes close end, is quite likely still to be a handful. So 37 for 3. I do like Jack Leaning's style. I've seen quite a lot of Jack Leaning. I saw quite a bit of him in his Yorkshire days. And I remember an innings at Scarborough. In fact, the score, just checking here, yeah, for some reason, as I sort of tap up
it's because I'm looking at Australia. They're now 47 for 1. Southern spurt on. Warner 26, Labuschagne 8. And Warner's got all the most recent runs there. Simon Harmer, you probably heard, is being brought on at the river end to replace Doug Bracewell. And what I like about the way Leaning plays, to the first ball he receives, he got across an outside off stump, coming well forward. I saw him get 100 once for Yorkshire, batting in just that style, and it was a game at Scarborough that was Mohammed Amir's last game in not quite in first class cricket, but he announced his retirement and then came back out and played against Kent, funnily enough, a year or two later. Single here as Leaning continuing his record of scoring off the every delivery. Mind you, he's only faced 2. Gets a single down to a deep set Paul Walter at mid-on. But yes, he was the one player who could handle Mohammed Amir up at Scarborough 1 year, where Amir got, I think it was 10 wickets in the match. But they couldn't get he couldn't get Leaning out, and that tactic of getting well forward and across can be very effective. In the meantime, Compton, the left-hander, will now face Harmer, and this ball has just dropped a few yards into the offside to Matt Critchley.
Yeah, Compton regrouping himself, I think, after that run out and an edge at the end of the previous over from Cook. Now a different conundrum to face.
Harmer bowls, same result as the previous ball. Harmer, Compton, Critchley fielding at sort of short extra. It is quite a short extra as well. He'd be about 10 yards from the bat at most. Harmer again around the wicket, river end, light not great at the moment. No floodlights on. This ball just pushed back out to the same man. Matt Critchley is having a terrific season for Essex with bat and ball.
A bit surprised by that, actually. As you said, the light's not great. The lights might come into action sooner rather than later.
I think you're right. Oh, what a good delivery that was. Far too good for Compton and for probably many another left-hander. And it just, pitch turned away from the left-hander's blade. I think this is why Harmer's been brought on at this particular moment, actually, to try and get the left-hander out. Not that it's unusual for Harmer to come into the attack pretty early. As we reach the end of the first hour's play, and this next one is back cut. There's Jamie Porter to prevent a run. Yeah, we've got 1 or 2 rather heavy clouds above us at the moment.
I'm going to make way into update for BBC Radio Kit in the very capable hands of Paul Newton and Don Topley to join him.
Very kind of you to say so. Thanks very much indeed, Matt. Always a pleasure. And 38 for 3, choosing to bat, Kent, with Muyeye 21 and Denley 0. Out in consecutive deliveries from a brilliant Sam Cook bowling from the Hayes close end. And then we had a different piece of brilliance, this time from Paul Walter at backward point, lining up a throw as the ball was hit there by Harry Finch, who got halfway down the pitch and was run out by a direct hit as Compton did not respond to Harry Finch's setting off for a single, and he didn't quite make it back. A direct hit from Walter from that backward point, and there was a rather accusatory look from the departing Finch at his partner as he left, as this ball is played by Bracewell down to mid-off, and there's no run there. The score remaining at 38 for 3. A bit dark out there now, Don.
Yes, good morning again, Paul. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, over to the west, there's a little bit more of lower grey cloud coming across. Don't think it'll rain, but my word, Paul, that was a bit of a daft run out, wasn't it?
Well, it was. My thought would have been that if he wasn't going to come, Compton should have been quicker to send him back, as Cook's in and bowls, and this ball is played to mid-on, and there's no run there. And I believe it was technically, because it was just fractionally backward point, I believe it technically was probably Compton's call, because he's got to make it to the wicket-keeper's end. But he just seemed, and I don't know, I can't hear well enough to know whether there was much calling that went on at all. I got the impression there wasn't really much calling, and Compton just held his ground. But I think Finch felt he'd been done up a little bit by his partner. Here's Cook in. Bolster leaning again. He's got this good technique for playing, Cook. He gets forward and across as the bowler lets go of the ball, and you could perhaps persuade Rossington to stand up to the stumps to try and stop him doing that, because I think it's quite a good idea on Leaning's part. I was explaining to Matt, you may have heard me, that this is how he combated Mohammed Amir up at Scarborough a few years ago. You know, he kept getting forward and across, and he was the one batsman who knew how, you know, managed to negative Amir's fantastic performance in that match. Cook's in, bowls played back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think from Kent's angle, they won the toss. That was I think it was the best thing to do, rightly doing. And when you watch Jack Leaning gouging his guard in his crease, just look how much dust is coming up. The other thing about this, I think this is the slowest wicket I've seen here for quite some time. It is a used wicket, and it is going to get more difficult to bat on later in the 4 days. But Leaning is a good player. Look at he's got a very high back lift.
Cook bowls to him, and he's swatted this ball down to long leg. They take a single. Leaning, of course, captaining Kent here. 39 for 3, and Leaning moves up to 5. Yes, I have to say, because of my regard for the Essex bowling attack,
yes,
I personally would have fielded if I'd been Kent winning the toss, because how often do we...
It's interesting. 2 commentators have different thoughts.
Well, that's right. But
it's good.
You look how often... well, I agree with you there. There's no reason why people should spend all day agreeing with each other, particularly if it's you and me. And the other thing is, look how often Essex have a pretty good morning, you know, when they field first.
Well, they're good bowlers.
Yeah. Cook's in and bowls, and Compton plays this down to mid-off. To give Compton his due, it's quite a feat to survive this spell from Cook.
Well, going back to your point, and we're having a good discussion, you would have happily bowled.
Yep.
I know a lot of the people I discussed the toss with.
Floodlights on, by the way. Yep.
In the middle, they all said, yeah, we want to bat, we want to bat. I just think you have to get over the new ball. Essex, meanwhile, have got some good new ball bowlers. But not only just get over the new ball, you've got to make sure that this, well, it is my humble opinion that this first innings by Kent will be batting on the best bit of the pitch over the 4 days. So Harmer in, Harmer bowling over the wicket to Leaning, just outside off stump, which he smothers the spin and the bounce, no run. So I think it's quite important that you make and invest in the first innings when the pitch is at its best. Harmer in again. A bit more of a loop, this time it's smothered back to Harmer, no run.
But although almost anywhere else I'd agree with the point you've made, but usually at Chelmsford, the pitch, if it doesn't do anything on day one, it never will, and therefore I'm not sure it will deteriorate.
Clipped into the leg side. Leaning comes down to meet Harmer's delivery and clips it through straightest mid-wicket, where Walter, who's on the boundary beneath us, the river stand, collects the ball and returns it. There's 1 run. 39 becomes 40 for 3.
I don't think Essex did themselves any favours leaving Walter out of all but one of the first 6 games. You know, he got that run out. He's such a useful cricketer, and you know, Essex are beginning to make more use of his bowling.
This is lapped, it's a top edge, it's gone very fine. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and then over the boundary rope, which is quite a fine sweep shot. I think he genuinely got the top edge. It wasn't powerfully hit, it was caressed, and so it didn't really go that far on before it bounced. 44 becomes 48 44 for 3.
Yeah, good shot.
Calculated, no man on the top edge, was there?
No, but it might yet. Mind you, Compton normally is careful. Yeah, leg slip in.
As Harmer bowls a little quicker, which comes on the front foot, play back to the bowler, no run. The forward short leg has gone to leg slip because he doesn't sweep like a big flamboyant sweep. He paddles the ball and therefore hits it a little finer, hence the leg slip. This time outside off stump, he plays with the spin into the offside to backward point. There is no run. End of the Harmer over. 44 for 3. Ben Compton has 16. And with him is Jack Leaning on 6.
Give our listeners a quick run through of what's happening elsewhere. Surrey are 33. My racing, yes. I was saying 33-1 there, but I should have said 33-4-1.
Would you have put money on that one?
I certainly would. In the old days, I'm 4,000 plus days without a bet now.
Good.
But at Lord's, Surrey 33-1. At Northampton, delayed start, but Somerset 49-1. No play yet at Trentbridge, Notts v Hampshire. And the other Division 1 game is Lancashire 40-1 at Edgbaston.
That's Lancashire, isn't it? There,
yeah.
Edgbaston.
Yes, and it's Lancashire who are batting 40-1 there. Yeah, we're moving into thoroughly intriguing moments in the county championship now. Come back to that, but Jamie Porter has duly replaced Sam Cook at the Hayes close end and begins with a good delivery. It's well played by Jack Leading up to mid-off. I was giving the Kent listeners reason for comfort from would they escape the drop, because I was pointing out that the two teams below them, who Kent must finish above realistically to survive, have got to play all the top three, whereas once Kent get Essex out of their hair in this game, they haven't got to play any of the top three thereafter in their what would be remaining 4 games. Here comes Porter in and bowls to Leading, who turns this into the leg side to mid-wicket. There's no run. Intriguingly, Don, that gap between Essex and Surrey has come down from 41 points to 13. I think everybody, certainly I did, I thought that it was Surrey's title. But they faltered, and I'll tell you the news as well. I've been having a good look at the remaining fixtures, and Surrey's is by far the least enviable set of final fixtures, as against Essex and Warwickshire. Essex have Hampshire home and away, and Hampshire technically are still in with a little bit of a chance. I take that those two sides tend to beat each other when they're at home, Essex and Hampshire. Here is the next ball from Porter, a wasted delivery well outside off stump, which Leaning leaves. But Essex play the current bottom 3 plus the 2 games against Hampshire, and technically you'd have to say, well, they've got a fair chance of winning 4 of those 5 in their current form. Surrey, on the other hand, have to play Warwickshire at the Oval, and they have trips to Taunton, where Somerset do take a bit of beating, and they finish with a game at the Aegeus, which is the last place I'd want to have to go. Hampshire, a great home side, don't tend to do that well on their travels. Here's the next delivery from Porter, and forward comes Leading. I have to say, I get the wicket-keeper to stand up. He's going 2 or 3 steps down the pitch.
Slow wicket as well.
But the intriguing thing, Don, is Warwickshire, okay, they're 23 points behind Surrey as we stand, but they've got a game in hand, and they've got Middlesex home and away and Northamptonshire. And I think they're capable of giving Surrey a real game at the Oval in that one. Their other 2 games are against Lancashire and Somerset, but I think Warwickshire are in with a real chance, even though they're only 3rd at the moment. This is a little bit edgy from Leading, and it goes down to Paul Walter at backward point. There's no run, 44 for 3.
Well, the first thing I'd like to comment on that is, Paul, you really have impressed me with your research. It's not often I can say that.
Well, I'll tell you why. I never do any homework, and I don't know what's gone wrong with me, but the other day I suddenly thought, this is getting interesting now.
So
and I thought, having looked at the possibilities for who would win the title, I thought, what about Kent, you know? And I'm delighted to say, because I like Kent, I think they've got every chance of surviving. As Porter's in, and bowls, and that one, I thought it had taken the edge, but it hasn't. It's taken low down by wicket-keeper Rossington. But it was a good ball to end the over there from Porter, and he's bowled 5 overs, 1 laden, none for 21. 44 for 3 after 16 overs.
Well, I must commend you on your research. Brilliant.
Thank you.
And you know, you've certainly given me some thoughts there. Just going back over the course of the season, I have perpetually felt that Essex will do well in the Championship. I've said that, and I've stuck my flag to the mast on that. I have. In a way, and I was delighted and honoured to be part of our BBC team in Edgbaston, but I was slightly surprised we got there. I was. I didn't think we were a shoo-in as Harmer starts a new over. Round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who cuts a good ball, which is fielded well by Robin Das at cover. There is just the one run. Well calculated call for that single by Compton. So I wasn't overly confident about getting to the quarterfinals or indeed finals day, but brilliant that we did. But Championship, I have been saying all season, Essex will be there and thereabouts. I really have. Harmer to the right-handed Jack Leaning, decent cricketer Jack Leaning, formerly he came down from Yorkshire, which this time plays with a very long-legged forward defensive, smothers it into the leg side, no run.
Well, I think you're absolutely right in those calculations. What's a great bowling attack in the Championship isn't necessarily a great one for T20.
Correct. He's gone up for one. He thinks it's turned. Does Harmer? Possibly not enough. He's coming round the wicket. It probably did just offer a little bit. I'm sure they would have looked for a review if this was a test match. It's not. It's not available, and the umpire suggests not out. We've got Rob Bailey in the offside at the moment, not at square leg. He's on the offside. This is driven down to Paul Water, who is beneath us on the the river stand adjacent to the Tom Pearce stand. There is one run. Harmer will be enjoying now bowling at the left-handed Ben Compton. So Rob Bailey is at square leg, and I think it is Graham Bumble Lloyd.
It is
at the bowling end. Harmer passing Lloyd. This time bowls nice and straight, just looks to offer and turn, but there is no chance of a dismissal. Well bowled, well played. Good all-round cricket.
Isn't it David Lloyd who's Bumble rather than...
Yeah, but his son is still called Bumble.
Yeah, son of Bumble.
Yes. Sob, son of Bumble. As this is an outside edge, thick outside edge, but it was safe, but it's gone down to fine third man where they take 3 runs. Well fielded. I think that's Jamie Porter, who was at backward point, who had to go all the way down to third man. But let me just tell you, it was a safe shot despite a thick outside edge, but it was a very safe shot to complete Harmer's over. 46 for 3 and Compton had 49 for 3 as Compton has 20 and Jack Leaning on 7.
Yeah, 57 for 1 now, Australia, who were put into bat, so England haven't done as well as they backed themselves to do at Old Trafford so far this morning.
I haven't followed it. Who's the man out?
It's Khawaja, LBW to Broad for 3.
Okay, so Warner is still in.
Yeah, he's scoring most of the runs. He's in with Labuschagne. Last I saw, Warner had about 27 not out, and that will have gone up by...
Labuschagne's been quite quiet, hasn't he? In scoring
he has,
runs.
oh yeah.
Only scoring runs, I mean.
Yeah. So here is Porter racing in around the wicket from the Hayes close end. Floodlights on, bowls to the left-handed Compton, and he plays the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Aaron Beard is on the field at the moment. I'm not sure who he's fielding in place of, but it may be Sam Cook. I didn't see him go off, but it's possible. Emails to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Got one from Mick Marshall coming up, and he says, after Saturday's loss in the T20 final shows how a quality player is still an asset in the shorter game. Come back to his point as Porter bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and it takes the edge of Compton's bat and flies past second slip. They're now being only 2 to the third man boundary, and score goes up to 53 for no wicket. Kent's 50 coming up after 2 balls of the 18th over. To his point in 76 minutes. I just wanted to finish Mick Marshall's point. Good delivery, and it takes the edge. Tom Wesley had been in bat, flies past second slip, would have won easily. I wouldn't be as convinced as you, but I do think you've made a very good point, Mick. And just Warner has just been caught behind off Wokes for 32.
Caught behind? What, Bairstow?
Yes.
What, he took a catch?
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently it lodged in his gloves.
Really? Lodged it? Oh, he is unlucky.
Here is, I said that jokingly, as the next ball is smashed away, but not actually timed particularly well and fielded at backward point. and well, that looks like Shane Snater, who's now on, and maybe most of the Essex side have left. We are having this strange arrangement where Robin Dass is playing today, but will be replaced by Dan Lawrence, returning from Old Trafford for the rest of the game. So England get a second wicket, 61 for 2. Thanks to Matt for updating me on that. Here's the next delivery, played into the covers. There's no run there. Just wanted to come back to Mick's point there, Don. For me, you were absolutely right to say Somerset deserved the title because they won 14 of 16 games. Nobody's managed that before. Of course they deserved it, but Essex should have won. They needed 146 to win. And for me, they approached the power play as if they needed 180 to win. And you can't be losing 4 wickets in the power play. Here is the next delivery from Porter. Bowling to Compton, a little bit edgy, goes to backward point, and there will be no run there. Score remaining at 53 for 3. And the other thing I felt, Don, by all means, start off with your openers going for it. But once you're 2 down, you can't be losing any more in the power play. I thought it was a mistake in the batting order to have the 2 rookies, Pepper and Dass, consecutively, because it needed someone with Critchley's experience and cool head to come in at 4 and make sure Essex weren't any worse than 2 down after power play.
Well, I have to agree, but that's how they play today. It's a modern phenomenon, and we could even call it Mag's ball after Anthony McGrath.
As the next delivery is thick inside edge down to long leg, and there's nearly another mix-up here, but it's sorted out in time. Kent listeners, you can relax. The single taken, 54 for 3. Yeah, the only thing is, this is the whole problem actually. You mustn't have a system where once you've set your compass a certain way,
Plan A, Plan
yeah,
B.
exactly. You have to be able to now.
They didn't have a Plan B.
No,
it was Plan A, which is go hard, harder, and even harder.
Yeah, and I mean, we could have been worse than 4 down in the power play. And of course, we didn't need a big total. And Mick's point, you know, what an asset Wesley would have been. He wouldn't have been rash in the way that those who were out there. And you wanted, if it wasn't Critchley, then yes, Wesley would have been just the man to come in at 4.
When Feroz Kushi was announced, he was injured and unavailable as Harmer comes in. 2 men round the bat, a slip and a leg slip. This is played off the back foot. Watch carefully by Ben Compton. Plays out to backward point, no run. I felt, would Wesley get a game coming in at 6 or 7? I did think that. I did. But they gave Das the opportunity, and in the chase in the first game, this time it's played off the front foot with soft hands. At Edgbaston in the first game, which Harmer got us over the line, Das went down lower because of the limited amount of overs we had in that second innings, as it ended up being a 12-over contest. This time smothered on the offside, there is no run. So I could understand that, but Das kept going down the order till about 7, I think it was, and Walter Critchley went in before him, which I understood. Harmer bowls again, decent ball, just plays with the spin, opens the face, there is no run. So I totally agree and understand, but I'm not defending them. But please, if I may, after this ball, and I'll give you another example as well of something similar. Harmer bowls, this is driven into the offside, that's going to find a gap where Das is running after it. They get 1, come back for an easy 2, score becomes 56 for 3. Can I just remind us about the second game, which was Surrey-Somerset? Somerset, let me tell you, I was sitting at the back of the Somerset commentary team, and they were thoroughly depressed. They thought they were going out. Surrey kind of did something similar. As this is bowled, and there's a shout, but not a serious shout, concludes the end of the over, 56 for 3, and that is the 19th over of this Kent innings, where they decided, winning the toss, and they would bat. The Surrey game, I thought Surrey had the makings of beating Somerset, but Somerset's bowlers fought back hard, but Surrey didn't do so well in their innings to try and achieve that score. And Essex didn't in the final as well. Sams was playing well, and if we'd have had wickets in hand, the chase wasn't really still too
Well,
far ahead of us.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
You know, this ridiculous loss of wickets in the power play. And
I don't want to criticise the batsman or Essex, but I will say after this ball,
which Porter bowls, and Leaning has flicked this ball away. He's got this ball down to long leg for 4. I was just checking to see if a fielder would loom from out of my view into sight, but no, 60 for 3. He's playing well here, Leaning. He moved up to 11.
I'll try and be diplomatic, which is difficult for me.
Yes, it is. I've noticed that.
I
Yes.
don't want to slaughter the batsman. I don't want to criticise them or the coach, but I'd probably turn it on its backside and say it wasn't the smartest bit of batting. I don't want to say it was stupid or irresponsible, but I can think of a smarter way in the context of the game to play.
And Porter's in, bowls, and this ball is pushed into the offside. Because as you've just said, the equation basically is, well, you only need 146, and yes, Somerset have got a superb bowling attack, and it wasn't an easy pitch to score a lot of runs, big boundaries and that as well. But basically you can say to your team, if we're still batting in the final over, and when we say still batting, not 9 down, but say no worse than 7 down, we should win the match. So don't lose wickets carelessly in the opening few overs. Here's the next delivery, and this ball is played to mid-wicket. There's no run as that ball is fielded, and the point would be in that particular context is that you only need to score. If you can sort of go through the power play, even at 6 and over, and you're no worse than a couple down, 36 for 2 with 146 to win. You've got 14 overs to make 110. Not that big an ask.
They say in the dressing room we're going to go hard and harder and even harder.
As Porter bowls, and ball pushed back to the bowler, no run.
Because, especially this weekend, the new ball was when it was easier to bat against, because the wicket was quite slow. The wicket had been covered a lot, and they weren't able to get on the wicket because Birmingham had had 15 days of regular rain throughout the day. So when it wasn't raining, they often had it covered over because there was due rain. So they found it quite difficult in terms of the pitch preparation.
This ball's played to mid-off, and there's no run, and score remaining at 60 for 3.
So the Essex batsmen, or even some of the other chaps, felt that it was easier to bat against with the new ball. And with only 2 men out, I mean, Rossington was the case in point in the final. I mean, he played shots for 4s and 6s from the word off. And I'm not blaming him, but he got us off to a decent start, but got out.
Yeah, and he got out having hit 3 4s earlier in the over, so went to the well once too often as this ball goes down to mid-on. There's no run there. The other point I wanted to make was that Warwickshire put a lot of eggs into the power play basket by bowling their 2 go-to bowlers.
Somerset did, didn't they?
That's who I meant.
Sorry.
Somerset. I said Warwickshire, I think. Thank you
See,
for correcting me.
I thought they outthought Essex to a degree.
I think you're right, because actually Essex needed to respond to that and say, hey, if they're going to bowl their 2 best bowlers,
we'll be watchful.
Because who've they got? And in fact, with Sam's making merry in the final overs, they were left without a go-to bowler. It's just as well their spinner came off, because without him, I think Essex would still have managed to win. But unfortunately, Essex had lost too many wickets, to the 2 go-to bowlers in the early overs.
There were a couple of duff shots, or probably disappointing dismissals by the middle order. Harmer bowls. This is a good ball on a good length, and it's well respected by Ben Compton. Comes forward, plays a model forward defensive against the off spinner, and of course Harmer will be enjoying bowling to the left-handed opener. He's in again, little quicker. This is driven out to mid-on. Well bowled, well played. This is intriguing cricket, Paul Newton.
Well, it is. Well done to Ben Compton. He's done very well to go in first and still be there. That spell from Sam Cook was superb.
Slip and a leg slip. This time it's given a bit of air, which he spots, plays on the back foot, caresses it just gently with soft hands into the offside, no run.
Jack Leaning has a good record against Essex, and
good cricketer.
He is good, I agree.
In he comes. This time he comes down the wicket, he dances, and he just missed the man on the drive on the offside, but Paul Walter fields well from a mid-off to a very wide sort of extra cover, and they take the single. Good cricket from Ben Compton. He moves to 28, score 61 for 3. Harmer bowling to the aforementioned Jack Leaning, formerly of Yorkshire, very talented cricketer. I've seen a lot of Jack Leaning, actually.
Yes, I have.
In fact, good morning to his parents if they're listening.
Well,
I know them from... Reese was the same age as Jack and played against him from the age of 9. Harmer in. Leaning comes forward, plays a forward defensive. There is no run.
Jack's mother actually joined us in the box at Scarborough on the occasion where he got 100 in the one-day game. Lovely lady. Yeah.
Former bank manager.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you.
Harmer in. This is played... Well, he comes down the wicket slightly and squeezes it, but it's fine. Good, intelligent batting, but very good bowling too. Traditional cricket. There's 61 for 3. We've had 21 overs, is it, or 20? I'm waiting for the scoreboard.
It'd be 21.
21, because we've got 2 different scoreboards here at Chelmsford. One to our left, which we can't really see, which is a health and safety nightmare if we lean out the window. And the one on the right is a small one adjacent to the executive boxes, which is the slow one. And it's a bit like arriving at Liverpool Street Station, and we can go back to our towns of Colchester on the quick one or the slow.
Yes, indeed.
Can't we? It goes round the houses.
It's a pretty good service if you get on the quick train. They've got new trains, you know, in the last 2 or 3 years, and they're very good. Here is Porter around the wicket from the Hayes close end, bowls to Compton, who's played so well here and just flicks the ball nonchalantly away to long leg for a single. So he moves up to 29. It's 62 for 3. Kent having elected to bat. So just think, to balance it out, I was critical of Essex because I felt they should have won the T20 final, but I also had the thought yesterday they are doing tremendously well. When you think that if you take it from 2016, that makes for 8 seasons in total between season 16 and 23. They've been promoted as champions of Division 2. They've won champions of Division 1 in 17 and 19, Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, and here they are still challenging for the total. It takes a lot of doing to still be challenging over that expansive time. And the other thing I'd say is Porter doesn't bowl. He gets all the way in and pulls out and now has to make his way back. The other thing I will say for Essex, I think it's worth saying, the 2 sides who might deprive them of the title are test match ground sides.
Yes.
You have a lot more money, Surrey and Warwickshire. So for Essex to do what they've done is a phenomenal achievement, you know, and they do deserve great congratulations, and well done to their academy, which I think holds the secret to how they keep this going. Porter and Cook are 2 members of that academy who've, you know, what a wonderful opening attack they are, as this ball's driven firmly back by Leaning, and Porter gets a hand down on it and deflects it to mid-off, and there's no run.
I totally agree with you, everything you said there, and I'll tell you what, I, like you, am very proud of those achievements.
Yes, absolutely, you know, and we don't say that out of bigoted bias or anything. It just is a genuinely outstanding achievement. As Porter comes in and bowls to Leaning, he plays this nicely away for a single. It's not that far away from mid-on, but he judged it perfectly, didn't hit it too hard, and the run was always going to be there provided they went immediately. 63 for 3 in the 22nd over, with Cook taking 2 wickets in 2 balls in a magnificent spell, which had seen him have 2 catches put down before he struck, and he got rid of Muyeye for 21 and Denley first ball for 0. And then Paul Walter, a great bit of fielding, direct hit from backward point, ran out Harry Finch. Porter round the wicket, bowls to the obdurate Compton, who plays it to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, very well put. The run out was wonderful if you were an Essex fan. It was slightly disappointingly daft if you're a Kent fan, because look, you started so well, you won the toss, you were batting quite nicely. Okay, you had a couple of near misses with drop catches, but to give a wicket away at that precise moment was just a shame.
Porter bowls and field for LBW. I thought I heard a bit of bat there. I may be wrong. We'll wait and see if there's a signal of a leg by. Doesn't. Ah, yes, there it goes. It was a leg by, so well worth a shout. But probably, in the umpire Rob Bailey's opinion, would have just gone down leg side there. Good delivery from 4 to 64 for 3. What I particularly liked about that run out from Paul Walter. Many a fielder would have thought it was a bit of a run-out chance on here. I'll hurl it in. He took very deliberate aim. He wasted, if you like, an instant or two while he took aim, and that's what enabled him to hit the stumps direct. As Porter coming over the wicket to the right-handed leaning, 3 slips, bowls and played back to the bowler. The end of the over. As soon as Matt's done his piece, he will take my place. But in the meantime, just let me run you through scores elsewhere. In the Test match, Australia, just a moment, there might be a slight up there. I'll just refresh my screen here. No, there's 69 for 2 put into bat with the openers gone. And in the county championship, Surrey 57 for 1 at Lords, Somerset 71 for 1 at Northampton. No play yet at Trentbridge. And Lancashire 60 for 2 at Edgbaston.
Simon Harmer to continue.
So Matt's almost finished his piece. I'll start making my getaway. Thanks, Don. Over to you.
Simon Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Compton clips sensibly and times it well into square leg where they take a single. Cook does the fielding at fine leg. Score moves to 65 for 3. Leaning is on 12 to face. Compton's on 30. Not that this is anyway important. Face 58 balls, so he's doing a sterling job for his Kent County. This time Leaning comes down the wicket and clips it on the half volley down all the way down to us at where Paul Walter is fielding in front of the River stand for a single. 66 for 3. Left-handed Ben Compton facing Essex. Haven't got a man in front of the bat on the offside. They've got a conventional slip and a leg slip. A man on the drive on the offside. Bats down. He's taking guard. He's waiting. The ball comes in. This turns a little bit, but he watches it carefully on to the bat. Very dry surface, very slow surface. Even for the spinner, just at the moment. Harmer turns round the wicket, he bowls. Compton laps, he laps fine. This is Cook fielding at deep fine leg. He dives, falls on the floor, picks up and returns the ball very quickly to prevent the 2. Compton just takes the single. Well batted but well fielded to Sam's Cook. The score goes to 67 for 3. Welcome back, Matt Cole.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don. Yeah, good hustle from the fielder there, as you say. Maybe the throw wasn't accurate, but it stopped getting a second.
Harmer in slower. This time it's played off the back foot. It's that slow, and he's gone back as Leaning, an off spinner himself, so he'll be watching how Harmer bowls. We're around the wicket. He caress it off the back foot to cover. There is no run. Bracewell does the fielding. Harmer in again, little quicker. This is clipped into the leg side, but finds Critchley on the drive on the leg side. That is the end of the over. No more runs are added in those 2 balls, so the score remains on 67 for 3. And this is after Kent won the toss and batted on this used and dry surface here at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford.
Almost deceptive. It feels like Jack Leaning's come in and been very positive, but he's only on 13 so far, isn't he? I think that the ball counts are 13 from 33. Perhaps he's just trying to play more balls than his teammates have so far. And Ben Duckett perhaps at the top of the England batting lineup. But yeah, trying to stabilise at the moment. Certainly, I was saying in our radio update, the stabilisers came off Kent in 2 balls from Sam Cook this morning, didn't they? And looking to...
Sam Cook looked dangerous, didn't he? Because he had 2 drop catches, then he got the 2 balls, and then there was the run out. That was, I just mentioned, that was a shame because nobody wants to get run out for naught. But that was a bit costly in the moment of the game.
Yeah, Certainly agree. Round the wicket comes Bracewell. Aerial goes Compton, not quite in control of the shot over point, but aggressive, and that's 4 runs. It was a little bit aerial. I don't think any chance for Brown in the end, but perhaps a little bit more uppish than Compton had hoped for. I'm saying I don't think he was in control of it because that's really not the way he bats normally. Ben Compton loose outside the off stump, but he's got himself 4 for it. So a little bit loose perhaps from Bracewell in terms of direction as well. The left-hander moves on to 35, 71 for 3. Kent, I'm sure you've never ever had a miscommunication out there in the middle with your batting partner, but I do wonder if Ben Compton, they do say, don't they, with Bracewell to Compton. That's a lovely shot, much more orthodox cover drive, beautiful timing, little backlift, but races away. Consecutive 4s for him, 75 for 3. But
I did have one. Can I tell you about
absolutely,
it?
yes, yeah.
Against Kent at Folkestone.
At Folkestone, there we go.
There we are, ready for this. It's very. I'll describe it after this.
You'll tell me who was at the other end and whose fault it was. Surely.
Salim Malik.
And whose fault
who
was
was on 100 and plenty.
Oh, crikey! Right.
Okay.
So it was your fault, is what you were trying to say. Established batter is. Oh, a flick down past the wicket-keeper by Compton, and that's at a glance. Rossington perhaps not quite in the race for that one, but a bit finer than I think Compton wanted it. 4-4-4 he goes. Having said that's not his normal modus operandi, he's racing away now. Compton, he has 43 now. Sorry.
Folkestone Cricket Week. Kent versus Essex. I think it was a 4-day game. It may have been a 3-day game. And I'm batting with the great Salim Malik, who was our Pakistani overseas bowler. And we put an overseas batsman after this.
It's Bracewell to Compton. Doesn't hit this one for 4. Defends it low into the offside. No run.
And I promise you I'm telling the truth. I'm watching him from the other end scoring loads. I got a few. We put on a decent partnership. Anyway, he's hit this ball. It was the last ball of the over. He's hit this ball. I think it was off Ellison, somebody like that. He's hit this ball beautifully, and he shouts out, "Yes, I'm not coming." And meanwhile, I'm halfway down the wicket.
Oh, Compton goes for a pull. Is it a low edge through to the wicket-keeper? Umpire unmoved.
They're saying it hit his back thigh.
Yeah, maybe just a little incline of the head from Rob Bailey there, saying, "Nope, I'm afraid not."
Compton
79 for
suggested
3.
and pointed to his rear. You have a smaller thigh pad on the inner thigh.
So 12 of the overs so far, but still threatening with the ball, Essex here. So
Great.
yes, I'm not coming was the call.
Yes,
there we go.
I remember
that's
it
not very
vividly.
helpful, is it?
And of course, last ball of the over, I'm ready to run for Salim Malik to get on strike.
Brace around the wicket to Compton, thinks about the pull, keeps his powder dry. Through the wicket-keeper down the leg side. Kent 79 for 3. Compton coming out of his shell in the first part of that over. 43 from 66 balls. Captain Jack Leaning has 13. And we are through 24 overs now, with around about 20 minutes to go until lunch. It's definitely still Essex's morning, though, isn't it?
It is indeed. Matt Cole, BBC Radio. Kent, are you telling me you weren't around in those days?
Wasn't it?
You weren't around in those days? Kent versus Essex at Folkestone?
Oh, I didn't see that particular game. No.
What do they call it? Cheriton Park? No.
Cheriton Road is where the
Cheriton
football
Road.
ground is. So yeah, I've never been to the cricket
Folkestone.
ground there. So
I
yeah.
don't think it's there anymore.
No, Kent certainly don't play there. So
was it Kent or Dover? This time Harmer bowls. It's driven off the back foot by the right-handed, leaning into the covers.
someone will tell me. In fact, this is a perfect opportunity,
Dover
Don,
or
for me
Folkestone
to
no longer operates as a cricket club. One of them. Harmer bowls round the wicket to Leaning. Leaning comes forward, no run.
They used to play at Crabble at Dover,
That's
didn't
Dover.
they? Yeah, but that's now rugby on the bottom field and the football club is at the top.
But I thought Dover Cricket Club ceases to exist, or Folkestone, one of them.
There you go.
This is played into the leg side, no run. I think one of them had debts and folded. I might be wrong. If anyone knows and listening, we're asking about Dover and Folkestone Cricket Club.
It's an ideal opportunity for me to say kentcricket@gmail.com, because the sages out there will tell us what that's all about.
Harmer bowls, and this is driven back to Harmer. Harmer threatens to throw. Meanwhile, because Leaning has come down the wicket, he dives to return into the crease and makes a bit of a mess, and he's got dust and dirt all over his rump, his stomach, everywhere as he dusts himself down. A nice bit of byplay there from Harmer.
There was some chuckles there as Harmer hadn't thrown it, but Leaning was prone anyway, wasn't he? Thrown himself back.
Comes down the wicket again, squeezes it between bat and pad. I'm tempted to have Nick Brown closer than he currently is for Leaning. He's on the drive for the left-handed Compton on the offside, but certainly I think I would have him tighter to Leaning, the right-handed middle-order batsman who whips this with the spin into the leg side, takes the single, 84-3, and that concludes the end of the 25th over.
And you barely have to mention these things, and someone will get in touch, which is fantastic. Our audience always provides, don't they? You want to put a question out there. Our good friend Alex Hode says, Folkestone Cricket Club do play at Cheriton Road. It's been done up, he says. It's at the Three Hills Sports Park and shares a car park with the football team, Folkestone Invicta. So there we are. Alex, thank you very much for that.
Does Alex know about anything about Dover Cricket Club? Am I right in saying they folded? Am I right? Or that was there something about some issue with finances at Dover Cricket Club some years ago?
Crikey,
something.
I don't want to commit myself on that,
I
Don,
know,
certainly.
I know something happened.
So as I understand it, they used to, and Kent fans will know this and will get in touch from kentcricket@gmail.com, but they certainly used to play at Crabble, but that's but no longer cricket, as I understand it, during the summer.
I remember them all as a kid. I visited them all.
Bracewell to Leaning, just playing that into the onside from outside off stump. It's fielded by Brown. There's no run.
I kind of remember, vaguely remember Gravesend.
Right.
Moat, played at the Moat. I remember being smashed by Carl Hooper in a Sunday League game.
You weren't the only one. No.
The only other reason I remember the Moat is I went to an 80s music festival there. That was pretty good.
Was that more recently, probably?
Very recently, last summer. It was great.
It's Bracewell over the wicket, the right-handed Leaning, 3 slips in behind him, sort of numbers 1, 2, and, well, maybe 2 slips in the gully now, actually. Walter's quite estranged from Cook. And Harmer, next ball is defending the offside, no run.
It's worth mentioning, one of the former Kent players was there that day.
At the Moat?
At the Moat for that 80s music festival last summer.
Who was that now?
Martin McCaig.
Oh, Martin McCaig. Fantastic. Here's Bracewell over the wicket to Leaning. It's an appeal for LBW. It's certainly gone low. Height's not a problem, but going down the leg side, and umpire Bailey indicate it is a leg by, and Kent move on to 81 for 3. Compton 43 and Leaning has 14 so far.
Yeah, my summer
Two
holidays.
greats of the county scene then, cutting a rug at the Moat.
We were watching and listening to ABC.
ABC? I was going to ask you.
Wet, wet, wet.
Okay, I've heard of them, yeah.
Yeah. What do you mean you heard?
Vaguely.
Oh, I very much liked my 80s music.
Yeah. ABC, I used to like a bit of them, definitely.
Shoot that poison arrow,
yeah.
Eh?
Some grand arrangements they had, didn't they? Lots of sweeping strings and that sort of thing. There we go. Other 80s bands are available, of course. Bracewell coming round the wicket to Compton, who's taken just a while to settle and retake his guard to the New Zealander. Rising delivery off a good length, treated like a suspect device by Compton as it rears up towards his midriff, but plays it with the bat down to the ground. There's no run.
With all our seamers, Bracewell offers something different because he is the quickest, and he is pretty. And we know he's a Kiwi, but he bowls those Australian lengths where he likes to bang it in, generally speaking, and then push you back, then pitch it up.
Bundles in again to Compton. Full length delivery. I think he jammed his hand against the bottom hand against the bat there. Obviously played it into the offside, but does get bat on it, and there's no run. You can see in the way Compton's playing him, actually, he's just getting to him a bit quicker perhaps than he's thinking, isn't he, for timing purposes.
Hits the bat very hard.
Yeah. I've noticed as well, full of enthusiasm in the field. New Zealanders tend to be fantastic value, don't they? As all-round cricketers, batting, bowling and fielding as well.
Good people.
that's a massive generalisation on my part. Dug in by Bracewell, and no pun intended, is pulled away low out towards Das at mid-wicket, and a single at the end of the over. So Compton moves on to 44 and will take strike for the subsequent 6 deliveries. The leading has 14, but yeah, tend to play their cricket hard. Great sense of sportsmanship, I think, as well. It's fair to say.
Yeah, I
most
mean,
of the New
you've
Zealand
had
cricketers as well. I think
I'm
they're
trying to
a
think
fine
of-
team for that.
You've had a few Kiwis. You had Matt Henry.
Of course, Matt Henry. Yes, yeah, they would love to have him back this season, but yeah.
Any other Kiwis along the way?
Crikey. Now I'm thinking.
I'm thinking too. Is that your solitary one?
No, I'm sure there's more.
Be interesting.
Now
What's your email?
The grey matter's going. kentcricket@gmail.com.
Harmer gives this a bit
who
of
are
air
missing?
to the left-handed Ben Compton, who is on 44. He's faced 70 balls, not an issue. He's batting stoically here for his Kent side. Harmer again round the wicket, little bit of air. This does turn, but he covers it and plays with an open face. There is no chance of a dismissal. Good batting and good bowling here. It's been a really good tussle, good contest, this Harmer. Compton waits for this one. This is cut beautifully, but he finds the fielder Das at cover. There is no run. That was a run scoring opportunity. Slip and a leg slip in place. No one under the lid on the offside. There's a man, Critchley, on the drive. Harmer this time turns and he goes back. Interestingly for me, whether he was done a little bit in the flight, he hangs back, does does Compton, and it does turn and go past the outside edge. If it had been forward, I'm sure he would have covered it. Harmer again, well bowled. This time similar ball, he comes forward, smothers it, plays it into Critchley, where he's on the drive, 5 yards away, on the offside, no run. Last ball of the over, will it be a maiden? Harmer is in. This is down the leg side, and try to clip it, it misses, hits his pad, goes into the leg side. There is no run, and there is applause for the maiden over. That is Harmer now. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 18, as Kent, who won the toss and elected to bat. They're 82 for 3, having been 34 for 3.
Indeed so nearly 50 partnership between these two. Alex, thank you very much indeed for that. He's got a hat trick of New Zealanders straight off the bat for Kent. Tom Latham, of course, big batter.
Yes.
Adam Milne, how could I have forgotten that? The fast bowler playing T20, and Jimmy Neesham as well, played for them
Is
as
he
well.
your
I was
research
thinking
assistant?
John Wright, but he was only he was coach. I was just checking he never played for Kent, but he never did. But yeah.
Did he come back with the answer to the Dover question?
Oh, he hasn't actually yet, but there we go. It's Bracewell to leaning, defends it on the back foot, straight back at the bowl. There's no run. So, there we are. Yes, but Mark has on the emails. Mark, thank you for this. Yes, Dover Cricket Club did fold, he says, as Mark Coe. Due to finances. Mark, thank you very much. So, Toppers, you're absolutely right.
I'm
of
full
course
of
he's right.
useless information.
Stephen
Seriously.
was right there with Jimmy Neesham and Tom Latham. Thank you very much indeed. My brain went into a complete fugue state there as it's defended back at the bowler off the front foot this time. And Andy saying as well, Andy, thank you for getting in touch. Dover certainly stopped playing at the Crabble many years ago, so I was right in that at least. So an Essex supporter, I skippered the old Colfians at second 11 there, he says, in the Kent League many years ago, 20 plus, he says, and managed to be last out in a tie. A panic which has haunted me ever since, he says. I'm sorry to bring up bad memories, Andy, but thank you for getting in touch. That was a year or two before they stopped playing. Were they roasting the Ashes? I'm not sure, says Andy. This is Bracewell over the wicket to leaning. defensive shot, and there's no run.
You will know this. You know when we.
Well, I doubt I will. From
when we go and
current,
commentate at Hove, and we stay in Hove, close to the seafront.
Oh, no, I don't stay, so I'm a commuter to Hove.
You wake up to the sound of seagulls, and they squawk like crazy.
Herring gulls, indeed.
So, but that's Hove, and everyone associates, you know, Hove, the seagulls, the squawking, or whatever. But I remember playing at Folkestone and Dover, and I remember the seagulls there too.
It's Bracewell to leaning, forward defensive again, just bumps past the stumps at the far end. There's no run. 82 for 3, and actually goals are a feature of a lot of cricket grounds, aren't they? A few here, and they certainly are at, but even the inland ones like Canterbury, there's plenty of herring goals there as well. Dean, thank you very much for this. Dover still going, merge with St Margaret's. There we are. Right. Fantastic stuff. Phillips, Matt Quinn, of course, is a bit of an oversight in terms of the New Zealanders. Jacob Duffy from last season as well. How quickly I forget those things. Mark, thank you for that. Here's Bracewell certainly bending his back here, straining every sinew, but it's defended by leaning into the offside. No run, a ball away from a maiden here, Bracewell.
It would be very fair to say that the Kent family has a significant affiliation with modern Kiwis.
Modern Kiwis, indeed.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. I was thinking too far back. That was my problem. I got as far as Jonathan Wright.
The old days, it was just Asif Iqbal, Bernard Julian, John Shepherd. I mean, they were just 3 marvellous overseas players, similar to our, in this part of the world, Keith Boyce and Kenny McEwen.
It's Bracewell to leaning, frustrated with himself, that one. I don't think he was given much width there, but he's coming down the pitch to him. A maiden for Bracewell, takes his cap, number 34 on his back. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. We're through 27 overs now, or is that 28? These two scoreboards operate in different time zones, don't they?
They do.
They do. I mean that in the nicest possible way, but it is 28. There we go. 82 for 3. Kent, very much Essex's morning so far. If you're just joining us, the demise of Tawanda Mayeye, who made a bright start for 21, more or less run a ball, then was bowled, one but nipped back. Excellent delivery from Sam Cook. Next ball, he had Joe Denley feeling outside the off stump, edging behind, and Harry Finch and Ben Compton got themselves into a mix-up. Finch was run out. Excellent work by Paul Water. Underarm throw with 1 stump to Omat for a duck.
As Harmer bowls, this is clipped beautifully by Compton, but he finds the man at short mid-wicket, that is Doug Bracewell, I think, and he fields so well there to prevent this powerful shot going for any runs. Harmer again, little quicker down the leg side, and I'm interested, that was a catch for 2 Essex fielders as Compton clips it round the corner. Brown spills it. It did go quite quickly. He parries it in the air in between the leg slip, which is Brown, and the conventional slip, which is Cook. And Cook dives inwards towards the leg slip. He couldn't quite hold on to it. So the pair of the slips, leg slip and off slip, drop the ball. That's a chance. Harmer bowls again, played back to Harmer, and Compton gets a life.
Yeah, he may have had one early, but that certainly was one, wasn't it? There's a couple of lives in that.
It went quickly, but it ballooned. This time Harbour bowls quicker. It's cut for Porter at backward point. He's going to chase after it. It won't go for 4. He slides, but to be fair, leaning calls his partner back for the 3rd run. Good running. They ran that first one and second one quickly and got back for the 3rd. And Compton, well played, sir. No, that's the partnership, I'm sorry. Compton has got 35 of them, leaning 14, and that's the 51 partnership for the Kent pair. 34 for 3 they came together. 85 for 3 it is now. Water is loosening up. I wonder if he'll come on for an over before lunch. Harmer over the wicket to the right-handed, leaning with the bat held high. This is forced off the back foot into the gap where Bracewell has to run the best part of 2 or 3 metres to his left on his wrong side, and sensibly Leaning calls his partner through for the single. 86 for 3. Harmer in again, bowls, gives it a bit of loop. It's quite full. It's just push driven out to mid-on. No run. 86 for 3. We've had 29 overs, and you're listening to Matt Cole, Don Topley and Paul Newton on day 1 of this county championship encounter here in Chelmsford on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, and a good day to you all.
Bit of a fight back then from Kent with his 50 partnership between Leaning and Compton. Still to come for Kent with 3 wickets down. Jordan Cox, Joey Everson, Grant Stewart, Hamid Kadri, Matt Gwynn and Arshdeep Singh. And Walter will bowl his first from the Hayes close end. And a little bit of gardening done by Jack Leaning and Ben Compton. It's a change in angle of attack, and Jack Leaning is just marking out his guard. Well, he would be, but Rob Bailey is in deep conversation with Ben Compton at the far end. He's rather distracting him, and Leaning has to wait to get the official lowdown on where he should be putting his bat.
The umpire is very good company. Rob Bailey, formerly of Northampton, Derbyshire.
It's a left arm over the wicket then, full length delivery, driven back at him. That should be 4 from Leaning. Porter gives up the chase, and it is through long on. Lovely shot, just lean, sorry, it's not a pun intended, but just, he did just lean on it, didn't he? Back past the bowler.
He did. May I suggest, as an old bowler, cynical bowler, that was a bit of a nice gingerly loosener, just nice half volley.
What do head coaches say about that? You don't get a loosener, not in professional sport.
Well, that really was.
Here's
nice.
Walter to Leaning.
Better.
Forward defensive. Well played by both of them. But yeah, I'm just joking.
Better.
There are some head coaches that don't like that kind of talk, though, do they?
No, they don't.
Is it fast bowler getting a loosener?
Yeah, no.
Eh?
But listen, you won the toss. That was a tick box for me this morning. You were looking nice. You got to 18 for no wicket, and then you had 2 dropped.
That's Porter bowling 2 Leaning, defending into the offside.
And then you lost a couple of wickets. Then you had the daft run out. And you've got to lunch, technically, with a few balls left, 90 odd for 3. I think that represents okay, but you've got to go on. You've got to go on. But I do think Kent have done okay.
Return in terms of runs, certainly. Leaning leaves this and it bounces obligingly away from the stumps through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So I'm just chuckling at an email from Mike talking about etymology, I think, well, certainly about words, and that I didn't pick you up. He said I have almost every commentator in the last, is it 5 years or saying, Mike, regularly
on
for saying seagull rather than because there's no such thing. Obviously, here comes Walter to Leaning, and I picked the defensive shot. I picked this up from a former colleague, herring gull. Yes,
herring gull.
Yeah.
I heard you say that.
Now, our former colleague at Sussex, commentary colleague John, who was a twitcher. You may have commentated with him in the past.
Yes.
And I said seagull one day. He said, "There's no such thing as a
Is
seagull."
that right?
So there are herring gulls. There are different kinds of gulls, but there are common gulls here.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, you're
There
never too old to learn.
Seagull is a pejorative term, and Mike's absolutely right. I should have picked you up on it. There's driven for a single, and that is end of the over. Good stop. I thought for a moment that Compton had got his 50, such was the applause, but no, he's on to 47. It was the Essex faithful applauding a good over into the over by Walter. Good fielding as well. 47 from Compton, 20 for Leaning, 91 for 3. Bit of a fight back from Kent. I'll leave you in the very safe hands of Don Topley, I think, to take you through to the luncheon interval.
Thank you. You've got an update to do. We will stay on air to complete our own update to the good folk of Essex. But before that, it's going to be Harmer. Just on 1 o'clock now. Harmer on his way into Jack Leaning. He bowls. This is forced off the back foot. It finds, well fielded, Tom Wesley at mid-off as he dives around to prevent any further runs. But that was a good shot there from Leaning as he's forced off the back foot into the vacant gap between cover and mid-off. Taking guard now, Ben Compton on 47. Batted all morning, resolutely, stoically, dropped anchor, had a chance. Had two chances actually. This comes down the wicket and Hayes being caught and bowled. Wait for it. I think the umpires are going to chat. No, he cannot believe it. Compton has wandered away. He's technically walking off, so he is in agreement that he's out and the umpires call lunch. So he's come down the wicket and clipped it hard straight back at Harmer, and Harmer's snaffled it on his follow through. Very important wicket. Caught and bowled Harmer for 47. Bad news for Kent as he doesn't quite reach his half century. 47 and the score at lunch 92 for 4. We will return in 40 minutes after lunch, but I will stay on the line for the BBC Essex 1 o'clock update. Have a good lunch.
Ben Compton was caught and bowled by Simon Harmer for 47. And that brings us to the 40-minute lunch break.
Yes, welcome back. It's been an intriguing, it's actually been a fantastic morning's cricket as Kent won the toss on an important toss on a used wicket here at Chelmsford. Essex, well, it took them a little while to get a wicket, but it was the bowling of Sam Cook who eventually was on a hat-trick. He got 2 in 2. He got Maye bowled and then Denley first ball nicked it to Rossington, keeping wicket today. Harmer's bowled well. In terms of the Kent, they've actually got to lunch on 92 for 4. It was the last over of lunch in which Harmer struck. He got the anchorman, Ben Compton, caught and bowled for 47. He was playing very nicely. Kent won the toss and batted. Essex will be disappointed to have fielded. They would have wanted to bat. And at lunch, Kent a 92 for 4.
Well, welcome back. The players are resuming the field after lunch. And Jack Leaning, just waiting to see who the new batsman's going to be, actually, because a wicket fell to what was the last ball. Note the terminology here, the last ball bowled before lunch. I put the word bowled in. It's not tautology, because it's one of those where the wicket fell in the final over, and once the wicket's down, to save time, they repair to the pavilion. And so we'll see the Harmer over, of which 4 balls remain, continue. Paul Newton here with Matt Cole, the BBC Radio Kent, and myself and Don Topley commentating for BBC Essex. Well, Kent won the toss, batted. 28 for no wicket quickly became 34 for 3. But then, excellent partnership between Leaning and Compton. I would have said gave Kent an even share of the spoils until that last ball bowled before lunch. Probably makes it quite a good morning for Essex, particularly as Compton had batted so fastidiously. Really careful innings of 47, typical of the man. He'll have been kicking himself all through the lunch hour, I think, Matt.
Yeah, it was almost uncharacteristic, wasn't it, giving a charge to Simon Harmer in that over before lunch. Having said that, he took Bracewell, didn't he, for 12 off 3 balls a few overs before that.
Yes, I'd forgotten that, yeah.
But so Harmer is just finishing off this over, isn't he, as Cox deflects it out towards a square leg. Actually, I didn't check it was Jordan Cox, but I'm pretty certain it's going to be him. The scoreboard on our left has not caught up, but Cox, yes, it is, so he takes a single off the first ball. But yes, almost uncharacteristic from Ben Compton, but just before the lunch interval.
Yes, it's kind of like the 3-card trick, isn't it? You say, oh, I didn't fall for that one, did I?
So Harmer too. Leaning prods uncertainly forward. Has he got an inside edge onto his pads there?
No.
The umpire says no. I was going to say, more importantly, Paul Newton says no, but I think probably in the balance of probabilities, the umpire is the one to give the decision. But
always give precedence to the umpire. Yes.
You're very kind in that regard.
Well, they've got power, I haven't. Don't pick on the man bigger than yourself.
Here's Harmer to Leaning. That one he gets the bat right behind, so there's no doubt about that. Look, there's a orthodox slip. That's Sarah Alistair Cook, I believe, and a short leg. It's Nick Brown. And Brown it was where the ball ended up, that previous delivery. Ooh, it's gone through Leaning, that one. Has it touched anything? Well, it's gone to ground anyway. End of the over. A testing one from Simon Harmer, and Jack Leaning looking, to say, very conservative in those last few balls. Very suspicious, perhaps, of the deliveries from the Essex spinner, and rightly so, given that Kent on 93 for 4. Leaning has 21. Cox 1. The man departing just before lunch, as Paul was saying. Compton for 47. Those two have put together a 58 partnership, and it looked like they're going at a reasonable run rate, I suppose. It looked like they'd, if not turn things around, stabilise things for Kent a little bit, but Essex striking back.
Well, Leaning actually looked more uncertain in those last 2 or 3 deliveries he faced than he had all morning, when he basically, excellent technique. I like the way he gets forward and across, outside off stump to the quicker bowlers, and seen him make some very good scores against Essex. Sam Cook bowled a beautiful spell at the top of the morning, and he now returns the attack and comes in from the Hayes close end and bowls, and is steered back to the bowler by a new batsman, Jordan Cox, just underway with a single. 21 to Jack Leaning, the skipper. Clouds still fairly high with 1 or 2 exceptions, so to sum up, we might just get a brief shower through which they might actually stay on. There were a few spots of rain while I was out during lunch, but nothing I think that they wouldn't have carried on playing through. We've got 2 slips in a gully, Cook, Harmer and Walter respectively, and Cox plays the ball to mid-off. Jordan Cox played tremendously well in that game last season at Canterbury. Fairly late season, early September it was, and he basically was responsible for seeing the game into a 4th day, the significance of which was the forecast was diabolical. But a mixture of a sort of 2.5-hour window, plus fabulous work by the Kent ground staff, for which I'm sure the players didn't thank them at all, enabled Essex to get the last 2 wickets down on the final day when no player looked likely. Good stop in the gully by Paul Walter, who's having a good time in the field out there. Effected a run out with a direct hit. Harry Finch, the victim. And at that stage, Kent at 34 for 3 looked in big trouble. But that partnership to which Matt was referring, between Leaning and Compton, had almost got Kent to not a bad position at all if it had been 92 for 3 at lunch. Cook's in. Bowls a leave from Cox, and certainly with Kent having their problem, particularly with bowlers injured and so on, but I do feel, Matt, that this partnership probably is as crucial as any for Kent.
Yeah. Absolutely. Joey Everson has shown some class with the bat this summer, but they just need to stem the tide. I'm throwing all sorts of metaphors at this, but they do need to slow things down a bit, Kent, really. It feels all a bit of a rush, the 4 wickets falling in the morning, and 93 for 4, but yeah, I think this is a big partnership.
Cook again. Bowls, and that's a very good delivery. It's a good leave, you'd have to say, but it won't look so good if the next one, that was an off-cutter, and another one might just hit the stumps, but Cox looks a little bit suspiciously at the pitch there. I think it was just a fairly straightforward ball that came back from outside off stump, which isn't unusual for a right-arm bowler. But give the batsman credit, it didn't hit the stumps. He's got up 1 and 21 to Leaning at the other end. Cook to pass umpire Rob Bailey is on his way now. Hayes close end bowls, and model forward defensive shot from Cox. Maiden over from Sam Cook, one of many that he bowls. Superb bowler, and one day you feel his reward shall be in heaven and he'll play for England, but not sure it's particularly close yet for him, certainly not while Ever Anderson and Broad are holding fort. 93 for 4.
Well, as I said before, my feelings on Sam Cook have been made obvious over the years of the battle between these two, in that I'm surprised he hasn't got closer. I just love watching him bowl, notwithstanding it's against Kent, and obviously yes. I report on Kent for a living, but what a cricketer. I think you have to admire excellence when you see it.
Exactly.
And where we talk about, and following on from that, we talk about partnerships between Kent batters, and we talk about Jordan Cox and Jack Leaning. I cast my mind back to those lockdown days, but also a 400+ partnership between the two of them against Sussex. Half of that will be nice for Kent at this point.
Yeah, I think you'd settle for that. As Harmer's in bowls and the ball is clipped off the pads, beats the diving Critchley at short mid-wicket. Walter is around from long on to a sort of deep mid-wicket sort of position, and they take 2 runs there, taking the score to 95 for 4 and Leaning up to 23.
Indeed he is. So Harmer will take the ball from Tom Wesley, who's at mid-off. And comes into bowl now to Leaning, who does get forward on this. As you were saying, boy, he looked strangely, well maybe not strangely, but hesitant the way he was playing Harmer before. Almost tentative, whereas before lunch he was being more aggressive, moving his feet more. You do wonder if he can get back into it. Well, there we are. He does move his feet and drives the ball attractively up to long on. And there's a single.
Yeah, almost as if the Essex lunch had just taken a little bit out of him. We do like to try all the tricks in the book, you know.
Has he had the suet pudding, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
What about custard jack? Would you like that?
Oh, I think both.
So, I definitely go for both, but I'm not a professional athlete. Cox just nudges that into the onside with the spin from the off spinner. And there's a single taken out to Das, who comes in from the boundary. He's going to be replaced tomorrow by Dan Lawrence as he comes back, having not been selected for England, which is an odd kind of thing, but as Harmer bowls to Leaning, given a bit of space there to rock back and punch into the offside, and he'll get a comfortable 2 there. They move on to 99 for 4, but a bit of like the relaxation of the rules of the 100 in letting players go back to their respective counties for one-day games. I think it's about right, isn't it? You want to see the best players playing rather than putting their feet up.
But I mean, England have been in the habit of announcing their team a day or 2 before each match, which I think they did again. So I don't know why they felt it necessary to hang on to Lawrence overnight.
That's a very good point. So Harmer bowls to Leaning, gives it a bit more air. Leaning waits for it though. Again, just deflects it out to the offside and will take a single. And that is the 100 up. Ripple of applause from a few people in front of us who recognise the milestone for Kent. They're 100 for 4 at the end of the 33rd. Harmer has... You do take your life in your hands here, don't you? 1 for 31. Cook 2 for 11 at the other end. 8 overs and 4 maidens has been positively parsimonious.
Don't forget we've got the scoreboard on the screen up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, it was on another screen for a moment, so I was just leaning out to see if I could see the Simon Harmer's analysis there. But, or is it constantly on that one? I beg your pardon.
Oh yes, it's up there as well.
Yeah. I do.
We think of everything.
So I don't need to throw myself over the balcony, which is, well, at least not for that.
So Sam Cook continuing from the Hayes close end. Bowls and Leaning, getting everything over this delivery and typically on the front foot and gets well forward as well. Steers the ball out into the cover region to Matt Critchley, and there's no run, and the 100 for 4. And talking of whom, Essex, I think I'd be right in saying, maybe not, but conceivably they may well have a bowler who hasn't bowled, who's got the best strike rate of any member of the team, and that is Matt Critchley, a leg spinner who has a phenomenal record of taking a wicket the over that he comes on. And I'm wondering at what moment Tom Wesley will suddenly produce him, as this ball is played down to mid-off for no run. The score remains 100 for 4.
Yeah, Leaning going back into his, I'd say his defensive shell. He's on the front foot there, but yeah, nice to have Critchley up your sleeve should you need a partnership breaking. He's much better than that.
He
is, isn't it?
He is, and he bowls leg spin. And it's not that he turns the ball that much that I've seen, but he had a glorious habit of taking wickets, and he's just as that's just as true in white ball cricket. Cook's in, bowls. It was a good delivery because that for sure at mid-wicket was not where Jack Leaning was aiming, but it was perfectly safe along the ground. There was no hint of a wicket there. Bracewell does the fielding, and Kent remain 100 for 4, and you feel that the game here is a little bit both up for grabs and at a crossroads. A good big partnership between these two will put Kent in a very reasonable position, but if Essex can break the partnership fairly pronto after lunch, then they would feel that they'd possibly broken the back of the Kent innings. As Cook's in, bowls and played back to the bowler, and that's not overlooking the fact there's been a couple of superb recoveries from Kent through the lower order in recent matches. One thinks of the Surrey game and you know, the terrific couple of late partnerships that at one point looked as if Kent were going to pull off a famous victory.
Yeah, I've been a bit brittle this season. I think again they've really struggled with the bowling strength in terms of injury.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, left to me, I'd have kept Darren Stevens on for at least another.
Don't start that.
For at least another decade. Oh, and that's. Is he going to be given out? Yes, he is. He's walking. So the batsman, Jack Leaning, deciding that yes, he definitely hit it. He waited for a moment. It's a catch. It just flicked the edge, and a good catch low down to his right by Adam Rossington, the wicketkeeper. Sees the Kent skipper depart for 27, and it's not as if we saw Leaning face many deliveries after lunch, but he simply didn't look as assured as he did all the way through the pre-lunch. Oh, and that's...
No, I'd agree. Quite as fluent. He was
at least another decade.
Like I said before, he was moving his feet more, just more perhaps alert at the crease, and whatever's happened to the interruption during lunch, looks ruefully back over his shoulder. Jack Lee.
That's why I
just for a moment, but yeah, he's going. But another great delivery from Cook as well.
But I say this, and that's guaranteed its authenticity. Is he going to be given out? Yes, he is. He's walking. So the batsman, Jack Leaning, decided too much. At least another decade. No,
I know.
Don't wish to malign him at all.
I know what you mean. One doesn't want to be judgmental.
No.
But if there's any contributing factor, that might have been it. But
yeah, it's interesting. We've just seen the replay there.
Yeah.
Now, normally he's here when he's playing the ball, but he's still on his crease.
Yeah,
so
right.
his instinct for getting forward, which he almost unfailingly implemented in the period before lunch, here he didn't really move the feet, and the ball just possibly straightened a little bit on him, and took the edge, and it barely carried to the wicket-keeper. It was a very good catch.
It's a good delivery again from Sam Cook, who's 3 for 11 from a ball shy of 9 overs now. Joey Everson comes in. So 2 young batters at the crease for Kent. Everson with some work to do here, some responsibility on his young shoulders. Sam Cook has 1 ball left. We saw him take 2 and 2 earlier in the piece. His captain would love that again. He really would be. Filleting through Kent at that point. So yeah, Kent in some trouble here. 100 for 5. Essex really have, well, if not dominated the day entirely because of that 58 partnership between Compton and Leaning, they certainly have been ahead most of this contest so far, since Kent won the toss and elected a bat, of course.
Yeah, it's always that sort of boycott maxim, always add 2 wickets to a score to get the true picture, because at 92 for 3, 1 ball before the last ball bowled before lunch, Kent has really made a very good recovery. So last ball of the over, as Cook comes in to bowl to Everson, who gets everything right here, comes forward, plays it down to mid-off. The over ends, 3 wickets for Cook, 100 for 5 on the board. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 11 to the miserly and often unplayable Sam Cook. Just give you scores elsewhere. England may be ruining putting Australia in, 113 for 2. Surrey 89 for 1 at Lords. Somerset 119 for 2 at Northampton. They have now started at Trent Bridge. Hampshire 22 for 2, and Lancashire 91 for 4 at Edgbaston. And I get the feeling that Warwickshire are going to go very close to landing another title this year.
Yeah, that bowling attack, actually even without Hassan Ali from early season and without Wokes, looked pretty good down at Kent.
Yeah.
Pretty unremitting as Harmer bowls too. Cox forward just stifles that back at the bowl, and there's no run.
And of course Warwickshire, yeah, they're only third, 23 behind Surrey, but they've got a game in hand and a much kinder run-in than Surrey are facing.
As Harmer bowls too. Cox turns out at the onside again, and there's no run. And Surrey, having looked probably the first couple of months of the season and into the first few weeks of the couple of weeks of the T20, looked like they were just going to win everything.
Yes, that's right.
That's not the way it's panning out now. Obviously, out in the semi-finals of the T20 blast, as this is played in the offside, by the way, it's their defensive shot again. So catchable then, maybe.
I mean, they didn't play at all well at Edgbaston. You know, they're in trouble, I think.
It's Harmer to Jordan Cox, who plays the ball down to the ground and then just puts his bat on top of it.
Having said that, I do expect Surrey to beat Middlesex fairly easily in the current match. Of course, Warwickshire have got 2 games against Middlesex, who I'm pretty certain are going to go down.
Here's Harmer to Cox. Just leans gently forward on that one, drives it up to long on, and there's a single for Walter Fields. Rolls it back underarm to his captain Tom Wesley. There's sweat coming off the brow onto the ball.
As we were saying earlier, Middlesex, I say I'm pretty certain they're going to go down. Of their last 6 games, no fewer than 4 of them are against the current top 3.
There's Harmer bowls to, oh, it's a great ball. That's gone through the gate, I think, of Joey Everson, and Rossington whips the bails off. Everson's in his ground, but didn't know too much about it, I think. Quicker delivery as well. As I said, coming through the gate. 101 for 5, Kent. 3 for Cox, none for Everson so far, and Kent having to dig in again after the loss of Compton just before lunch and Leaning just after it.
If you'd like to email us, it's bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, and your address again now?
kentcricket@gmail.com.
kentcricket@gmail.com, thank you. And must thank a member of the Essex technical team, Josh, who came round this morning. For a couple of months I haven't been able to get the emails on my laptop, and he just made it look such a breeze. So many thanks to Josh as Cook is in, bowls, and this ball is played back to the bowler, and you could describe Sam Cook almost as a professional's professional, because he just doesn't, he's not theatrical or anything like that. He'll appeal like anybody else if he thinks he's got someone out, but he just is businesslike in everything he does. He walks back briskly. He doesn't react with any histrionics. He just gets straight back, gets on with the job, even when he feels perhaps the umpires should have raised a finger and didn't. And he's such a good bowler, he really is. Remember the first time we saw him in a tour match against India here, and those of us covering it for BBC Essex said, wow, where's this bloke come from? As this is played through the covers, won't go for 4, but I think they'll get 3 here, as the ball will actually of its own volition, if balls can have volition, we won't go to the possible ramification of that, but it stops and made it easier for the field. It went out through extra cover, and 3 good runs there to Jordan Cox, and he moves along to, in fact those are his first 3, and he and Everson actually had both yet to break their duck. Joey Everson, who played very well, I must say, in the game at Canterbury that eventually was rained off this year in a way that last year it wasn't quite, and but he looked good, and he made a big score shortly after that, as Cook's in, bowls, and good technique from Everson there, gets that left foot well forward and outside off stump, at which he raises the bat, and
I shall depart with thoughts of what a ball having its own volition would do to the game of
yes.
We just had another wonderful quirk, and Don Topley will join Paul.
Thanks very much to Matt Cole there, your team today, Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent, Don Topley, and Paul Newton, myself, for BBC Essex. 2 slips, a gully. Cook in bowls to Everson. Oh, he plays and misses at that. That's another fine delivery from Essex's. I don't want to call him #1 bowler, because there's a little matter of Simon Harmer in the team. And Jamie Porter, you know, when Essex won their first of their recent titles in 2017, was the top wicket taker that year with 74 I counted, but officially I think he went down to 75 wickets, and don't want to do him out of one, as Don Topley duly joins me, and Cook comes racing in, bowls, and carefully played back to the bowler by Everson. Got sunshine at the moment. The forecast I saw thought the period between 2 and 4 was the most likely to be wet. At the moment that really doesn't look like happening, but some of the cloud cover is on the low side, and poor old Donna's.
Matt's lost his glasses.
Oh right, Matt has lost it now. I didn't see him with them, I have to say, but that is not clever, as Cook is on his way in. Bowls to Everson, good delivery, well played, down to mid-off, and that's the skipper, Tom Wesley. So there we are, the end of another very, very good over, I must say, from Sam Cook. 104 for 5, and Cook is now 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 14. Just those 3 runs off that over. Bowling beautifully today, down.
He is, isn't he? On this slow surface here at Chelmsford. Not forgetting, he had the openers put down as well, Paul, didn't he?
He did, yes.
They could have been 18 for 2.
Essex were quite butterfingered in that opening session, because there was another chance where 2 Essex fieldsmen managed to drop the same catch. Brown at one slip and Cook on the other side slip. As this is Brown at leg slip, I think it was, and Cook at conventional slip. As this first ball of a new over. Sorry, it's your commentary, Don.
Can I suggest something just to help our colleague Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, as Harmer bowls, giving a bit of air where the batsman comes forward, does Cox, and plays and smothers the spin. If it's all right with you, Paul, we because he has to do updates on the hour and half hour, we're going to go back to swapping on the hour and half hour.
It's a very good suggestion, yes.
As Harmer bowls a little bit quicker, outside off stump, smothered by Cox, who plays into the offside with particularly soft hands to stop the ball, you know, going off an edge in the air or on the inside edge to the man under the lid at bat pad. This time he goes back and plays off the back foot into the offside no run.
Yeah, I was talking about what a good chance I give Warwickshire of winning the title this season.
You have.
They are not Surrey for me, are the bigger danger to Essex. And now Lancashire playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston collapsed to 95 for 5.
Wow. This is played off the back foot, tickled round the corner to the man at 45. Sam Cook, as Paul mentions, bowled beautifully today here at Chelmsford. Armour bowled a little straighter, so playing around the corner is a very fair option for Cox. Cox this time, this one just bounces slightly and comes off the shoulder of the bat, goes into the offside. Nobody's there, it's safe. Good over from Harmer, 104 for 5, and that's the 37th over. Harmer's got 1 for 32 off 13.
Well, I was mentioning that collapse of Lancashire at Edgbaston, 95 for 5 in 33.1 overs. They were 75 for 2. And this is one of the tougher looking fixtures for Warwickshire. OK, they've got to play at the Oval, but I think they can probably win that one as well. And their other game is against Somerset. 4 of their last 6 are at home, and the 3 I haven't mentioned, 3 fixtures, are against the bottom 2, Middlesex twice and Northamptonshire once. That gives them a heck of a good chance as Cook is in and bowls to Everson. A little bit edgy, but he's going to get at least 1 run here as Das hurtles after the ball. He's very quick over the ground, Robin Das. Not a big man, shortish strides, but he can't half get through them quickly. Keeps it down to a single, and Kent are 105 for 5.
As you know, I run some festivals, Paul.
Yes, well done on that.
The under-12s and the under-11s.
Yep.
The under-12s is coming up at the end of the month. But I remember Joey Everson of Lincolnshire coming as an under-11. I think he actually comes as an under-10, 11, and then came back with the 12s. So I remember him vividly playing at the MCCF up in Suffolk.
And here Everson has pulled this ball away to the square leg boundary. And sorry, that's Jordan Cox on strike there, my mistake. Goes to the square leg boundary. It was short and quite the worst ball that Cook has bowled all day. In fact, probably only the bad ball, the only bad ball that he's bowled. And here Everson has pulled this ball away to the square leg boundary. Moves into double figures, 110 for 5.
And if my memory serves me right, and I'm full of useless information, was it Cox who went to school at Felsted? I think he did.
He may well have. Yeah, apparently I'm hearing someone say yes. Oh, and there's this one.
Ooh, walked his shot there.
Yeah, it did. I struck him on the pad. I think probably would have gone down leg side, but he missed the attempted flick away off the pads. I gave Kent 1 run too many a moment ago. They're 109 for 5, with 10 to Cox and 1 to Everson.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. He went to Felsted. So Jason Gallion would have had a lot to do with him.
Great man, Jason.
He's now become Essex County Cricket Club's chairman of cricket, I think is his role.
This is Jason, is it?
Jason, yes.
Yeah, good for him. As this next ball is played down to mid-on, there's no run. We had Jason Gallion as a guest to the Cricket Society a few years ago and amused us all with the fairly celebrated tale of how Kevin Peterson so estranged Nottinghamshire supporters with his behaviour that on the day he was going to leave, Jason Gallion threw Peterson's cricket bag over the pavilion railings, his way of saying goodbye and good riddance. As Cook's in, bowls, and nicely played by Cox back to the bowler, modelled backward defensive, but no one would dispute Kevin Peterson, fantastic batsman, but not an easy man, I think, to get on with in the dressing room.
You know, we were talking about the T20s and the different philosophies or game plans. It's interesting. He is a very fine player, probably going to be mentioned as one of the greats. We've got to stop in play here. Sam Cook is complaining to Rob Bailey, the umpire, about how the bowlers' footmarks are breaking up because they were pounded down by that instrument they use, smashed into the floor, and I think Sam now has dug a hole whereby he wants the hole chamfered around the edges to make it a bit smoother rather than a complete cliff. So I think that's what we've got to hold up in play.
Yeah, it could take a while. Lovely to hear the word chamfered, by the way. We'll give you a
why
bonus.
is that? Why?
We give it. Well, it's rarely used. You wouldn't
Is
normally
it?
hear it. Yeah, no, it's nice.
Were you
get a
about to-
bonus point.
You gave me some credit.
Yeah, I know it's not characteristic, you may think, but I'm a sort of very generous man on the quiet.
Are you? Very quiet.
And as such, I'm delighted to tell everybody as a further present that England have a third wicket at Old Trafford.
Good.
And it's our friend Steve Smith, who's LBW to Mark Wood for 41, after a dangerous-looking partnership had taken Australia 59 runs further north. Earlier, Broad had Kawaja LBW for 3, and this time it was Wokes who eventually got Warner for 32, caught behind. Then this 59-run partnership. Labuschagne, who's had a miserable series so far, is grinding his way out of it. 34 off 68 balls not out.
Yes.
And just been joined by Travis Head on
Right.
121 for 3.
Can I ask you a question? Don't lose that page. Smith got 44, did you say?
It's 34. Beg your pardon, 41.
41. How many balls did he face?
52.
Okay.
5 fours, 1 6.
Yeah, I just got the impression when you said that, I haven't followed it, as he scored reasonably quickly.
Yeah.
Well, those boundaries clearly make us stay. Just going back to Kevin Peterson, what I was going to say, we've still got this hold up as the head groundsman, Stuart Kerrison, is chamfering. He's trying to scrape one side of where Sam Cook has made a hole. And that is a problem for Sam Cook, and you want to look after your ankles, and now they're brushing the remnants of what Stuart Kerrison has forced out of that or around the hole, and they're now I think it's called a pack dirt, or where you pack dirt and brush and you pick it up and put it into their plastic bin. But anyway, play will resume shortly. But what I was going to say about Kevin Peterson, we enjoyed him, and you talked about him being a very fine player. But I don't know if he's the kind of player you would want to bat for your life.
No, I think that's a fair point. I mean, there are times when he'll not only bat for your life, but he'll save it. But I've seen him deliberately throw his wicket away. He's one of only 2 or 3 players I've ever seen just deliberately get out. It was a match here against Nottinghamshire. Come back to that, but here is the resumption of play after a 4-minute break, and Cook's in from the Hayes close end bowls to Cox, who places a few yards back down the track. The BBC Essex sports editor was a fellow called Robin Chipperfield.
I remember him.
Very nice lad indeed. And Robin left and went up to work for Nottinghamshire, for BBC Radio Nottingham, and has subsequently gone to Australia, where I think he's doing pretty well. Terrific fellow, liked him very much indeed. Very good commentator, actually. And the point would be that apparently Kevin Peterson had given Robin Chipperfield an assurance that when he was out, he'd come up and give him an interview here. And, sorry, over to you.
Harmer in, start a new over. Bowls a nice delivery, is a bit of an edge. Wasn't an arm ball, just probably didn't turn quite as much. And they take a single there down to short third man. 109 for 5 here at Chelmsford.
I'll continue that anecdote at the end of the over because there's not much time between deliveries with Harmer bowling.
Harmer in again, right arm over the wicket. He bowls, and this is played with soft hands by Cox, just into the leg side. No run.
Yes, I think one of the things that make Essex a difficult team to play, when they're bowling, they're at you all the time. You don't get sort of 10 overs where you can suddenly score 100.
Quicker ball, doesn't come so far forward, plays from the crease, plays with a slight open face bat as it was just on and around off stump. No run. 110 for 5.
Bracewell went for 3 wickets, 3 boundaries in an over, and he was immediately out of the attack.
In he comes. This is turned and bounced, but I think that's come off the hip or the thigh pad. It does. Brown takes well. It was an easy catch for him under the lid at forward short leg.
Good bounce. Good bounce from Harmer there.
Spinners love bounce. In he comes again. This time he's clipped off his, well, maybe middle stump, middle and leg, clipped along the floor to Brown, under the lid, no run. Yeah, spinners love bounce. I remember John Embry, Philip Edmonds at Middlesex talking about they'd much rather a pitch have bounce than turn. This time it gives a bit of air. This time it's clipped wide of, I think it is Dougie Bracewell on the drive on the onside, and there is just the single as Paul Water does the fielding. And the score at the end of the over, 111 for 5, and you can finish the story.
Yeah, so
Kevin Peterson.
Peterson went out. He'd already been dropped twice, and just holed out quite deliberately, transparently, to extra cover, and made sure he got enough lob on the ball to make sure it'd be a very easy catch indeed. And sure enough, 10 minutes later, in his bare feet, he came round and duly turned up for the interview with Robin Chipperfield.
Very good.
And Robin sort of said to him, you were in a bit of a hurry out there, Kevin. He said, look, Robin, I've done all the hard work this season. It's time for someone else to get some runs. And, you know, a very arrogant statement. And in a sense, you can see his point, but you shouldn't chuck your wicket away.
No, understand. Bracewell into the attack. Essex is fast. He went for a few runs off and over, as Paul highlighted earlier, but listen, he's done quite well for Essex in the last few games.
Well, he certainly did at Blackpool, as he comes in and bowls and it's hit back firmly for 4. That's a lovely shot. No need for anybody to chase that. Jordan Cox, the man on strike, need I say. And it goes between bowler and mid-on, and from the moment it left the bat, you could see where it was going to end up. Well, he certainly did at Blackpool, as he comes in and bowls and it's hit back firmly for 4. That's a lovely shot. No need for anybody to chase that. Jordan Cox, the man around for Kent.
Well, I built him up, said he's done very well, but whether it was you, me or Bracewell, it was a genuine half volley.
Bracewell's in again, Hayes close end, bowls, that's a better length, and Cox plays the ball on its merits to Critchley in the covers, and we haven't seen Critchley bowl yet, Tom.
No, and he will have an impact on this surface. It will turn. A wrist spinner on this surface, I believe, will turn. We will see a fair amount of him either later or certainly in Kent's second innings. Remember what I've said on this pitch, Paul. I believe today is the best time to bat on this surface.
Bracewell bowls, and that's a lead from Cox, and I haven't got the figures to prove it, Don. I may be wrong, but I suspect in terms of actual strike rate, Critchley's would compare favourably with anyone in this Essex side, because he doesn't.
Championship cricket.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, he's just as effective in one day. Come to that, I mean, he's got a 5-for. The only Essex bowler to take a 5-for in the T20 this year. As you know, he doesn't bowl a huge number of overs, and that's what would make his strike rate quite good.
Listen, I sincerely hope your research assistant doesn't let you down.
As Bracewell's in, bowls to Cox. Good delivery, forces Cox onto the back foot, but he plays it with all the time in the world, down to a nice bit of football from Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper. I can imagine he'd been a good footballer. He's very good at sort of keepy-uppy, even with a cricket ball.
Yes, probably played a midfield dynamo, I guess.
Yeah, he certainly wouldn't have been a winger, because he's not quick. But, as you say, somewhere, you know, centre-half or midfield. Probably wouldn't be in the forward line, because again you need to sort of be very quick off the mark up there, but this ball is played into the covers. The aforesaid Critchley is easy to recognise as he's the only besun-hatted Essex fieldsman, and the score remaining at 115 for 5.
Well, the first thing I can say, Tom Wesley, who you mentioned about his football skills, probably supports Cambridge United, doesn't he? Because he would come from that area. But Tom Wesley has currently scored 891 runs, but he's not the leading run scorer anymore. James Rue, with his recent double century, has taken over that.
Yeah, Somerset.
he has 952 runs.
Yes, the selectors have got their radar out on him as this ball is played into the covers for no run, and apart from that first ball, which wasn't a rank bad delivery, it was just a fairly friendly half volley, beautifully put away by Jordan Cox, but good over that besides, and 15 to Cox, 2 to Everson. Kent rebuilding after the losses just before and just after lunch of Ben Compton for 47, and then just trying to remember who the last man out was. Just to remind me, Don.
Matt, last man out, Kent man. It was before. It was left-hander, the opener.
No, that was before lunch. But who's been out after lunch?
Leaning,
of course, Jack Leaning, and he just hadn't looked the same player after lunch as he did before. For Walter, just been called in from the long on boundaries. Harmer begins a new over from the river end.
You commentate, please, just for a minute.
Right, yep. As Harmer bowls and the ball is swept round, but nicely fielded a backward square leg by Sam Cook, and that prevents what, I'm not sure it would have gone all the way to boundary, but certainly prevents 2 runs, and there is no run taken, 115 for 5.
Well, in the bowling averages,
Harmer's in bowls and the ball is steered into covers, no run.
You are quite correct, because Critchley, of all the proper bowlers, has the better strike rate of 38. So every 38 balls bowled, he picks up a wicket.
Harmer's in and bowls, and this ball is swept for 4. A very good shot indeed, beautifully timed, goes to the deep backward square leg boundary. 119 for 5, and Cox to 19.
Well, he's taken his wickets at 22. He's taken just 12. He's only bowled 76, 77 overs, but his strike rate is 38. No, other people, well, Porter's strike rate's 40.5. Cook is 44. Walter is better, but he's hardly bowled.
And Harmer bowls, and it's Everson. I said Cox a moment ago. It was Everson with that splendid sweep shot to the square leg boundary for 4. My apologies to him. He's got 6. Cox is at the non-striker's end on 15, and Harmer coming round the wicket now to bowl to Everson.
Harmer's 58.7 as a strike rate.
And next ball from Harmer is played to short mid-wicket, no run.
What you notice about Harmer's strike rate, look, it's not a bad one, it's not a brilliant one, but he's just bowled an amazing amount of overs. He's bowled 362 overs. Thereby giving the quicker bowlers far more chance of a good rest between spells. Single here as Everson nudges the ball just past Bracewell at short mid-wicket. Robin Dass comes in from deep mid-wicket to make sure there's nothing more than a single. At the end of that over, Kent are 120 for 5, having chosen the bat. They were 92 for 4 at lunch. Cox has made 15 and Everson 7. Well, you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. It's Paul Newton, Don Topley and Matt Cole bringing you the ball-by-ball action of day 1 here in Chelmsford. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you, to have you as company, whether you're in the car, in the gardening, maybe doing a spot of ironing, or maybe secretly you've got us in your ear whilst you're at work. Welcome one and all. 120 for 5, and this time is just before 25 past 2, and it's going to be Bracewell again to continue from the Hayes close end. Slip and a gully, and Bracewell is in. This is a leg stump half volley. It's been clipped and it's been missed by mid-on, who dived. It's Sam Cook, who has been the most successful seamer in this Essex attack. Slip and a gully. He's misfielded that, and it's gone for 4. This is a leg stump half volley. It's been clipped and it's been missed by mid-on, who another, I wouldn't call it a leg stump half volley, but it was a run scoring opportunity, beautifully executed by Joey Everson, formerly of Nottinghamshire, and indeed prior to that he was on the Lincolnshire pathway. Bracewell in, and he bowls him. It's a ball that's nipped back, I believe. Maybe he got that slightly wrong. I don't know if he got an edge on it, but he's been castled with the off stump leaning back, and Everson has to go. Bowled by Bracewell for 11, and Kent's 6th wicket goes down. They're still in a real spot of trouble on 124 for 6.
Yeah, no, he didn't get an edge on it because he shouldered arms.
Sheer
Just raised the bat
halfway.
high above his head. I've seen the replay.
Bracewell in, and he bowls him. It's a ball that's nipped
leaving
back.
that.
I believe.
You hit the death rattle.
Halfway. Just like Mike Gatton used to do.
Yes.
In, and he
Remember,
bowls
he
him.
had
It's a
him
ball
in
that's
test
nipped
matches.
back. I believe on his test career he used to get out to Malcolm Marshall.
Bracewell
In, and he bowls him. It's a ball
He did.
that's nipped back.
And in a
I
different sort
believe
of way, that
maybe
famous, never to be forgotten, Shane Warne delivery that bowled him first ball at, I think it was Old Trafford, wasn't it, in 1993.
Yes.
And what a, just in passing, we mentioned Shane Warne, for me, possibly the greatest cricketer of all time, when you consider all the many aspects of the man, you know. I mean, we say Don Bradman, but he wasn't a terribly charismatic character, whereas I think Shane Warne was a revolutionary. He sort of warmed everybody to the game of cricket.
You can remember. I trust and I respect the fact that you can remember Don Bradman. You look well.
Yes, it was in my previous existence to this one, but yes.
My dad watched him. My dad was at the Oval for his final knock.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it Tom Dollery got him out, was it? I think at the Oval.
Hollies, I think.
Eric
Yeah.
Hollies.
Yes.
Eric Hollies. Yeah, my dad was there. I've actually got a bat at home, actually, signed by that Ashes in England side. Maybe that's something I should bring in tomorrow to allow you to talk about.
Well,
you
yes.
remember many of those players from those former years.
Somewhere I've got a postcard with signed by all the England players on a tour. I can't remember exactly which tour, but it was to Australia in around about the time of the 50s. And they got the boat to go to Australia in those days. And it took about 6 weeks, you know, to get out there, and presumably a similar time to come back. And so, yeah, whoever got the postcard signed did a great job. It's in a drawer somewhere at home.
Bracewell comes in, and it's left outside off stump by the new batsman, Grant Stewart, who we chatted with this morning at the wicket.
Yeah, Bracewell, I'm sorry, I'm talking of Stewart here. He's a big hitter, and he
does, isn't he?
Been involved in one or two good late order partnerships for Kent. Of course, in that T20 game at Canterbury between the two sides, he turned the match round with, he took 20 odd from an over by Dan Sams.
Bracewell in, it's clipped off his legs down the leg side slightly. Well, it's going to be an easy scoring shot for him as Stewart comes back for the 2 runs to Kent, 126 for 4. Very effective all-rounder indeed. But I'm going to bring that bat in. If I just may mention this about a quick story about this famous bat signed by all the great English and Australians of an Ashes series pre-war. But when I came home one day from school, I went in the garden. I went in to the house. Reese was in the garden as Bracewell bowls. This is driven into the onside where mid-on field's no run. And I said to Julie, I said, Jules, where's Reese? She said, he's in the garden. Oh, right. What's he doing? I think he's playing cricket. And he was about 5 or 6, messing around. Do you know what, Paul? He found this vintage Ashes bat, and he was banging the stumps in like you're not meant to. Do you know what I mean? With a full face.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I went loopy. Ashes bat, vintage, worth a lot of money. Bowled, outside off stump, driven into the offside, and there is no run. I nearly had to tan him within an inch of his life. Shouldn't say that on radio. But there we go. End of the over. Score 126 for 6.
Just got an email which stop me if you've already read it out, but you may not have done. It was in a period where you were on with Matt before lunch, from Andy Pye, who says Dover certainly stopped playing at the Crabble many years ago. Though an Essex supporter, I skippered the old Colfians second 11 there in the Kent League many years ago and managed to be last out in a tie, a panic which has haunted me ever since, ! That was a year or two before they stopped playing. Whether they rose from the ashes, I'm not sure.
Somebody came in and suggested Dover Cricket Club has merged They did have financial problems, but they've merged and moved somewhere. Harmer bowls. This is your over. Sorry, sir.
And Harmer bowls, and it's played to deep mid on or long on virtually. It's about Paul Walter's about 15 yards up from the boundary, and sort of cross between deep mid on and long on, and he's actually now being sent all the way back because Grant Stewart is well capable of some massive hits. As he faces Harmer now, and Stewart plays the ball a few yards back to the bowler. He probably isn't thinking of having a massive hit quite yet, but he's a very, very powerful man. It was a good wicket for Essex to take of Everson, because he's well capable of getting rather more than he did get. Next ball is a lovely square cut for 4, and that was a loose delivery from Harmer, half tracker really, and all Stewart needed to do was to rock the weight back onto the back foot and find a nice big gap through extra cover, and the score to 131 for 6.
Yeah, run scoring opportunity. Probably Simon Harmer's worst ball of the day, got what it deserved, and Grant Stewart is a very effective all-rounder. He's not going to allow that to be bowled and not make worth of it, and he certainly did for 4.
Harmer around the wicket, river end bowls, that comes off the pad. They scoot through for a fairly leisurely leg by, just about to be signalled by Graham Lloyd, standing at the river end, 132 for 6. And I think you'd have to say that with Kent choosing to bat, Essex would be the happier of the two sides at this juncture. Harmer is in with slip and a bat pad, bowls, and that's going down to Paul Walter, coming off the long on boundary for a single, 133 for 6. Cox has 17, and Stewart coming back into strike has made 6. Stewart, a man, if he stays in the length of time at all, he'll probably score pretty quickly. Harmer bowls through, that's tossed up. He's driven this for 4. Lovely shot. Gap between extra cover and mid-off. And beautifully timed, so he's taken 2 boundaries in the Harmer over. 10 to Stewart, 17 to Cox. And Kent are 137 for 6 after 43 overs. And I think we'll just wait for, I think Matt has to do a 2:30, and then he'll come in and replace me.
Yep. Yes. He's got, they work him hard at BBC Radio Kent, don't they? Updates every half an hour.
Thank heavens BBC Essex don't work us that hard. Oh, I shouldn't really mention that, but
11, 1 and 4 our updates.
Yeah.
Well, most of the Essex population are listening to BBC Essex on their online sports commentary, aren't they?
That's right, that's the reasoning.
They don't go to the Made Broadstream radio show, because they're listening to us live, or indeed on the streaming service, which is being provided by all the cricket clubs today. Not missing any action, as Wesley has had to go and retrieve that ball from the boundary and move to the other side of the ground, going from mid-off to mid-off, end of the over, and Bracewell is ready. 2 slips. There's also a man at short mid-wicket awaiting. This is played. He opens the face of the bat. Well played by Cox. He went with the ball. He just opened the face and played it into the offside. Sensible batting there. Good bowling.
Yeah, the latest score from Old Trafford, Australia, put into about 139 for 3, with Labuschagne and Head at the crease. Elsewhere, Surrey 107 for 2 at Lords against Middlesex. Somerset 149 for 3 at Northampton. Hampshire 43 for 2, delayed start at Trent Bridge. And Lancashire, slight recovery, 120 for 5 at Edgbaston.
Bracewell coming in from the Hayes close end. This is an identical ball, just around off stump, played into the offside. Little bit of movement. Good defensive technique there by Cox. As we said, was schooled at Felsted School.
Yes, he's a fine player, Jordan Cox, and has a good record of making decent scores against Essex, and certainly Essex would be the happier if they could remove him before he does a lot more damage.
I do think any score 100 and something, 170, 180 is a good score to be bowled. Well, is good for the bowling side. Bracewell bowls. This is driven back past the bowler. Mid-on comes straighter to prevent the ball going for any runs. Dot ball. I think.
Yeah, take your points. Greenish pitch, and you know, the ball's been moving around a little bit, you know, without a doubt. It's not just been straight up and down all day by any manner of means. So if that continues to be the case, Kent would also fancy their chances of getting among the wickets.
In comes Bracewell with a Duke's ball, not a Kookaburra. This is played into the leg side. Paul Water misses it at short mid-wicket. They take one and they come back for the second. 2 to Cox. Good looking shot. Just evades the tall figure of Paul Water at mid-wicket.
He's fielded very well today, Paul Walter, but he probably should have got that one, or at least got something on it, because he just slightly put his hand in the wrong place and thus missed the ball. But as I say, he has fielded quite excellently.
Am I being rude to say he went down in stages?
Yes, I think that's well described.
In comes Bracewell. He passes umpire Bailey. He bowls. Looks like an off-cutter to me, just the way his hand and his fingers went down the side of the ball.
And it's also a slightly slower ball, but it didn't deceive Cox.
No, didn't deceive me either.
No.
Eh?
Yeah. Let's hope for you yet, Dom.
Not much, but...
I was thinking the other day, strangely enough, of your fantastic part in Essex's win over Lancashire here in the NatWest in 1992, when you and John Childs, with Mick Garnham, pulled off an improbable victory.
Bracewell in, played into the leg side. Once again, going to be a brace of runs as Cox plays sensibly. It's pulled up just in front of the boundary, I think, by Nick Brown, I think it is. And that concludes the end of the over. 141, I now think it is, for 6.
Yeah, had we known it was you out there, I'd have described it as an impossible victory. But to be fair, you played very well. Matt Cole is going to come in and replace me.
Thank you, Paul Newton, for his commentary. And we're going to welcome back BBC Radio Kent's Matt Cole for an afternoon session. Can he? Well, look, there's a bit of blue sky coming over. It's getting a bit brighter. I wonder if Matt Cole will join us and get himself some runs, or will he get a couple of Kent wickets as Harmer starts a new over. Round the wicket, this time to Grant Stewart, bowls quite straight. Stewart goes back, plays it out to mid-off. There is no run. Dangerous cricketer, Grant Stewart. Ebullient, all-rounder, as this time he comes down the wicket. This is in the air. Will Water get it, or will it go for 6? It's gone for 6, just out of my view. That was hit quite powerfully, but I know Paul Water, who started off right in front of us, he suddenly got interested, and he moved the best part of 5, 6, 7 metres to our left, slightly out of view, and he left it alone, and it sailed for 6. The umpire, Graham Lloyd, son of David Lloyd, is looking at the ball to make sure there's no grit or anything in the ball. Harmer in again, bit quicker. This is swept straight at the fielder, which is Sam Cook, fielding at 45, saving 1. Very powerfully hit, but alas, no run. 147 for 6. Little partnership here now, useful partnership, played off the back foot by Stewart. Sensibly just plays it into the offside, no run. Good afternoon, Matt.
Hello there. It's a bit of fun, isn't it? Grant Stewart smashing the ball about.
Oh, an effective all-rounder. This time he laps, and it goes nowhere. There's no chance of anything. In fact, it is Alistair Cook, he of first slip, who ends up doing a bit of fielding. No run.
More or less a shot of ball for Grant Stewart here, isn't it? Certainly taking on Harmer. He's just looking to farm as many runs as he can as quickly as possible, but play to your strength, I suppose.
This time he gives himself a bit of room and he plays and misses as he tries to play it through the offside against the spin. It was there, but he's missed it through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 147 for 6. Grant Stewart, we had a quick brief chat with him as well, didn't we?
He's a very engaging fellow,
You know
Grant.
everyone.
Well, hardly, Don.
You
Crikey.
do.
You're talking about yourself there rather than me, but no, a very engaging figure is Grant Stewart. Always wanted to say hello.
Accent?
Well, Australian. I couldn't tell you which part of Australia or not.
So,
but yes, yeah.
And is he one of these gentlemen that qualifies?
He's everybody's favourite.
Is he?
Italian Australian from Sandwich, I like to say. There we go.
Is he? Now, listen, I'm talking about that. You know, I come up with all this useless information.
I'd never say that. Well, not your face
Italy.
anyway.
Bracewell on the way in, he bowls, and this is clipped into the leg side again. Cox is going to collect his third 2. No, he's not. He's going to collect his first 4 through mid-wicket. What a delightful shot.
Was beautiful.
Although, can I say, for the first ball for each of Bracewell's last 3 overs have gone for 4 through mid-wicket. They've been sort of leg stump half volleys, first ball of the over. Worth noting that.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
So you're going to say something about Italian cricket, is that right?
Yes. I read on Twitter, and I don't know how I did or why I did. I think as Bracewell is on his way in, bowls, this is driven a little straighter this time, driven nicely up to mid-off, no run. Gareth Berg, formerly of Middlesex, Hampshire, Northants, he's the man in charge of Italian cricket.
He's head of recruitment as well. So yeah.
This week, I am sure.
Oh, you're not playing for Italy, no. No.
I'm one of the few that isn't. I think the lad Wayne Madson's making his debut. Wayne Madson of Derbyshire is making his debut in the European Cup League or whatever it is this time. Decent ball bowled on a length, comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat. There is no run.
Jade Dernbach has played for Italy as well.
He has, isn't he?
Indeed so.
He has.
Grant's mum is Italian, so he does probably qualify. So if you're thinking there's anything a bit Jack Charlton going on about
I've got to be careful with this, but there's quite a lot. Where does Grant come from?
So from Australia originally.
Melbourne?
I'm going to look him up in the book.
Because you talk about Grant's mum is Italian, as Bracewell bowls bouncer through to the keeper. There's the effort ball. There is no run. Simply ducked out of the way. Cox, good cricket from him. Decent effort from Bracewell, but there is no wicket.
You're not going to get in touch with immigration after I tell you.
No. But there's a lot. There's a big Italian community in Melbourne.
Western Australia, Kalgoorlie. There we go.
Kalgoorlie, yeah. That's famous for mining. Kalgoorlie. Yes. So a slip in a gully. Good afternoon to any Italians listening. As this is bowled, short of a length, played and pushed with rather tall shape there, played in to the offside. They're going to take 1 and come back for 2 and come back for the 3rd. Good running from Kent. Good shot. Best shot at, there was a 6 by Grant Stewart, but that was a pretty good shot from Cox then, who collects 3. He moves to 28. This is a productive partnership here, worth 30.
Yeah, they've gone counter-attacking, these two, haven't they? Particularly Grant Stewart, obviously, trying to smash the leather off the ball.
And he comes, Bracewell passing the umpire. Bailey down the leg side off the pad, I believe. We'll have a look at umpire Rob Bailey. He is signalling a leg by, and Rossington does the fielding. 155 for 6. Yeah, there's a... I wonder if... I'm trying to think of anyone else.
I didn't realise Wayne Madsen was Italian. There we go.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, he's playing for them.
Yes.
Amjad Khan, is it? Played for Kent? Played for Denmark.
Amjad Khan.
Amjad Khan.
Yes.
See, there's another one.
Yeah.
Played for Denmark. Currently is working in law in Denmark, I believe.
Yeah, I think. Was he not originally from Denmark? Amjad.
Well, he played for your lot.
There we go.
Well, I know, but you're allowed to. We're very, very generous here at Kent. You can play.
I would like to play for Bermuda.
It's not like Yorkshire. You don't have to be born in. So, well, that sounds good. Harmer bowls to.
If I had a chance,
I'm sure you could apply. I don't want to get in anybody's way of doing anything, Don. So if that's your dream,
but I only want to play in home games.
Okay. All sorts of dangerous territory here. Stewart has launched this one from Harmer. It's going many a mile. Is that going to hit the scorers there? No, it's gone to their left. Has it gone over the stand? That is well, they've just immediately said, let's have the box of balls.
Yeah, they have.
That is
if that's
huge
gone over
hit
the stand, there's the St John's ambulance behind us, and behind them is the dual carriageway. We call it Parkway.
There we go. Would it not hit the river first?
No, the river goes down from behind the pavilion to our right, and then under Parkway towards the train station. But no.
Well, let's hope everyone's okay.
The river is mid-wicket. That's where my balls used to go into. Deep mid-wicket, all right?
When you were batting?
Well, no. And behind us, behind straight, is a set of Leylandi fir trees, and then you've got Parkway. That is still a big hit. That was a big hit.
Yeah, so Amjad was born in Denmark, am I right? Yeah, there we go. Yes, which is, Anyway, but yeah, big hit from Grant Stewart, and they stay hit when he hits them, that's for sure.
Tall, long levers, broad shoulders. He's sort of a good-looking lad, isn't he?
He's got it all. He's a lovely fellow as well.
He?
You want to dislike him for all those things, don't you?
You do.
You do, but yeah.
But you can't.
It turns out he's a very nice man as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Australian?
Yes.
Very nice man?
Well, I think Kent has just worn off his rough edges. I think that's you know how civilising Kent can be. Of course you do.
Of course I do.
The most charming people come from Kent, Don.
They do.
Am I recovering myself there? 161 for 6 it is, though. Harmer to Stewart. He goes for this one as well. He's clubbed this one towards mid-wicket. It's saved by Das, more or less. Felt like a goalkeeper's save on the run there, didn't it? Almost grabbing it Hind to his left, but he'll just get the single there. But Stewart is rocketing along at 23 from 18 balls, I think that is. And Cox has 28 so far. He tries to nurdle this one down the leg side. Ends up with wicket-keeper Rossington. And there is no run. So, attractive period of play this one. Certainly things have moved on quite quickly in this game. And Kent with the figure of Grant Stewart moving the scoreboard along quickly as well. This one with the spin push straight to short leg, but one bounce first to Nick Brown. And from gloomy skies when we started here, a little bit of rain in the air, I'm now having to shield my eyes from the sun. So it's beautiful out there now. It's Harmer round the wicket then to Cox. Cox has a good look at this one, then defends it, and then almost like a hockey player dribbling it, he just puts his bat on the top of it, wriggles it around, makes sure the ball's absolutely not spinning anymore. End of the over. 162 for 6. Stewart has 23. Cox has 28. Listen to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app. Online with reports for both our stations. Welcome wherever you are listening. An engaging contest. 162 for 6 Kent.
It's been a really good contest all day. It was an important toss to win. Kent won it. Intriguing morning's play. Essex could have had Kent reduced to 18 for 2. There were 2 drop catches, and then Kent fought back, and then there was a little silly run out, but the dismissal of Ben Compton just before lunch was quite crucial. But this is a very worthwhile partnership for the 7th wicket. Doug Bracewell in to Stewart, and Stewart on 23 drives it into the leg side where Paul Water fields. That's the first what I call non-half volley to start a Bracewell over. See, as a coach I'd be mentioning, listen, just concentrate a bit more.
Bad habits
on your first ball, just in case it might be that he has to get through his first ball of the over to find rhythm, or just to get through his bowling action while he has sort of 5 minutes rest down at fine leg. Second ball, bouncer. Oh, it's gone in the air. He left his bat up like a periscope, of which it bounced off his bat or his helmet.
I think it's gone off the helmet.
We wait. No.
Oh, I beg
his
your
bat
pardon.
was up in the air like a periscope, and I think it hit it, but it avoided the keeper. It sailed over the keeper, but it was only the keeper who could run after it. They got the single as Cox is on strike now.
My apologies. He did have the bat close to his helmet. I thought he might have hit him, pinged him there, but no, it's off the bat. So
that's a coaching thing. We talked about the first ball of the over with the bowler, and now with the batsman avoiding it. But make sure your bat is out the way. If you're ducking, bring your bat down. Shortish ball forced into the offside. Good looking shot. Great bit of fielding by Matt Critchley at cover, which prevented a single. Well fielded. That always lifts the bowler when you see fielding like that. If we had a little walk at lunch to collect our lunches, we popped and we had a walk around the ground. Did we? You saw a few Kent fans?
Yeah, one or two enjoying the sunshine here. Yeah, just chatting to them. Was he bemoaning the fact that Kent couldn't be 3 down at lunch and 4 down instead?
Bracewell in, good shot for 1. They may want 2. Das is chasing it. He escorts it for the last 5 metres. They take a 2, well fielded. Good shot that from Cox, but also not a bad ball. There's a good looking shot driven into the offside. 2 more to Kent. 165 for 6.
Nice, we've got an email in from Nick. Great to hear from you, Nick. And talking about a couple of the Kent absentees. I'll get onto that when I'm at the end of the over. A little bit of space.
Bracewell in, played off the front foot. Good looking delivery, well played. Plays out to backward point. Das does the fielding. Well, the sun's out now. Lots of people have just started to put some spray tan on, some sunscreen. What, as Grant Stewart would say, is it slip, slap, slop?
He would indeed as an Australian, yes.
He would, wouldn't he? Grant Stewart batting. Lots of hats are going on. It's a gorgeous day in Chelmsford. It's always a gorgeous day in Chelmsford. Bracewell in, driven nicely, but it finds the fielder at mid-on. There is no run. That concludes the end of the over. 48 overs have gone now in Kent's innings, in which they volunteered to bat first after winning an important toss, and the score has moved to 165 for 6.
So Nick on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, a great day at Wantage Road he had. He says, I have a signed ticket from day 3 as well. Fantastic. He says, also a Kent Cricket mildly annoyed with Wes Agar. He says, I noticed no farewell message. Is this wise if we want to sign him again? Just so I can clear that up for you, he was recalled rather than wanting to go back necessarily. He had an injury. Australia, of course, the international boards have an eye on their players and wanted him back to observe him basically after his injury. So he was recalled rather than any thought on his that he wanted to rush away from Kent with no, not so much as a goodbye. So just wanted to make sure people didn't know that already. Wes Agar, he's very well thought of at Kent still, especially for his extended spell, which came as a surprise to everyone, not least him. On the back foot, this Stewart trying to work that ball from Palmer away, got very close to it through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. And do we know when Daniel Bell-Drummond is back? Matt Walker, the head coach, told me after the Warwickshire game, as Harmer bowls to Stewart, he's back in his crease, keeps it a little bit low, but keeps it out. But obviously Daniel wouldn't make this one with that hamstring injury, and it was looking, well, 50-50 perhaps for the Nottinghamshire game, maybe even 30-70, so against his chances of coming back for that game. So they run through for a single and one more to the total. Jamie Porter is warming up, so 166 for 6. So obviously they're hoping to have Daniel Bell-Drummond back as soon as possible, but yeah, he's at the moment nursing that hamstring injury. And yes, Wes Agar was spirited away to go back to Australia, but my feeling is from the reception he got and from how welcome he was in the dressing room, how much the boys liked him, is that they would be very keen on having him back at some stage. But watch this space. Obviously, a lot of things get in the way of overseas players coming to England in all sorts of fashion. Franchise cricket, and that's a singles added there. This next one is punched into the onside by Stewart, fielded by Bracewell. End of the over, 16746. Of course, you all know that all about those machinations of players playing different franchises and obviously international commitments. It's not always as simple as just saying, we want that bloke who's Australian, who's from Pakistan or India, let's have him for the season. It very rarely works out like that anymore.
Not today, yeah, absolutely right, Matt Cole. It was lovely when we used to have those commitment for a season, but we in this country no longer just have the season to ourselves, and you know, it's a bit slightly arrogant for me to suggest to other countries, why are you having your cricket season during us? Why do you have a T20 competition? You know, they want to have their piece of the pie, as so to speak. We're seeing a bowling change now at the Hayes Close end. I think it is Sam. Is it Sam Cook? Jamie Porter.
Yeah, he was just warming up in the outfield before. Yeah, a couple of deliveries
bowled
before
too much. I think he might have had a short spell.
Yeah, 8 overs so far, none for 32.
Yeah. So he's got a bit in his tank, I'm sure. He's on his way in. He bowls. Slip in a gully, outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper. Now, you won't remember this, but maybe Paul
I don't remember much, as it turns out. But yeah,
I've had a message in saying, enjoying the commentary, enjoying Essex taking wickets, from a gentleman called Barry Waghorn. And why he's significant, because when Essex first won, then in 1979, he was the gentleman that took a pint of beer out on the park for Graham Gooch when he got 100 against Surrey. Surrey that day didn't have Sylvester Clarke, but it was the first trophy Essex ever won. As Porter's on his way in, he bowls. He's bowled him! His hand goes in the air with the finger pointing. Jamie Porter is chuffed. He's made his mark. He's able to get Cox bowled by Porter for 31. Now that's significant in this game, as this was a decent partnership. It was worth 43 for this 7th wicket partnership. These two guys have played well. Stewart, the more aggressor, he's on 25, but for 31 runs, Cox has played superbly out there, looked every bit confident and every bit as good as their best player today, but he's gone with 7 down and 167 on the wall.
You notice, actually, like Jack Leaning did, Jordan Cox looking over his shoulder to the board for the replay to see what that ball did, and it nipped back, didn't it? Nipped back on him and took the top of the off stump. Hamid Kadri comes in to join Grant Stewart. The two of them actually scored a reasonable amount of runs in the lower order this summer, but rather more because they've had to rather than anything else. So Hamid Kadri's top score of 72 this season. He got himself 30 in the second innings against Warwickshire, whereas Grant Stewart got 50 in the first innings and 40 in the second against Warwickshire. So chances of a partnership here, but they'll very much need Kent for them to stick around for a while.
Well, it was interesting. I was halfway through this message.
Oh yes.
From Barry Waghorn, who was enjoying Essex getting the wickets, and lo and behold, what happens?
Indeed.
Barry Waghorn got a wicket, that of Jamie Porter bowling Cox for 31. But this chap Barry Waghorn, who follows Essex, but he used to live in Pitsea, he now lives in Spain, mainland Spain, and he was the gentleman when Essex won the Benson Hedges Cup and they beat Surrey at Lord's, and Graham Gooch got 100. There was a picture, an iconic picture of Gooch receiving a pint of beer from an Essex fan. Porter bowls outside off stump, nips back, but alas, nothing there. So there's this iconic picture of a gentleman with longish hair in 1979 taking a beer out to Graham Gooch on his century. And of course, if you do that today, you'd be locked up within hours, wouldn't you? You'd be banned from the ground. You'd do anything.
You wouldn't make it as far
but
as
anyway,
the middle, I would suggest.
Barry Waghorn went to Edgbaston, flew in specially to Edgbaston this week, and he wanted to see Essex win the T20. Sadly, he didn't, but if he is listening in Spain, a very good afternoon to you there. Porter bowls, played into the offside, and Bracewell does the work at extra cover, no run.
Yeah, Kadri just defending that into the offside, diminutive figure off spinner. Just going doing a bit of gardening now. Grant Stewart at the other end. He doesn't want throwing the bat himself either.
So you've got Kadri.
Yes.
And leaning to bowl spin. Anyone else?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Joe Denley.
Oh, of course.
A bit of spin as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
So listen, you'll get through some overs there with spin, I'm sure. This is played into the offside, off the front foot. Kadri is coming in at number 9. Who's 10 and 11? What are the?
So Matt Quinn and then Arshdeep Singh. Yeah.
Well, we know a lot about Matt Quinn. Can Arshdeep Singh bat a bit? Not really.
He's under construction, I would say, as a batter. Yes.
That is so diplomatic.
Yes. He's played a lot of T20 cricket. Obviously, he's one of the world's best death bowlers, is Arshdeep Singh.
Indian Premier League, played for the team in red. Who were they? Team in red. Sam Curran's team, as Porter bowls. Driven in the offside. That's going to race away for 4. That's a decent shot by Kadri. Really was. He'll collect 4 through backward point. Good looking shot. 171 for 7. Who was?
He's at Punjab, is he not?
Punjab.
Yeah.
Kings 11 Punjab.
Yeah.
That's who Singh used to play for.
Yeah, still does. I mean,
still does.
Yeah. So he's played very little first-class cricket. So, but wanted to come over. Kent offered him a berth here, obviously in the Indian Cricket Board.
We're happy.
Very happy. Didn't play any T20 cricket for Kent. He's here very much as an education in 4-day cricket. So yeah.
Who of Northamptonshire signed Indian on a very short-term signing?
I'm going to have to pass on that one.
Playing today. I'll have a look.
I'm going to take my leave here and go and do my update.
Lovely.
In the meantime, I may go and find out for you if someone hasn't already.
As Harmer bowls, this is played off the back foot by Stewart, forced with a straight bat out to, I think that might be Shane Snater out there fielding as 12th man at cover as Harmer comes in again. This is pulled into the leg side. That's going to run away, I think, for 4. That was quite brutal. He picked up the length very quickly, very well there, as Harmer bowled 1, just dragged it down. Stewart got back and across into position, just like the coaching manual suggests, and then cross-batted it through mid-wicket all the way to the boundary. 4 runs, 175. This time it moves to 176 as he drives straight to long off. Good looking shot, collects the single, easy single, as Harmer is just scratching his head. Good afternoon to Paul Newton, that has the most colourful shirt of the day. The sun is out. Paul's taken his jumper jacket off, and Harmer bowls. This is played back to the bowler, no run. And I'm looking at it, Paul, as I like my gardening, and I think you've got a shirt full of red or pink hibiscuses.
I'll take your word for it. Never a man to do any gardening.
Harmer bowls. York's Kadri, who just respects that, doesn't try to score. Yeah, I'm sure those are hibiscus, which is the native flower of Barbados, I believe. As this is bowled down, and it goes down the leg side. Good bit of glove work there from Rossington, and there is no run. End of the over, 176 for 7, and we've had, I think it is 51 overs.
And the scorecard is Muyeye bowled Sam Cook 21, and next ball Denley caught Rossington bowled Sam Cook for a golden duck. Finch was run out with a direct hit from backward point by Paul Walter. He didn't score either. Last ball that was bowled before lunch, Compton caught and bowled Harmer for 47, 92 for 4 at the break. Since when we've seen Leaning, caught Rossington bowled Sam Cook 27, Everson bowled Doug Bracewell for 11, and Cox bowled by Porter for 31, 175 for 7. And the wickets have gone down 28, 28, 34, 92, 100, 124 and 167. Grant Stewart has made a very quick and entertaining 30. He's hit Simon Harmer for 2 sixes, the second one they're still looking for somewhere in the further reaches of Chelmsford. And Kadri has made 4, but it's Stewart on strike. And the first ball of a new over is played out into the covers for no run. And it's Jamie Porter bowling, and he immediately got a wicket when Tom Wesley brought him back a few minutes ago.
Shane Slater's out there. Has he been out there for a while? Who's missing?
Yes, that's a very good point, actually.
Cook, Harmer, Das, Cook is there, Wesley.
Nick Brown, where's he? Since the next ball played off the pads, goes straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Brown is at deep square leg. Who's
yes,
down
he
at
is.
fine leg? Fine leg is... I can't see. Is that Critchley?
Well, he's certainly been out there. Critchley wears a sun hat.
Yeah, he's down at fine leg, I think.
He's not normally fielding there, but...
So, process of elimination.
Yeah, Tom Wesley's out there, so it's not him. Here comes Porter, meanwhile. In, bowls to Stewart, evades a bouncer with very little difficulty.
Perhaps we should propose, we'll give the scorers another job. Another job. How many jobs have they got? Loads. They don't just do scoring. But perhaps when a player goes off, they should announce the substitute fielder for Paul Newton is Don Topley. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the crowd know.
Yes, no, it would be good. In Danish Canaria's day, then he'd go through the whole team, basically. As Porter's in, bowls to Stewart, nicely played. He wants a run to mid-off, sees that Wesley's too close, and promptly shouts no, having set off a few steps down the wicket. Kadri gets back into his ground at the non-striker's end, and Kent 176 for 7, having chosen to bat.
I'm going to go through the team sheet.
Meanwhile, Australia at Old Trafford are 159 for 3, having been put into bat, as I say. It's currently Labuschagne and Head at the crease. Porter's in, bowls to Stewart, plays it to Snater in the covers, and there is no run there. Elsewhere, Surrey 129 for 2 at Lords, Somerset 173 for 3 at Northampton, Hampshire 68 for 4 at Trentbridge, where they started about an hour and a half late, and Lancashire 141 for 5, and that's a little bit of a recovery from 95 for 5 about an hour ago. That's at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Meanwhile, Porter on his way in to complete what so far is a maiden over. It won't remain that way as this ball's pulled away down.
Fielded.
And, not quite sure whether that's
two dives.
Critchley there has apparently saved the 4. There may be a bit of an inquiry as to whether he touched the boundary rope, but no, I don't think there is. Great bit of fielding on the long leg boundary, and 178 for 7 at the end of the over. Stewart goes up to 32. We've now had 52 overs.
Well, he dived to his right. He ran and dived and stopped it going to the boundary, but in parrying it, it was heading towards the boundary again, just sort of a metre further up. So he had to get up very quickly and then flick it back. So he did particularly well there, did Matt Critchley. Beautiful bit of fielding that saved 4. So well done to him. My guess, this is a calculated guess, I think Doug Bracewell is off the park at the moment.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah.
Harmer, slip and a bat pad in place. It bowls a nice delivery, which Kadri plays into the offside, no run.
Having said that, Don, it hasn't always been Bracewell who's been off, because Snater's been out there for a good hour and a bit now. They're taking it in turns to have a break.
This is played and smothered on the front foot by Kadri, no run. Perhaps they all didn't quite get to eat their sweet or dessert. Perhaps they've all gone off just to sample the dessert again. I'm sure there'll be, or some cheese and biscuits maybe, as Harmer is in. This is bowled a little quicker, gone inside edge down with the spin down to short fine leg on the 45. Sam Cook is fielding there. There is no run. Walter at mid-on, Wesley at mid-off, Snater at mid-wicket, Cook at 45, Brown underneath the helmet. Harmer bowls. This is smothered, played with soft hands, hardly goes anywhere, gently rolls back down the wicket to Harmer. Porter at backward point, Critchley at cover, Cook at slip, gives it a bit of air. This is short and wide, gives quite slowly, and this goes for 4. Harmer probably getting a little bit tired now as he's bowled 21st over. For me, I'd probably give him a little break, either a seamer or Critchley from this
Critchley
end,
needs to come on.
just to give him a little break.
Yeah, I must admit I'm baffled as to why we haven't seen so much as an over from Critchley yet. But I certainly think that your point is a good one. Harmer's just been a little bit
tired of late.
Yeah, the old loose delivery.
In he comes. He bowls it a little bit quicker, played into the leg side with the spin. That concludes his 21st over. He's taken 1 for 73. And of course, actually, to the other point about Harmer, Essex did so well at Blackpool.
Yes.
All right.
And he didn't get a wicket.
And he bowled a lot of overs. Didn't get anything in the wicket column, did he?
Critchley, on the other hand, did. He got 4 or something like that.
That must have been an outstanding victory up there.
Oh, yeah, you know, the ones you win. Bear in mind, hardly any play was possible on day one. Games that end, you know, that close to the wire, 10 balls to spare, are very special. It was a little bit of a reminder of Essex's win over Middlesex here. Back in the 2017 season, when Harmer got 14 wickets in
Late
2 matches.
Night.
Yeah, it was terrific. Here comes Porter, a new over from the Hayes close end, bowls, and this one's been turned away to Critchley, coming off the long leg boundary. His hat tilted as sort of cowboy angle almost, and they get 1 run. 183 for 7. It's all too much for Don. He's leaving us now, and it's going to be Matt Cole to come in and take his place. And
we'll finish just before half-past, yeah.
We're in the 54th over, so 10 overs to go till tea. Give you the Essex bowling figures up to date in just a moment. Porter's in. He bowls Kadri. Kadri stabs this ball shade uncomfortably but perfectly safely to Snater, substitute fielder at extra cover. So Porter is in his 11th over now. Previously 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Sam Cook has been brilliant. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 19. Doug Bracewell, he does tend to be a bit expensive. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. Harmer, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 73. And Walter just the 1 over for 5 runs.
Unceremoniously hauled Don off the commentary. I do apologise, everybody.
I don't know if you'll ever be forgiven as Porter's in and bowls a single to backward point. The ever enthusiastic Robin Dass hurtles round to field. There was always going to be 1 there, and that 1 takes Kent to 185 for 7. Kadri has 9, and Stewart into strike on 33.
It does feel every time I feel Kent are getting back into this innings, or, you know, it'll partnership emerges.
Yeah,
that's do strike back, and it's the mark of a good side, isn't it, on a pitch that perhaps is just easing a little bit, and the ball's getting a little bit less shiny and softer, but they are keeping the pressure up somehow imperceptibly, Essex here.
However, Kent have rallied well with the last couple of partnerships as Porter's in and bowls, and another good delivery from Porter, who's a little bit like someone born again this season. He was superb his first 3 or 4 seasons with Essex, and the mainstay of the quick bowling attack, particularly in 2017 when Essex won their first championship for 25 years. Then he's been in the doldrums a bit these last 2 or 3 years. I remember a match at Canterbury where the only wicket he got was the 40th Kent wicket to the 20th Kent wicket. I was giving them too many to fall in that game, and Sam Cook meanwhile had taken a 7-fer, and this ball is short from Porter, and Stewart takes the bait, swings round, tries to knock it for 6 over long leg in the direction of the big scoreboard away to our left, but misses, and it's taken by Adam Rossington. But this season, Porter, with a new coach to help him, has really, as I say, looked like someone born again. He's running in with much more rhythm, and I think before today, my impression is he may even have a few wickets more than Sam Cook has got. There's a conflab between Tom Wesley, the skipper, at mid-off, and bowler. Here's Jamie Porter coming in to complete this over, from which so far there have been 2 singles. Just the one slip now. Porter's in, bowls to Stewart, and that goes down leg side. Smart take from Rossington, whose work's been good with the gloves today, to give him his due credit. End of the over, and Kent, having chosen to bat, are 180, I said 5 for 7 a minute or 2 ago. The run had already gone up, my apologies. 184 for 7.
It's looking whenabouts they'll be at tea, so another 10 overs from here, depending if the spinners stay on. Maybe around 10 to 4, I suppose, something like that at this point. But we are going to have... Paul, you're... Oh, no, wait a minute.
Yes, it's Matt Critchley.
It is Critchley coming on. There we go.
It is indeed.
I thought for a second, I saw 21. It's actually Tom Wesley just keeping the ball for him, isn't it? It's actually Critchley taking off his jumper. So your wish has been granted, Paul.
Well,
it's only taken 2 hours for
That's right. His sort of habit is that he tends to take a wicket in his very first over, or very early in the spell. So I wouldn't bowl him long spells. I'm not advocating that, you know, he comes on and bowls for the rest of the day or anything like that. But it'd be very interesting to see if he can perform his party trick here and get a wicket in his first over on this particular occasion.
Well, his captain will be absolutely delighted should he do.
I mean,
sorry.
It's got to the point where there are times where you feel that there's no doubting Harmer's inestimable contribution to Essex cricket since he signed in 2017, but in that match at Blackpool, Critchley did get wickets and Harmer didn't.
He'll bowl now to Hamid Kadri, so spinning naturally away from him. Kadri moves back and across and tries to make himself room to cut it through the offside. It's just chopped into the ground. There's no runs. A slip in and a short leg, so Alistair Cook at slip, and short leg is... forward short leg is Brown. This one's given a lot more air, driven by Kadri out towards the offside boundary. And Jamie Porter hurls it back in, and they'll take themselves a single.
I've never been able to analyse exactly why Critchley has this very good strike rate, but one reason I think is that I think he might, although he's a slow bowler, hurry on to the batsman a bit sooner than they originally think is going to be the case. Now, this is a very interesting match-up here between Critchley bowling to Grant Stewart.
Indeed.
I think he's going to be having a go at him.
Let's see if he takes him on. He has 33 so far. Does Stewart defends the first ball
immaculately?
But I think you're right. I don't think this will be the way of it.
No, he'll be looking for the one where he can get to the pitch and hit him straight back for 6.
Will this be the ball for Stewart? Ooh, defends it. A bit of pad though. Any bat? No, I suppose with a natural spin away from the right-hander as well, you could see why he might be shouting.
Yes, I have to say, just out of the vanity of being able to say, told you he'd get a wicket in the first over, I was rather hoping Graham Lloyd would make a different decision there.
I think it was a terrible shout. Maybe,
no, it wasn't.
Maybe just impact just outside leg, possibly.
Yeah.
Makes himself room here, but tries to. But again, tucked up by Critchley. He's done really well there.
Or it may simply have been the wrong decision.
Well, I can't believe that.
Of course not.
Here's Critchley once more to Stewart. He does get room to cut this away this time. It'll just be a single out to the offside boundary. Porter once again is the fielder concerned. And the 186 for 7. Kadri has 10. Stewart has 34 now. It's the end of the over, so Grant Stewart will take the honour through to the next over, which presumably will be from Jamie Porter, who did the 2 bits of fielding in that over for the 2 runs conceded. 186 for 7, 34 Stewart, 10 Kadri, as I said, here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kenton. Part of the BBC Sport website and app, all around. Updates for our respective stations as well, keeping the people informed.
Well, a decent over in every aspect really there from Critchley. Nothing particularly loose, and the two singles that came off it both went out to deep cover, but it was the LBW shout. I wasn't surprised to see it turned down, but it was well worth a shout. You know, we sort of saw it on the replay, and it was pretty straight, and Stewart had missed it, and it was an over where you felt something might happen. Whereas Harmer's more recent overs have been not his best, because Trevor Bailey always used to say, spinners get tired as well, you know, and it's true. Of course, Harmer is a phenomenal record of bowling, unchanged, you know, virtually throughout a whole innings. He's been the most fabulous signing for Essex. Has had everything to do with their subsequent success. Porter's in. Bowls. And that's a short delivery that Stewart has a little difficulty in avoiding. No attempt to play a shot, rightly not. 186 for 7.
You can understand why Porter's persisting with that, with the short ball, though, can't he? He does look like he wants to take it on, Grant, Stewart.
Yeah,
but
no, that's right.
Just on this occasion, as you say.
And Critchley's down on the long leg boundary just in front of the scoreboard, away to our left. And there's also a man more or less bang slap on square leg boundary. In comes Porter again, bowling with great energy. Yeah, there's another one. And again, Stewart limbos under it. And I think Kent would have to be quite pleased at a situation where they were 121 for 6 and they are 186 for 7. Only Jordan Cox has gone in that time, bowled by the second ball of this spell currently in progress from Jamie Porter. Didn't take him long to get his first wicket of the day. Good 30 from Jordan Cox. But apart from that, Kent have added another, since it was 121 for 6, 65 more runs for only one more wicket. Porter's in. Bowls to Stewart, and he has taken the bait here, and he's going to be caught by Matt Critchley in front of the scoreboard on the long leg boundary. And Stewart, as players tend to do when they've sort of taken the risk and it's not come off, looks to the heavens and reproaches himself. But he needed to reproach himself while listening to our commentary before that very ball. I think actually there was one further ball between what we said, namely, you know, there's two guys out there, both of them with a visible notice on their frontispiece saying, "On the head, son." that one, Critchley literally didn't have to move, because Matt, if he got hold of it out of the middle of the bat, they'd still be looking for it. But he got a top edge, and it dropped down long leg's throat. However, what a good contribution from Grant Stewart there, and a very entertaining one as well, with a couple of sixes in it, 34, and he got a good record of making that sort of score. Obviously, if his average was sort of twice that, he wouldn't be malingering at sort of number 8 in the order, but all credit to the man. He's done Kent proud there, even though they will be disappointed to be 186 for 8, having chosen to bat.
Yeah, you can understand his frustration, as you say, rather ruining the shot, but that's the way he got his runs as well, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't have one without the other, really, especially, as you say, for a lower order batter. Matt Quinn comes in, formerly of this parish. He's been back many times since now, I think. But he likes to give the ball a biff himself. So
very nice man.
He is a lovely fellow, isn't he, Matt Quinn? I don't think we won't necessarily expect him to be around for very long, unless he decides. We have seen him stonewall for Kent as well in the cause, unless he decides that Hamid Kadri is the man to take them on here, or whether, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he takes the same approach as Grant Stewart.
No, I agree.
And decides that counter-attack is the best form of attack here.
Didn't really see that in his Essex days. He tended to try and still be there for whoever was at the other end. But I've noticed once or twice recently, I think possibly in that Surrey game, that he made a useful few at the end of the innings, and quite aggressively. As I say, he's a lovely guy. Hails from New Zealand. And always a pleasure to deal with it in his Essex days, and indeed if he wasn't in the team, he was kind of, you know, played some games, not others. He'd come up and share the microphone with us. Very, very nice personality indeed. Thoroughly decent man.
As you said, made 37 against Surrey in that really gone action. Scored 20 odd against Warwickshire in one of the innings of that game too.
Porter, Hayes close end. Bowls to Quinn, who steps away. It's a lovely shot. It wasn't in the textbook, the actual technique, but it's worked beautifully. 4 runs down to wide long off, and what he did, he took a step backwards as though about to take evasive action, but then off the back foot he drove that ball impeccably and with perfect timing, wide of mid-off, and probably says to Jamie Porter, I'm not afraid of you. And he gets 4 handsome runs.
You're right, unorthodox movement of the feet there, almost like
Yes.
he suddenly realised he was in the wrong place and stepped back, but there we are. It worked, very effective.
Porter bowls to him again, and he's heaved this ball away into the onside. He's going to be caught, I think, and is. And, well, he probably got a bit carried away after the success of the previous delivery. Walter takes the catch. And one thing about Paul Walter, he's got very, very safe hands. You don't see him drop many. And he's taken a bagful in T20 cricket. And it just went a long way up in the air. Fairly routine catch. However, I've seen them dropped because it went up a fair way. He was just about on the square at mid-wicket as he set off, and probably just off it at the moment he took the catch, straying on to other used wickets on the left-hand side of the square as we look out with the pavilion to our right. And he judged it perfectly, and so that is 2 wickets in and over for Jamie Porter, who equals Sam Cook's 3 wickets here. And as I say, he is a born-again bowler, Jamie Porter. He's not only had a lean time by his standards in recent seasons, he's looked, you know, the air of a man who's a bit fed up with life, whereas this season it's gone well for him from the word go, and he looks as if he's thoroughly enjoying himself, which is good to see. So 186 for 8 and 2 wickets to Porter.
I think we may enjoy ourselves watching Arshdeep Singh bat. He's unpredictable, I should say, as a number 11.
I'm judged by the number on his back. He likes an ice cream.
He does indeed. Yeah.
99.
He's one sort of the 3 figures. Yeah. Indeed so. So Porter will bowl to him here, and as far as I can ascertain, he has 2 shots, an elaborate defensive, and a sort of loft, I would say, but that may be that we just haven't seen him play the other shots as yet. But he's, as I said, no disrespect to him in that respect. In that regard, in that he's played an awful lot of T20 cricket and hardly any first-class cricket. This is a sort of baptism for him for Kent this summer. The Indian fine bowler, left-arm bowler, and death bowler, particularly in T20 cricket. But
sorry to interrupt, I just gave the wrong score a moment ago. It's 190 for 9 now with those 2 wickets in and over. And Porter to bowl to Arshdeep. Comes around the wicket, Hayes close end, bowls, and he's lobbed this one up in the air. Oh, he's dropped. He has dropped that long leg by Doug Bracewell, who probably hasn't had the happiest of days, and didn't look to be any particularly good reason for not catching that. But they don't actually take a run, and the score at the end of the over, 2 wicket over for Jamie Porter, and he'll be disgruntled because he'll say should have been 3. And the short pitch stuff, very much the order of the day in that over. Kent 190 for 9.
Yeah, goodness, that was an absolute gimme of a catch, wasn't it?
It was.
To Bracewell, maybe just, as you say, just took his eye off it, just a little lack of concentration. But Kadri then, well, this will be interesting for him, I think, unless he's going to nurse Arshdeep Singh through this, we'll probably need to start expanding a little bit. 10 for him, and 190 for 9, Kent. As you said, a couple of partnerships at the end there. Everson and Cox with 24, and then 43, I think, between Cox and Stewart. Enterprising for Kent, but may fall short of the 200 here. 190 for 9. Critchley to bowl to Kadri. Oh, well, Critchley's absolutely sure he's got something there. I think he thinks he's LBW. Or does he think he's caught off the inside edge? Whichever, he's absolutely convinced. He's a little victory dance. You could hear him doing a little victory song almost. He's now asking the umpire why it wasn't out. Well, there we are. It wasn't caught or LBW, so it must have hit the pad.
Yeah, I have to say, that looked pretty plumb.
That did look pretty close, didn't it? It was pitching near the leg stump, though, Paul. Is that a rule?
That is true.
It's pitching near it. I wouldn't say it was outside, but there we are. That's the umpire's job. Kadri just drives this gently back at the bowl, and there's no run.
Yes.
Critchley comes over the wicket to Kadri into the offside. To be fair to Critchley, there was no hint of dissent there. He was just a little, I think he was honestly surprised that
Yes.
that wasn't out. So
There's no dissent, but you could see that his body language meant, what planet are you living on, Mr. Lloyd?
a little bit quizzical, I would say.
According to my rules, that's out, umpire.
Yes, I mean, he definitely didn't hit it, or you've been caught at slip. And it was looking, well, from the angle we can see, which is different from umpire Lloyd's. Oh, he has gone for this one, Kadri. It's up in the air. Will it reach a fielder? No, it's going to plug. It's just going to carry over wide, long off. 4-4, in fact, in the air a long time, but the man at mid-off is pushed up as if into the circle in T20 parlance. So that will be 4, and they go on to 194 for 9. Kadri on to 14, taking on Critchley there. He has one delivery remaining, as do I. I'll make way for Don Topley very shortly. I'll go and do an update for BBC Radio Kent. We might get the end of the innings and tea converging very shortly, or maybe just an awkward few overs for Essex to face. Where are we? 39.1 remaining. Field closes in for Kadri. As Critchley bowls to him now, trying to cut off the single, and he tries to cut it away with aggression. Reaches Porter at point at the end of the over. That's difficult for me to say. 194 for 9. I'll go and practice. In the meantime, I'll leave you with Don Topley and Paul Newton.
Good fourth wicket partnership for Australia at Old Trafford. Was 120 for 3, is 183 for 3. Labuschagne at last finding some form, albeit slowly. Travis Head is with him, and he's not having a bad series. Head in the County Championship Division 1. Surrey 157 for 2 at Lords. Somerset 203 for 3 at Northampton. Hampshire 79 for 4 at Trent Bridge. They started late in that one, and late by a good hour and a half or so. And Lancashire in big trouble at Edgbaston, 156 for 7. Don't forget Warwickshire have a game in hand on both Surrey and Essex. As Porter comes around the wicket, bowls, and that ball's been just almost a lazy bat dropped on it. A short pitch one just outside off stump goes out to Das at deep backward point, and a single to Arshdeep gets him off the mark, and brings Kadri, who can bat. He should have been caught. Bad drop really by Doug Bracewell.
Cool.
And over a go, Dom.
It was, I saw it.
And Porter had already got 2 wickets by the same means really in the over, with the batsman taking on the short ball, and he should have had 3.
Is it? I was going to say, has he picked up the last 3 wickets? He has, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
After lunch, where he bowled leaning? No, I can't remember now.
No, it was just break in, because here is the next delivery, and that's sees Kadri trying to pull this one round over mid-wicket, but he's through with the shot too soon there, and not quite sure where it hit him, but he's perfectly all right. 195 for 9.
Yeah, he's picked up the wickets this afternoon. Cook bowled beautifully this morning.
Yes.
But he sort of picked wickets up this afternoon. He'll have bowled better and not got the wickets, but
true.
This afternoon it's been his afternoon.
Comes in, bowls, and this ball's been hit up in the air. It's going to land safely. Walter from the left and Wesley from the right are converging on this as it sort of plugs about 8 yards up from the Hayes close end straight boundary, just favouring the onside of straight. 2 runs taken there, taking the Kent account to 197 for 9. And of course, we may well, we're sort of in the environs of the tea interval at the same point at which we could have the gap between innings. We'll see what happens over that. Porter switching to over the wicket, bowls to Kadri, and that's dropped in short, and Kadri not a tall man, he'd be about 5'7", and barely has to move to be sure of getting out of harm's way to that one. Yes, it was Sam Cook who actually got the wicket of leaning, and it's Jamie Porter who first bowled, it was Jordan Cox who was bowled by Porter for 31, and then we had Porter's 2 wickets, Stewart and Quinn, in the same over, and should have also had Arshdeep caught as well. Another ball goes harmlessly over the batsman's head. Oh dear, and Rossington, I think that's actually may have hit him in the unmentionables. He missed it with his hands, and I think it's clocked him in the Gulag archipelago.
Well, it looked as if it bounced short as well, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might actually have hit him second bounce.
It definitely a slow wicket, and I can't see it getting any quicker.
No, wicketkeeper Rossington is not badly affected, just winded by that. We've all had it happen to us. As Porter bowling very enthusiastically, is charging in again, bowls, bending his back in this spell.
So it didn't carry.
But yeah, that's another one that reached the wicketkeeper on the second bounce. So Kent at the end of that over, 197 for 9 in 58 overs. 6 more to go till tea, but obviously things could change if a wicket went in the near future.
I think Labuschagney's been given out.
Oh, right, I'll check that out.
Moeen Ali got him on a review. I think there were a couple of reviews, to be honest.
You're right, 184 for 4. Labuschagne LBW to Ali for 51.
That's quite significant. He hasn't had a great Ashes campaign.
No, that's his high score.
We'd settle for that.
He got 51 off 115, but Head was catching him up. He's 44 off only 57 deliveries, and he's having a good series, Travis Head, as is the man who's joined him, Mitchell Marsh.
Yes.
This is a repeat of the great partnership that seemed to have won Australia the match at Headingley.
Do you remember Mitchell Marsh smashing 100 here?
Yes. He's a terrific hitter of a cricket ball.
He is. Very different all-rounder. Is the other all-rounder playing? Tall fella, Green.
Yes, and they've called him in.
So they've doubled up on their batting to a degree. As Critchley bowls around the wicket, Harshdeep Singh drives down the wicket. He'll walk through for a single, which brings Kent to 198 for 9. Critchley now bowling at the smaller but right-handed Kadri. Slip in place only. Rossington's just talking to the man at 45, just moving him a little squarer. Critchley is in. This is forced off the back foot, played into the covers, no run. The spinner needs to just get him on the front foot a little bit here. Not allow him to hang back on the back foot. Critchley is in. He gets him coming forward there, and it's a useful drive. They're going to take one. Walter comes round. He falls off his barstool, picks it up and returns the ball, and they take 2. And that brings up the 200. The applause around the ground for Kent's 200.
Well, Essex have only themselves to blame for it getting that many, because they've put at least 4 catches down today.
Critchley, a bit of air. This is driven down to mid-off, long off, where I think Tom Wesley is fielding. That's one more run.
Simon Harmer, actually.
Simon Harmer's down there, is he, round the corner?
Yeah, normally it would be Tom Wesley, but he's at long on. Harmer's at long off, and it's Wesley down beneath us.
Yep. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, it's in the air. This is in the air. It's gone for 6 as everyone looks over to the flats, square of the wicket, opposite the pavilion. And Harshdeep Singh has smashed the leggy for 6. That's really new balls, please.
Well, that's come as a bit of a shock, because he's been sort of almost pretending he can't bat hitherto, and suddenly it's a handsome 6.
He's got those boyish looks as Harshdeep Singh, and he probably sort of very innocently looks at you, very smiles and jolly nice chap, and suddenly he whacks you for 6.
Well, whatever number of runs this partnership puts on, Essex will rue, because of course from the very first ball of it, Harshdeep dropped the ball straight down Doug Bracewell's throat at long leg, and he unaccountably let it spill, and it was a fairly straightforward catch. And the score then was 190. It would have been a 3rd wicket in this same over for Jamie Porter.
Tom Wesley is running back the box of balls or bag of balls, which the umpire has chosen a new one or a replacement. Critchley is in. Bit quicker, that's stumped, and that's good night Vienna. Kent have been bowled out for 207. I do believe that represents a below par score, but Essex could so easily have bowled Kent out for 170, 180 if they'd have taken their catches today. I still don't think it's a par score. I think par score would probably be about 250, not much more, but nonetheless, Kent have got all their bowling bonus points in the bag and have bowled Kent out for 207 all out, and that was after Kent won a good toss and decided to bat.
Well, Arshdeep there gave a much quicker, flatter delivery from Critchley. The charge missed it, and without bothering to look round and see if Rossington had removed the bails, he could hear the death rattle and just carried on running. He'd given it the charge, as I say, just carried on running back to the pavilion. So eventually Critchley, my apologies, I lined him up for wicket in his first over. I think he was unlucky not to get an LBW decision in his second over, and after an eternity he's got a wicket in his third over.
Right, go on, you carry on, sir.
No, not really. That's the end of story. 207 all out, and obviously Kent have chosen to bat. I think Essex would feel on a day when there could have been quite a lot of stoppages for rain according to the forecast, and there may still be some, but I have to say it doesn't look like it at the moment. No. We may be lucky here and get a full day's play, and it's a reasonable forecast for tomorrow and Friday, and I think Essex would feel that the game is going pretty well to their plan.
Well, Paul Newton, Matt Cole, Don Topley here, keeping you company on this sunny day at Chelmsford. Do we expect tea to be taken?
Now that's such a good question. We'll try and find out I suspect it's 3:38. It wouldn't seem to make any sense not to combine the gap between innings with the tea interval.
Rob Bailey, as he was wandering towards us, because they're changing beneath us.
Yes.
I noticed he was on the little radio phone, so whether he was talking to the scorers or indeed someone in the pavilion, or indeed the senior match referee.
Just a minute.
But I'm
just a minute. Oh no, I thought he was making an announcement, but it's the bowling figures.
It is tea. Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, thank you, sir. So we'll have tea for 20 minutes, but I will just read that in 207 all out, the bowling figures are thus. Porter, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 47. He collected those 3 towards the end, cleaned up the tail. Sam Cook bowled very well throughout the morning. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 19. Doug Bracewell, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. Simon Harmer, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 73. Paul Water, 1 over, no maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. And last but not least, the gentleman to get the last wicket to make Kent all out, Critchley, bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. That's the housekeeping done. There were just the 5 byes, no balls, no wides, no byes, just the 5 leg byes, 5 leg byes. And in the Kent, the main batsman today was Ben Compton, who made 47. He top scored. Right, all that remains for me to do is to wish you a very nice tea break, and we all will join you back in just 20 minutes. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Chelmsford. It's been a good day for Essex. Although they lost the toss, they eventually bowled Kent out for 207 runs. They've just enjoyed a cup of tea and a piece of cake, a cucumber sandwich, and now it's the turn of Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook to come out to bat. Kent are out there already, together with the umpires that are Rob Bailey and Graham Lloyd, son of David Lloyd. And Kent, well, Cox is keeping wicket. They've got Maye at first slip, Jack Leaning at second, and I think it's Harry Finch at third. They're ready. Brown's about to take guard. The opening bowler looks to me as if it's going to be former Essex New Zealander Matt Quinn to open the bowling from the Hayes close end, and we've got sunshine, no sign of any adverse weather, mizzle, drizzle or even dark clouds really. The umpires are waving to the scorers adjacent to us, and it looks to me as if we're about to start. Now, what is important for Essex today is to keep wickets in hand, don't do anything daft, and get a substantial lead. This is a par for me of about 250, 270 maybe, and Kent's 207 all out does represent an under par score. So, eyes down, here we go. Matt Quinn coming in from the Hayes close end. He bowls his first ball, and Brown comes forward, plays on the front foot, played into the offside, and there is no run. We stand by for a BBC Essex update to our local listeners in a moment to give them the report of really Essex's fine performance. Cook bowled beautifully this morning in his 3 wickets. Porter cleaned up the tail and picked up 3 wickets late in the innings. Nick Brown, bat aloft, in comes Quinn. Quinn bowls. It's hit him on the thigh pad, goes just in front of him, and there is no run. Beautiful morning or afternoon here in Chelmsford. We had a little bit of drizzle coming down the A12 this morning, but that is really all we've seen. Brown tapping the crease, bat aloft, Quinn on the way in, bowls, plays off the back foot, back down the wicket, there is no run. A siren from an emergency vehicle goes down Parkway, and they may have found a ball down there, because Grant Stewart hit an enormous 6 that went over the scorer's box, the St John's ambulance, and probably went on to the Parkway dual carriageway. Huge hit. Brown facing Quinn. Quinn bowls, and decent delivery there, which is push driven up to Ashdeep Singh, fielding at mid-off, wearing a bandana. Probably will open the bowling from, maybe, will it be Stewart? Will it be Stewart or Ashdeep Singh? Normally left armers do enjoy bowling at the Hayes close end. I'm thinking of John Lever, Mark Eilert over the years. Quinn in, bowls, played into the offside, and there is no run. Three slips adjacent to the keeper Cox. There's a fielder catching at short mid wicket, otherwise 3 on the ring on the offside. In comes Quinn. Quinn bowls, and Brown very watchful, having got a pair up at Blackpool. Rory Burns of Surrey and Nick Brown got pairs last week in their championship fixtures.
So did Dane Villas.
And so did Dane Villas. Thank you, Dick. He struggled this year a little bit, Dane Villas. Hasn't got the runs for Lancashire he would have liked. Sir Alistair Cook is just taking his guard. And opening the bowling isn't Ashdeep Singh, it's Grant Stewart. Yes, welcome back, and very enjoyable day so far. Essex enjoyed their tea interval as Kent, after winning the toss, were bowled out for a 207 on this used and dry wicket. Sam Cook was the chief destroyer in the morning with a fine 3 for 19, but it was Jamie Porter who picked up the tail with 3 for 47. Harmer only bowled got the only one wicket, but he will become more dangerous on this surface. But as Essex now start their innings, they'll be looking for a substantial lead. They've only faced the 1 over. It was a maiden, so it is 0 for 0, and we're in the second over here at Chelmsford. Stewart in with the second ball of this second over. It's played by Cook into the offside no run, and the interesting thing now is Grant Stewart has not been warned, but he's been spoken to nicely by the umpire, Graham Lloyd rather, who has suggested he might have just run on the wicket with his right leg on his follow through, and if he does it again it might become an official first warning. He won't be able to keep doing that as Stewart bowls and is driven back to the bowler on his follow through. Good looking shot by Cook, but he finds the bowler. A few seagulls are above the cricket square here. In fact, they're not seagulls. We learnt that this morning from my esteemed colleague Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent. There's no such thing as a seagull. They are heron gulls. Well, you continue to learn. Stewart on his way in, away from us, bowls short. It's an attempted pull, but it's a bottom edge into the floor or pads. It rolls out to the leg side, and there is no run. Still 0 for 0. We're in the second over of Essex's reply to Kent's 207. And Matt Cole joins me. Matt, how do you think their tea went down?
From a Kent point of view, not particularly well, I wouldn't have thought. Early inroads will change all that for them, won't it? But
very much so.
They are somewhat reduced in the bowling lineup, so the openers, Quinn and Stewart, a lot of responsibility on them to make these breakthroughs early.
Stewart in the bowls. This is clipped into the leg side, finds the fielder at mid-wicket. There is no run. Quick question, I was expecting Arshdeep Singh as a left-arm swing bowler to open. He hasn't. Has he not in previous games?
No, he has done, but I'm surprised myself. I don't know exactly what the tactical decision is there, but maybe, as you were saying before, they're going to wait until the lacquer's a little bit off the ball to help him swing the ball around.
Left-armers at Essex have always bowled from the top end.
Yeah, but they started with Matt Quinn, as you said, and Stewart coming from this river end.
He bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. End of the over. 2 consecutive maidens here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent on the first day. It's been an entertaining day. You're going to be slightly, if you're of a Essex persuasion, slightly more joyful, but this isn't an easy wicket. This will turn and turn more, and I do think it won't get any easier. So, you know, Essex are reasonably happy, despite Kent batting on the best part of the wicket earlier today. Their game plan will be to bat once, long and deep to try and get a substantial lead.
So Quinn to continue from the Hayes close end then, running down the short slope as we look at it here, coming towards us to Brown, leaves it outside the off stump, and there's no run. It feels, I mean, it's easy from the commentary box, Don, but it felt like even when Kent was 6-7 down, there was 250 there for them, and I that's where I think and it's happened a number of times this season, where just perhaps a little lack of application or sort of nous of game management towards the end of the innings has just let things peter out a little bit. So 207, that feels undercooked to me on this. I'm sure it's short of what they wanted, but then Essex did bowl very well
250, 270.
As Quinn to Brown just clips that off his hip. Is that ironic? Cheers, the first run of the
no, it's for Brown. He got a pair last week.
Oh, for Brown. There we go. I was going to say.
Blackpool.
Tough crowd.
Oh, they are. They're brutal.
14 balls, haven't scored. They're moaning.
Yes.
Oh, there we are. That's what it is. Well, that's good news for Nick Brown, obviously. Thank you for the local knowledge. I was thinking, crikey, what a bear pit this is.
Yeah.
You don't want that. The openers don't
have
score
you ever
in it.
been here on a T20 Friday night?
Of course I have. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I was thinking their own batters they're looking at here. They haven't scored in 14 balls. They're on their backs already, including the nice of the round. So Sir Alistair Cook will face now 3 slips. Yeye, Leaning and Finch. This one's deflected away towards Kadri at backward point. So there's 3 slips. You've got a slightly backward point, if you like. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, shortish there is Joe Denley, I believe. That's Denley, the tall figure. I feel like I'm missing someone, but they may just well be below the boundary.
Yeah.
That's Grant Stewart at final leg, isn't it?
Tom Pearce stand. We're slightly blinded by the balcony here.
So 1 for none Essex, taking a look at this new ball. Bowled by one of their former teammates. Well, these two would have played with Matt Quinn, that's for sure. They've seen a lot between them. Messrs Cook and Brown. Cook faces now. Just back at the bowler, up towards Arshdeep Singh. And there's no run. I told you Arshdeep would be interesting in the batting department, didn't I? He was, yeah.
Well,
he won glorious 6, and then
he did.
Yeah, and then just kept walking, didn't he? When he was stumped, he didn't look back. Didn't look back in anger.
We call that in cricket where he was stumped, and he was stumped by a long way. He ran down the wicket, missed it, and kept going.
He more or less did as well. I don't think he actually turned to look at whether the bails had come off. He just assumed it had, and it was time to get warmed up for bowling. Quinn then to the left-handed Cook, back in his crease, very deliberately taking a step back as the bowler runs in, and he clips that down to Grant Stewart's fine leg for a single. And,
can I ask you a question?
You can ask me any
Grant
sort of question. I won't have the
Stewart,
answers though.
He's 1.
Yes.
Cox could be 2.
Yeah.
Look,
Is this a ripple?
I know it's my eyes, and I'm a little older than you, but some of the caps, caps they're wearing, almost look a shade of brown.
They do. They fade from a dark blue to a brown. Yes. Yeah. Perennially, this has been the case.
It's not my eyes.
No, it's not at all. No, you're absolutely right. Quinn to Brown, backward defensive, no run.
I'd hate to say this. You know where I'm going.
I do. People have said it before.
Have they? Some of your
looking a bit Surrey.
Looks as if you've nicked them from the Oval, because they're brown.
No, that's the.
But they're not. They've just gone.
No, it's sun bleached and presumably sweat as well. Yeah, bleaches them to they fade to brown, which is
They do look as if they're wearing a brown
they do.
cap.
It's almost like rings on a tree. The shade of brown, it sort of indicates how long the players have been with the county. So unless they got themselves a new one and lost the old one, but so Joey Everson, as you can see, is a fairly dark blue, number 33 out there, with his relatively new one.
Grant Stewart bowls decent delivery, but decent carry with the new ball. Got an economic action, slightly slingy. Probably the low arm occasionally accentuates the swing when Grant Stewart swings it, but it's a nice action, good carry, long levers, and it went through to Cox, the keeper, well there.
He bowls a heavy ball, as you say, don't they? Does Grant Stewart?
He does. He starts his run. Short strides into longer ones, he bowls. Cook plays into the leg side. That's well fielded by the veteran Joe Denley, that looks at his hands. He's probably got himself a graze because he has just dived on the netting wickets, which are rock hard like cement.
That'll be tough for Joe Denley. He sort of ruefully said during one of the T20 games that they have to hide me inside the circle these days, but I don't think that's actually true. I think he was just being very self-deprecating.
Was he?
He's in his late 30s, but yeah, still a great athlete.
Good man. I think the family herald from Whitstable way.
Indeed so, yeah.
This is cut beautifully, Cook-like, but it's well fielded by the left-handed opener Ben Compton, who top scored for Kent today with, I think, a score of 47, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Indeed so.
Yeah. He'll be gutted. He advanced down the wicket to Simon Harmer and clipped the half volley very hard back at the bowler, but he snaffled it and he had to go. Caught Harmer, bowled Harmer for 47 on the spot of lunch. This time Cook goes back and across, plays with a straight bat all the way up to mid-off where Joey Everson is fielding.
Indeed so. That's him, yeah.
Have you met his father?
I've not actually, no.
Good man.
No.
Good man. If he's here today, I wish him well. And if he's watching at home, I bid you good day. Joey played for Lincolnshire in their pathway for a good 10 years. This time Cook plays sensibly, smartly back from where it came from, nice and straight within the V. Essex need Cook and Brown to play responsibly today, to make sure they come out tomorrow morning, not block it, but make sure they're here tonight, have a knock, but try and be here tomorrow morning. Stewart bowls. This is cut out to Compton at cover where there is no run. That concludes the end of the over, and Essex have scored 2 runs in the 4 overs that we've had.
Just checking the test score. So 200 up for Australia. That may well have been some time ago. No, 202 for 5 I have as the latest from...
Who's the last out?
Last out is Travis Head.
Oh, good. So Labuschagne and
going
Head's
for
gone.
48. Yes,
48. Okay.
It's the 2 all-rounders, Mitch Marsh and
Right.
Cameron Green in at the moment.
I was talking to Paul earlier. We saw Mitchell Marsh smash a phenomenal 100 here for the Australian tourists.
Here's Quinn then to bowl to Brown. Bouncer. Brown doesn't really hesitate for a moment, just ducks the head underneath it. Not really a dangerous one either. So there's no run through to the wicket keeper. 203 for 5. It's not bad actually. It's a good recovery by England's bowlers.
Question for you:
Yeah.
with both all-rounders playing.
Yeah.
So for me, that smells that the Australian are going batting heavy.
Yeah.
They're a little bit concerned. They'd probably like to draw this test. But from who came in first, Marsh or Green?
Marsh was in first, so he's got 12.
Okay,
Green. Yeah.
interesting.
Green's in at 7 effectively. So Quinn to Brown, just on the back foot. Just checks that back towards the bowl. It's picked up by Joe Denley on the run.
Well, one assumes that Marsh has come in because he was the man in form in front of Green, or Marsh or Green went to Lou and said, as the next man in, cover me for why I go to Lou, and a wicket falls and he goes in. But I would expect therefore Australia to say, Marsh, you're going at 6, Green, you're in at 7.
Yeah.
So that's the order that they prefer.
Quinn to Brown. Just gets a little bit big on him, but he does well. Keeps it with soft hands low into the offside. There's no run. So yeah, that means Carey batting at 8.
Strong.
Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood to come.
Cummins coming in at 10.
Yeah.
I mean, that really is quite, they've got a bit of batting in that
It's a strong
tail.
lineup, but yeah. But it looks like England have come back pretty well, have they? 209 for 5 as it is now. They were 160 something for 3, am I right in saying that? Something like that. So battling back, a couple of wickets for Stuart Broad there. 1 each for Wokes, Wood and Moeen. Again, that's hitting the bat heavily, and some not excitement, but some cheering from the Kent fielders. But Brown's right behind that. Goes for just some bit of gardening. So too Alice Cook at the far end. There's an awful lot of gardening going on.
I watched at tea time when they had tea and the groundsman came out and did what they do, repaint the lines, bit of sweeping, etc. There was an incredible amount of dust coming off there.
So already beginning to break up.
Yeah.
So Quinn then to Brown.
Chelmsford
just deflects out into the offside, no run.
Never breaks up like an old-fashioned cricket wicket, but you find some wickets can die. This could just die and get lower. I think it will just get a little more challenging to bat on. It will over the course of 4 days.
There are a few cracks on it already, weren't there, when we went out there?
There were. They will just get a little wider. The grass that you can see from here is when we went out. There isn't as much to see out there, but the grass really just holds the whole surface together.
It's Quinn then to Brown, and this time just nudged into the onside and fielded by Compton, end of the over, and Essex are 2 for none. It's a maiden for Quinn, but these two at the moment not playing and missing. Messrs Brown and Cook looking fairly solid, but it's an object lesson for those of us that can't read pitches. But if you stand here and look at it and don't go into the middle,
looks greenish.
You know what I was saying this morning? I was saying cloud cover looks greenish.
Yeah.
You bowl on this. You said no, and when you go out in the middle, it's a very different picture at ground level.
Funny enough, this is no disrespect to the groundsman at all, as Grant Stewart comes in, bowling to Alistair Cook outside off stump. Cook being as watchful as ever, disciplined, lets it go through to the keeper, no run. No disrespect to Stuart Kerrison. This wicket when we went out there, look, I played a long time ago, but it reminded me of a wicket that we used to occasionally see at Taunton. Taunton, you turn up at Taunton and it would look untidy but play well, but it would look hairy, as in there, like this one. When we went out there, there were the odd long strands of grass, but they weren't tufts of grass. They were just one single seed produces one blade. So there's a lot of that. For me, it did resemble a Taunton wicket, where sometimes it can look a bit ugly. This possibly would look ugly this morning. I didn't take a picture of it, funny enough, but actually we'll play okay. We'll play okay. Stewart on the way in, away from us. Bowls. This is cut beautifully by Cook, and he's got a big chase on there as Compton, and he won't stop it. Cook gets his first boundary of the day. He now moves to 5, and the score is 6 without loss.
I think if you look at the comparison between the two sides as well, although you know the opening overs of the Kent innings, Mieye hit some crisp shots, but there were chances in the first 6-7 overs, weren't there?
Yeah.
And even though the scoring rate was higher for Kent, you know, at 6 for none, we're through 5 overs now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's been the alarms for Cook and Brown that had been for Kent early on.
You could have been 18 for 2. There were 2 drop catches, both
Absolutely,
off Cook. One left-hander, Compton, the other one was Mieye.
Indeed, yeah.
This time Cook comes forward, fairly well pitched up, just push drives into the offside. Joey Everson does the fielding. Sun's out now. Hopefully all your Kent followers who have travelled up from over the Thames are enjoying the sun in Chelmsford. And of course this is all part of Battle of the Bridge, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Hey, we haven't mentioned that yet.
No, no.
Battle of the Bridge.
I feel like, you know, we are remiss in that. The two marketing teams will be upset with us.
Yes. As Stewart comes in, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. Can I ask a question about your official captain, Sam? Is just taking some time off
he is indeed,
cricket or just red ball cricket?
We're taking time off cricket at the moment,
Cricket,
he says. So
right.
yes, yeah. We don't know. I haven't heard his status for the 100 as yet, but yeah, he's
captain of the Oval Invincibles.
Yeah.
They've got a bit of a
I'm
new
not suggesting
team.
he won't play. I'm suggesting he's taking time off from Kent.
Tom Moody is in charge of them. He'll be interested to know that. We wish Sam very well. Stewart on his way in bowls. Has driven in the air. Probably just stopped a little bit on this dry surface. Joey Everson is running after it at long off fields, just in front of the Tom Pearce stand. And Sir Alistair Cook gets 2 runs. He moves to 7. The score 8 without loss. Certainly was in the air for a little while, but it split cover and mid off.
I'm told, by the way, that England are going to play Australia at Canterbury on the 30th of July. It's the over 70s team.
Yes.
So
yes.
Kent were beaten by the Aussies in the over 60s at Gravesend, but sorry, it's Kent against the Aussies, I should say, of course, at Canterbury.
As this time outside off stump, comes forward, leaves it alone, watches it through to the keeper. There is no run. End of the 6th over. Essex, in reply to Kent's 207, are currently 8 without loss. Yeah, so yes, do you know that is one of the quickest team games at the moment? Vintage or old veterans cricket. You've got
quickest as in quickest growing, or
growing, yeah.
Right,
You've got over 50s, of which England over 50s won the World Cup in Cape Town. The over 60s, the over 70s.
So
wow.
I should just reiterate, both of those games, the one at Gravesend that has been and the one that will be at Canterbury on the 30th of July, are Kent against the touring Australians. Like the old days when you had a good number of touring games for the tourists. That's a good ball from Quinn, and as Brown's just dropped his bat away from it at the last moment there. That was a good delivery though, very close to the outside edge.
Yeah, over 70s, you could imagine that a few go, is it all right if I field it slip? And you've got about
You don't think there'd be that many willing
slips,
to, yeah.
And one in the cover and one on mid-wicket.
So there's a boundary rider on each side doing their best.
Hey.
They'll be the ones that are just 70, presumably. I don't know.
And I think you can play one underage, so one can be 69.
There are many
but he has to
people
field in
older
the
than me
cover.
that are fitter than me, I'm sure. So there we go. But yes, that'll be interesting.
Good luck. It's absolutely tremendous to hear people of that age are still playing.
Here's Quinn to Brown through to the wicket-keeper Cox, and there's no run.
It's quite a serious league. They have finals, and I went to Suffolk over 50s versus Kent over 50s last year. Went to see some friends who were playing. I think Kevin Masters, formerly of Kent.
Yeah.
David Masters, his son, was obviously Kent, Leicester and Essex. But Kevin Masters, the old man, I think did play quite a lot of over-age group cricket.
Right. Here's Quinn to Brown. Again, just getting behind this one, stoutly defending it, and there's no run. It'll be fascinating to...
Bet they don't have long run-ups.
No, maybe not. I was going to say, I wonder if Darren Stevens will soon be doing that, but he'll probably still be looking for a county contract at that point. So.
Did he not play in an England 11 recently?
He did, indeed.
Over 40s.
Was that in Hong Kong, over 40s?
No, in
England.
England.
And no run. Oh, right.
I'm sure. And do you know who I think he played with?
Do tell.
I think somebody I might get this wrong, I'm full of useless information, but it might be someone like former England and Gloucestershire cricketer Mark Elaine.
Okay.
Somebody like that played with Darren Stevens in an England over 40s game.
You're not wrong. It was in Broxbourne. So down the leg side.
Am I right?
And there's no run.
Serious?
You're absolutely right. Yes. Yeah.
Someone's tweeted you
in Hong Kong. Yeah, he was in the England over 40 side facing Wales at Broxbourne. There we go.
With Mark Elaine. That's good. Yeah. Something like that. Mark Elaine, in the latter part of the summer, he has been Glamorgan's white ball senior coach.
Right, yes. I saw him down
which
there at Cardiff.
Matt Maynard was doing the 4-day cricket.
Yeah, split between the two of them. Here's Quinn to Brown. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump and on length as much as anything through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, and there is no run. I did think that Darren Stevens eventually, I mean, he's still playing cricket for St Lawrence and Highland Court in the Kent Premier League, but I mentioned, and this was some time ago, because he loves his golf, and the only thing he didn't like about cricket was it took up
took up time from his golf. But I mentioned joking one day, what about the seniors tour? And he looked at me very seriously and said, it's not a bad idea.
As in seniors golf?
Indeed, he's a scratch golfer.
Who do you know, who have you commentated on that you know, not particularly well, but you know him as a cricketer? Give me another cricketer that's become a golf professional. There's a question for you. You can't look on your phone.
You think I will know this?
Yeah, there is a cricketer who retired not that long ago, played for 2 different counties, as Stewart is in bowls. This played
I know who you're talking about.
Off Cook's legs, which goes down to fine leg for a single.
That's Triggs, isn't it?
It is Peter Trigo.
Okay, I remember something.
Formerly of Somerset
and Kent,
Notts.
Yeah. Played for Kent as well, of course.
Trigo played for Kent?
Yeah.
Did he?
Absolutely, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Maybe it's a Kent thing.
There we go.
Are there some good golf courses?
Oh, well, I think the warning of my Peter Trigo playing football for Margate alarms coming up on my phone.
Is that right?
I haven't rolled that one out.
Oh, really? I know
about
nothing.
2 weeks.
Stuart bowls. It's clipped this time. A little too straight from Stuart, which Brown takes a single. He ambles all the way up to the non-striker's end. 10 without loss.
I'll keep it very short for those that haven't heard it. So I saw him score a goal for Margate, playing in goal. Took a free kick from inside in the centre circle in his half and bludgeoned it over the defence. Playing for Margate, flew over the other goalkeeper's head in. There we are. So Peter Trigo, multi-sport, football, cricket, now golf.
As Cook edges it, but he plays with soft hands. And what was so good, in fact, he played with soft hands and it bounced short of the second slip, which is going to look like Jack Leaning standing there with it. It looks to me as if he has quite a shaped beard, so that's Jack Leaning at second slip. It bounced short of him. Cook is just an artiste in respect with that piece of willow. Round the wicket to Cook. Stewart bowls, it's driven into a gap in the offside. Applause for that gorgeous looking shot as it runs away and beats the fielder to the long side on the offside for the left-hander. That is the pavilion side, and there is 4 runs for Sir Alistair. He moves now to 12, score 14 for no wicket there. That's interesting about Peter Trigo. I'm going to have to recount the story to my esteemed colleague from BBC Essex, and Paul Newton joins me, and it's going to be Grant Stewart. Stewart bowls, clipped off his legs all the way down. It's gone fine. The fine leg fielder is much squarer. He simply ambles across now to pick it up. That's an easy 4 for Cook. A little straight from Stewart. He now moves to 16 and the score 18 without loss. Good afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, good afternoon, and a little bit of a lakeside masterclass from Alistair Cook in the last few deliveries. Stewart's just got his line a little bit wrong to him. And I always remember Andy Flower describing Alistair Cook before he'd even played for England. This would be early 2005. And, he said he's the best leg side player I've ever seen.
Can't afford to bowl too straight. In comes Stewart, and he's done it again. He's clipped it and timed it. Squarer, it's gone just behind square, and that's gone for 4. That is, mercurious. That is just beautiful, really.
Yeah, it's nice, it's a couple of times today something I've said has actually borne fruit for a change rather than commentator's curse sort of thing. But it was a perfect illustration of what we were talking about, because he's clipped one very, very fine indeed, and then that one just going behind backward square leg. Lovely shot off the pads.
It is indeed. Essex at the end of the over. I've moved to 22 without loss. One scoreboard's got it up, the other hasn't yet. And Essex have started nicely. And we're going to see a bowling change now. I'm looking forward to seeing this. Bowling from the Hayes Close end is Arshdeep Singh. Now, why am I'm interested? But he hasn't opened the bowling. And Matt from BBC Radio Kent suggested it is because he quite enjoys when the lacquer is coming off and the ball beginning to swing.
Yeah.
He's in, bowls outside off stump, swings away to the keeper, and there is, well, whether he started that very wide or whether it swung wider, I couldn't tell you because we're not behind the arm, but it seemed to swing and go through to the keeper, no run.
Better news of England at Old Trafford. Australia 227 for 5. 2 wickets for Broad, 1 each for Wood, Wokes and Moeen Ali. And yeah, England.
Arse deep in, the bowls forced into the offside. Good bit of fielding. I think that might be Joe Denley, who was it Joe Denley at cover with the sun hat on at cover, and good bit of fielding as he rolled back the years there.
Yeah, it was a good bit of fielding, and Essex, after a slow start, just beginning, well, certainly Cook is. Brown's only got 2, and it does look rather obvious that Brown hasn't got a lot of confidence out there, but Cook has played some beautiful leg side shots.
Arshdeep Singh to the left-handed Brown, outside off stump, very happy to leave. It carries, but it's only at shin height really, rather than any decent bounce with the new ball.
Ominously for England, for all the good news I was relaying a moment ago, Mitchell March is 33 not out, and he really has been a revelation since coming into the side, because he got a wonderful 100 at Headingley, followed by a 30. He's got another 30 here, so England have never managed to get rid of him cheaply.
Singh on his way in. At the crease, he bowls outside off stump through again. Brown very happy to leave this alone. Very watchful so far. He's, what can I say about, he's faced 20 odd deliveries for his 2. He's not worried, he's just going to bat for his team.
Surrey are 196 for 3 at Lords. Somerset 228 for 4 at Northampton. Hampshire 120 for 7 at Trentbridge. Game that started late, and Lancs 194 for 7. Bit of a recovery.
Brown forwards. The first ball he's played off this Singh over, where he's come forward, played a forward defensive push into the offside. Decent ball. Gradually over the course of this over, Arshdeep Singh has got a little closer to Brown's stumps.
Yes, that match at Edgbaston, it's Warwickshire against Lancashire, and Lancashire 195 for 7 currently.
I see Worcestershire have lost 3 players in the last week.
Oh dear.
Have you seen that? No?
No, I haven't.
Okay, as Arshdeep Singh bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off end of an over, maiden over, and there is, the score is 22 for 0. They've lost 3 players. They've lost Pat Brown, he's gone to Derbyshire, and the 2 seamers, Tongue, the England international, has gone to Notts, along with, is it another seamer? Yeah. But Worcestershire have received 1 player in Lancashire's Peter Jones. He's joined from Lancashire. So I shall leave you. We'll find out who the other bowler that's gone from Worcester to Notts, and I'll leave you in the hands of Paul Newton, and welcome back Matt Cole.
Thanks, Don Topley. Don Topley and myself, Paul Newton, commentating for BBC Essex, about to be joined by Matt Cole for BBC Radio Kent. And Kent 207 all out after choosing to bat. Essex 22 for no wicket. Stewart to Cook, gets his line better this time, albeit with the snag that whereas previously he'd been giving Cook some practice at his favoured leg side shots, this was too far outside off stump to oblige a shot from the former England maestro. And Essex continue to be 185 runs behind Kent's 207, in which there were 3 wickets each for Porter and Cook, 1 each for Harmer and Critchley, another one for Bracewell, and there was a run out by Paul Walter. This ball goes through outside off stump, and although it succeeds in thwarting Cook from entertaining the crowd with his leg side repertoire, it has no real chance of getting Cook out either. Welcome back to Matt.
Yeah, a little bit ominous this for Kent, isn't it? Is that they've seen off perhaps some of the shine from the new ball, and Cook just starting to get into his shots, and they've got to find a way of stemming the flow, keeping it well outside off stump, maybe the key.
Stewart bowls to Cook. Oh, and Cook has edged this in the air and I think probably put down there at Gully.
That's a very sharp chance, and Harry Finch is just picking himself up, but he got hands to it, didn't he, Paul? So it has to go down as a chance.
Just seeing this again, Cook rather pushes away from the body. Wasn't going to be easy, in all fairness.
No, looks like he was diving slightly to his right as well, wasn't he? And at above head height, but
if you wanted to be kind, you could say 4 runs for sure. It would have gone to the boundary.
That's for sure.
But a chance miss, we have to say. Stewart's in bowls to Cook. Dropped on 20, gets a single here and moves to 21, 23 for no wicket. And we're in the 10th over, and poor old Nick Brown, who got a pair in the previous match and generally speaking has been struggling, continues thus because he's faced 28 deliveries and only got 2 singles.
Yeah, he's being outshone by his batting partner at the moment.
Not that his batting partner is any slouch.
No, I was trying to explain that on the update, make sure people realised who I was talking about.
Yeah.
Well, Cooksey, this young lad Cook seems to be doing quite well. He's just hit consecutive 4s off Grant Stewart. We gather he's a knight of the realm.
Oh, yeah, indeed. He's entitled to lead his flock of sheep over the Westminster Bridge or some such location. A dot ball here. Cook just drops a dead bat on a ball that ends up in the hands of shortish mid-off, and Essex continue to be 23 without loss.
I would wager that he's one of the few current knights of the realm who actually has a flock of sheep to drive over.
Yes, I think that's very true. I mean, normally,
whichever bridge.
Yes, whoever gets the right to do that said, but I haven't got any sheep and I've no intention of it. But
it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, Alistair can do it. He knows how to shear and everything. This ball's played to short mid-wicket, no run, and that not quite a maiden over. There was a single off it from Grant Stewart. It was a better over than the one which went for quite a few runs previously, but although he corrected the leg side line, he then tended to bowl a little bit too far outside off stump.
Yeah, they've got so Kent's biggest difficulty with the absentees in terms of the bowling are, I think Arshdeep perhaps being the exception, is someone who's going to bowl the extraordinary ball that's going to grab you a wicket from almost nothing. And I say that as no disrespect, but particularly against a team like Essex, you're going to need occasionally, maybe more than occasionally, something surprising, something extraordinary to get one of these batters out. But let's see, maybe adding Joe Denley at 4th slip will do it. Arshdeep, the left armour, comes over the wicket now from the Hayes close end to Cook, cuts that gloriously away. Will that be 4? It will indeed. What a lovely shot that is.
It was, yeah.
And it's pretty close to him as well. It's just, I mean, you run out of superlatives, don't you? But what the marvellous thing is, I think, for cricket followers, whoever they support, is that Alistair Cook is still playing the game. He makes that look so easy, Paul. It's close. It's quite close to his off stump as well. He's just cut that away as if it were nothing.
No, this is his 5th year since retiring from Test cricket, and one or two people was, when he got his original 3-year deal, was saying, "Oh, he'll be gone after a year," and they couldn't be more wrong. Alistair's a man of his word.
Arshdeep Singh over the wicket now, left by Cook through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
If he signs on for 3 years, then unless injury intervenes, he will play for 3 years, and he's signed on. I think now it's down to what I think I've read, Anthony McGrath saying he and I will have a conversation at the end of the season and we'll come to an amicable agreement as to whether he'll carry on next season or whether he will retire. So my guess is he'll carry on, actually.
Well, he's still very rewarding to watch. Less so perhaps for Kent's bowlers at the moment as Arshdeep bowls to him, and he touches this one to the onside. It's fielded by Compton at mid-wicket.
And you know, I remember him in an interview with Johnson Agnew, and Agnew said to him, "Why on earth do you keep playing county cricket, for heaven's sake?" And there spoke a man who doesn't watch it. And Alistair said, "Because I enjoy it. I'm with my mates." And he said, "Well, ever I continue to enjoy it, I'll carry on playing." Good for Alistair, and he strikes me, still enjoys it. He's got a fair number of runs this season. Not his best season, but even so, a very decent one.
I was just checking, averaging 36 this year, and it's a little bit low from Arshdeep, but nothing that really ruffles the former England captain as he defends that one up towards mid-on, and that's Matt Quinn fielding. He's easy to spot because he's the one Kent fielder with his sunglasses on the back of his cap rather than on the front.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not a sensational average by any means, 36, and there would have been years in his prime when he'd have been averaging more than that, much nearer 50, but it's still very decent and as good as anyone from Essex, I think, pretty much.
Here's Arshdeep then to Cook. Again, maybe just keeps a little bit low, but he's played that stylishly to point to Kadri, and there's no run.
He's got his career as well in commentating, sort of commenting perhaps rather than commentating, but you know, he'll still get plenty of work doing that, and of course the arrangement that he just plays red ball cricket for Essex leaves him plenty of gaps to commentate on various of the test matches.
Yeah, he's a good listen.
He is indeed.
Is Arshdeep then to Alistair Cook. Again, just pushing that back past the bowler right to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 27 for none. Alistair Cook has 25 from 36. Brown has 2 from 30. This in reply, if you're just joining us, to Kent's 207 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. Kent won the toss. A high score of 47 from Ben Compton. A 50 partnership between him and Jack Leaning. 30s for Stewart and Cox, but I think they, as I was saying to Don Topley, Kent in that dressing room at tea will think not as swinging as that's not good enough, but perhaps there was an opportunity to take this to 250 maybe.
Yeah.
In their innings.
No, you're quite right.
One or two will be ruining shots and decisions maybe because of that, but
it wasn't a bad total when you consider that they were 121 for 6.
Yeah.
So from there, 86 added for the last 4 wickets. But overall, yes, when they won the toss and batted, they'd have been hoping for more. But not a huge amount more, as you say, 250 to 280, something like that. So Matt Quinn has now switched to the river end, having opened up with a spell from the Hayes close end, back on his original stamping ground in terms of English venues anyway, and came over from New Zealand as a youngster. That ball is played down to mid-off by Nick Brown. First ball of this second spell from Quinn, and 27 for no wicket are Essex, 180 behind Kent's 207. So we've had an unfailingly interesting day's cricket.
It's been good so far.
Yeah.
This pitch has been rewarding the bowlers.
Yeah.
I think as well as the batters.
Quinn is in, bowls, and Brown plays a copybook forward defensive shot, but in the region of a fairly straight short mid-on, and there's no run. 3 wickets each, Cook and Porter, and 1 each for Bracewell, and then the 2 spinners Harmer and Critchley chipped in with a wicket each, and that doesn't make 10 because Paul Walter effected a run out with a direct hit on the stumps. Quinn is in, bowls to Brown again. Full marks for correctness, plays it back to the bowler, head right over the ball, right foot, bear in mind he's a left-hander, right foot well down the track. Good technique.
Australia still just 5 down. Time to build a partnership. Green and Marsh together, I think.
Yes,
2, 3, 4, 5.
That game could end up being a draw because if the Manchester weather strikes, you know, I'm feeling that it could be difficult for either side to win as Brown plays the ball up to fairly close in mid-off. And that would be one of the differences between the field set by the 2 captains, that mid-on and mid-off are closer than Essex typically had them. Essex, on the other hand, tended to have more in the slip cordon, often having a leg slip as well as 3 conventional slips. A lot of wickets nowadays are taken at leg slip, actually, more than used to be the case a few years ago. Often there wouldn't be one. Here's Quinn in, bowls, and another model defensive shot from Brown. And for me, Brown is resembling someone taking their driving test, who is competent, you know, and is getting all the manoeuvres right, but very careful not to exceed 30 miles an hour. And I'm well entitled to say that because he's got 2 not out, wait for it, of 35 deliveries. He's enjoying himself though. He loves the defensive shot, and to be fair, he's played them very, very well in this over. Quinn is in and bowls to him. Oh, he's driven this fiercely back, but it's brilliantly stopped off his own bowling by Quinn, and it might just have hit the stumps at the bowler's end, but failing that, that would have been 4. So a very good stop indeed, and 27 for no wicket. A maiden over remains the score.
As you say, fabulous stop from Matt Quinn, from a sturdy drive from Nick Brown there. He stopped it almost dead in his follow through, didn't he?
Yeah, it was great fielding.
His right hand down. So maiden for Matt Quinn there, and Essex 27 for none. But go back to what I said about the beginning of with Don about the beginning of the Kent innings. It doesn't look like Kent are providing the alarms and surprises that the Essex bowlers did for Kent as much. Although the scoring rate isn't exactly flying along, it feels like they're coping better, as it's just dropped into the offside by Alistair Cook, and he takes a quick run, calling Nick Brown through. They will take that one out towards Kadri at point.
Well, when you dismiss the side who bat first fairly cheaply, you know, a sensible approach is perhaps to score more slowly than you would otherwise have done. The only pity for Essex was that in that T20 final at the weekend, Essex, who were presented with a low total, were in too much of a hurry. They didn't need to attack the power play the way they did.
Arshdeep left arm over the wicket, bowling to Brown, goes short there. Brown has pulled that gently away. I don't think it'll reach the boundary. It may stop before it gets there. Grant Stewart has outrun Ben Compton to it, and they'll come back in the end for a fairly leisurely 3. And there goes Brown on to 5, and Essex 31 for none.
Yes, there aren't all that many cases where a guy can more than double his score of his 37th delivery, but he just did, because he went from 2 to 5 with a single blow. In fairness, you've also got to give credit to the Kent bowlers, who've been pretty tight when bowling to him.
Arshdeep Singh now too. Cook leads it through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Deliberate leave.
I haven't seen Arshdeep before. He strikes me, he's quite quick, and this is a slow pitch, so I think he'd take more facing on a quicker pitch, but I haven't actually seen him deviate the ball so far.
No, hasn't moved it tremendously, has he? But as you say, he's definitely nippy. You'd imagine he's got a fair amount of variation from his T20
yes, indeed.
Skills, but you say it doesn't seem to be doing very much for him at the moment. I was a bit surprised he didn't open perhaps on the far end. They decided to start with Matt Quinn instead. This one jams the bat down on it, Cook. Slips like that. Captain Jack leaning, had his hands over his head for a moment, hoping that was the breakthrough, but Alistair Cook plays that into the onside in the end, and it's fielded by Ben Compton. Number 2 is top scored for Kent in their innings of 207.
Yeah, if there was a turning point in the Kent innings, you'd have to say Compton, excellent effort, batted all morning, out to the last ball that was bowled before lunch, and that's the turning point. 92 for 3 became 92 for 4.
Yeah, and that partnership with Leaning was emerging as a good thing. Keeps low on Cook there, but once again he's done really well just to jab the bat down on it, make sure it goes no further, and back towards the bowler.
Yes, because approaching lunch there was an unbroken 58-run partnership, and the 2 members of the partnership, Compton having batted so solidly all morning, okay, was put down a couple of times, but to lose it right on the stroke of lunch, and when Jack Leaning, who'd played so well in the morning session, came back after lunch, he didn't look the same player.
As you said, just seemed to change the momentum, change the mood for Kent at that point. Arshdeep left outside the off stump by Cook, and that is the end of the over. It's 31 for none. Essex off 13 in reply to Kent's 207. That's what might have been for Kent, but obviously you've got to give the opposition Essex some credit for that as well. Harmer stuck to his task. Cook was brilliant again today, I thought. Jamie Porter with a late hurrah, almost clearing up the tail. Critchley there as well. And a very fine run out indeed by Paul Walter, as you said before.
Yeah, I mean, Essex actually put 4 catches down, so
Yeah.
they could have dismissed Kent for
That's
fewer.
true.
But
It could have been much better or worse, depending on
Yep.
which side you're on.
So, Matt Quinn bowls second over of this spell from the river end, and he's in to bowl to Nick Brown. And Brown has flicked this one away well. That's a nice shot, but brilliantly stopped at mid-on, and they get through for 1 run, but that would have been 4. And just checking who that is there. It's Grant Stewart, I think.
Yep.
And he made a very good 34 with the bat. Matt Quinn, who, when he was an Essex player, would, I think, have bowled more overs from the river end than the Hayes close end, and it's the river end he's bowling from now. To leave from Sir Alistair. No run there. Australia 245 for 5. Surrey 216 for 3 at Lords. Somerset 254 for 6. They've just lost the 6th wicket at Northampton. Hampshire 154 for 7 at Nottingham at Trent Bridge. And Lancashire 203 for 7 at Edgbaston.
So Kent fans will be keeping a weather eye on what Northants and Middlesex are doing. Say Surrey and Somerset, their opposition respectively.
Quinn is in, bowls, and outside off stump, no shot from the former England captain. Essex continue to be 32 for no wicket, but they'll be very happy with proceedings from, if you like, 2 points of view. Actually, not only are they in a good position in the match, but this was a day when, if the weather forecast had been accurate, we'd already have bowled fewer overs in the day than has been the case already, and it doesn't look as if it's about to rain either. I think I'd have to say I think it's highly likely we'll get the full 96 in today, and when you're keen to press for the title, you don't want any interruptions. Quinn's in, bowls, and wow, that's a good delivery. That beats Cook. He played rather not a typical Cook shot. It was a sort of rather abrupt thrusting of the bat at the ball, and he missed it. It goes through to Jordan Cox, and there is no run.
Yeah, good delivery from Matt Quinn, but not the breakthrough that they wanted. Cook survives.
Cox with the gloves, because Sam Billings, who's officially captain of Kent, but has he relinquished that permanently now or just temporarily? As Quinton and bowls, and appeal for LBW. It's going to be given not out, because I think it might have pitched just outside leg.
Yeah, maybe just outside. Otherwise, yeah, he was trapped in front, but you're right. I think it looks like pitched outside leg. So yeah. So Sam Billings, no, still club captain. He's relinquished the red ball captaincy to Jack Leaning. Yeah, and is just taking a break from cricket at the moment.
Yeah, it's great to be able to play professional sport, as we see another replay of the Quinn delivery, and I think that would be why the appeal was turned down. It looked as if it was just outside leg stump when it pitched. Quinn's in to bowl to Cook, 2 slips a gully. Cook's whipped it away, may well go for 4, and for all the fact there's a man at sort of long leg, this is fine leg, and he just gets enough on it to whip it away. And there was no stopping it there, and Cook moves along to 30 out of 36 for no wicket. That was the last ball of the over.
Was indeed, yeah, and moving ominously on from a Kent point of view here. Master Cook's run tally suiting his number 26 shirt. 6 for Nick Brown, who wears 10. I'm not sure what that means in numerology, but probably nothing of much. So Arshdeep will continue from the Hayes close end. 3 overs for 8 so far. Bowling to Nick Brown. 3 slips in behind him. Good ball. That's beaten Brown. And that's probably the best delivery I think Arshdeep Singh has bowled so far.
Yes, I agree. Surrey have just lost the 4th wicket, that of Folkes. Court Higgins bowled Helm 20. Elsewhere, Burns made 79, Latham 38, and Smith is not out, 69. Good young player, Smith. Jacks has just joined him, 223 for 4.
He's got a fine century against Kent in that game at Canterbury.
Yes, he did. That was so crucial.
Yeah, and at speed as well. Absolute
Brutal knock. Here's Archie again to Brown, leaves that through to wicket-keeper Cox, who has Mieye at first slip and Jack leaning at second as company with Harry Finch at gully. Hamid Kadri just going through some warm-ups.
Quite a good partnership going on for Lancashire, trying to rally against Warwickshire. They were 150 for 7 when Rhodes was out, but Balderson's 59 not out, and Bailey 28 not out. I think it was Bailey who was Essex's last wicket in the match at Blackpool.
Archdeep to Brown, gets well forward, no run to Denley.
So 60 runs have been realised for the Lancashire 8th wicket, and while there's no doubt about it, Warwickshire look already in a strong position in the match, but it could have been a lot worse from a Lancashire point of view.
Just halting the progress a little bit. It's a decent score for Derbyshire against Durham today. Durham looking to run away with the Division 2 at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're a long way clear.
Derbyshire 2-5-6 for 4 there at the moment. It's Archie bowls again. It's a good delivery. He's just played inside it as Nick Brown there. He's getting the bat inside, but like it's beaten him once more.
Apologies for noises off there. Just unintentionally bashed my microphone. I just wanted to see whether Deploy has continued his tremendous run of form for Derbyshire. Well, he's not out, but he's 2 not out. So we can't quite say that. Guest, who I'm not familiar with, is 115 not out, and Wayne Madsen made 62.
Oh yeah, it's the Italian international Wayne Madsen, is that right, as Don was telling us earlier? Here's Archdeep Singh to Brown, tucks into the inside, and there's no run.
I've always been rather fond of Wayne Madsen because many years ago now, and he's been with Derbyshire forever. He's a hockey international as well. He's very talented, but very nice man. And one day Derbyshire were playing a Sunday game at the Castle Park in Colchester, and he, who'd been playing all the red ball cricket, wasn't playing in that game. And at the tea interval, he emailed us and said, "Loving your commentary, keep up the good work." So I thought it was very nice of him.
Here's Archdeep to Brown. That's a good ball, clipped through mid-wicket. A good shot, I should say. It's a reasonable ball, but Brown gets 2. He comes back for the pair, and that's 8 for him. Cook has 30 and 38 for none. At the end of the over, I'm off to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. It'll be Dom Topley to fit in beside you, Paul.
Thanks very much indeed. Matt Cole there for BBC Radio Kent. Always a great pleasure to welcome Matt to Chelmsford, just as it is to go to Canterbury, on the nicest possible places to play cricket. I always describe Canterbury as the closest you can get in this country to both a headquarters ground and an out ground at one and the same time, because it's a beautiful ground, and but obviously has the facilities of a headquarters ground. As Quinn begins a new over from the river end, Cook meets it with a firm but defensive shot that goes down to Grant Stewart at mid-on. 38 for no wicket. 169 behind Kent's 207 all out. And if you hear a noise like a herd of elephants in the background, it's Don Topley moving into his seat. And I think Don, I sense, has thoroughly enjoyed his day so far.
I have.
And it has been enjoyable. It's been intriguing, gripping contest. Quinn is in bowls, and that's a long way down leg side, smartly taken by Jordan Cox, and Essex remained 38 for none.
I agree. That was the word I used this morning on my 1 o'clock update. An intriguing morning's play.
Yeah, it was. We've seen several good performances. Although Ben Compton's innings was based on good defence, but after all, that's one of the arts of playing the game, and he'd been doing so well until out to just on the stroke of lunch. Sam Cook was a wonderful sight, wonderful bowling in the morning. Jamie Porter a good spell in the afternoon. And that ball has turned Cook round, and he's got a rather fortunate edge for 4. Wasn't nearly a catch or anything like that. In the end, it goes quite low and along the ground, well wide of the slip cordon, down to the third man boundary. 42 for no wicket, and 34 to Sir Alistair.
Well bowled.
And for Kent, there was a good partnership between Jordan Cox and Grant Stewart. Both were out before they'd really gone as far as they would have been hoping in the 30s, 30 and 34 respectively. But they certainly helped Kent out from a parlous position at 121 for 6. 50 partnership for 7th wicket as Quinn is in, and bowls to Cook, and Cook wasn't particularly certain with that shot either. It was a bit tentative. Goes out to backward square leg, and there is no run.
Yeah, Quinn has been miserly, especially when he bowled from the top end.
Yeah.
He's now from the city end or the river end. He's gone for just a 4 through third man, so he had bowled 6 overs for 7. He's gone for 11.
And that latest 4 was a moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah.
Here he is again to bowl to Cook. Cook drives firmly, 4 runs, straight drive. And it hasn't reached the boundary yet, and Grant Stewart's doing all he can, but he has to give it second best. 46 for no wicket. Cook has 38 from 51 balls, and Brown 8 from 44.
Tells a story.
It does.
That really was a gorgeous drive. Look, it was quite full. It was a run-scoring opportunity, but the execution of that push drive, and it was just a push drive, a check drive, it finished up, but it was just a push drive initially, and it just raced back past the bowler and then down the hill to the boundary.
Tremendous news from Old Trafford after this ball, which is a long way outside leg stump. More exercise for the wicketkeeper Jordan Cox. Dot ball, 46 for no wicket. Now then, how about some tremendous news from Old Trafford? Australia are now 255 for 7.
Okay.
Mitchell Marsh is out, caught Bairstow bowled Wokes 51. Green, LBW Wokes for 16. And so we have 3 wickets for Chris Wokes, 2 for Stuart Broad, 1 for Mark Wood and 1 for Moeen Ali. 62.5 overs bowled, so still quite a way to go.
How many overs in the day have gone?
62.5.
So 17 overs off a new ball.
Yes, yes, no, that's quite right.
So it's about an hour's cricket.
Yeah.
So they might get the new ball tonight. Depends how many overs Moeen Ali bowls, but if they could get the new ball tonight, that just makes it a little bit more tricky both tonight and in the morning.
What a good insertion into the England side Chris Wokes is proving. He's got 3 for 36 in 12.5 overs. What might we have done if we played him from the start of the series?
Ashdeep Singh in, bowls outside wide and outside going wider, and there is no shot offered by Brown. Yes.
Yep.
Interesting. I mean, I've always enjoyed him. He's a jolly nice chap, you know.
Well, he is reputed to be the nicest man in the whole world, and I can test that personally, but nevertheless, the point I would make about Wokes, he's got an unbelievably good record with both bat and ball, strictly in England.
I was about to say,
but you don't pick him for tours.
He's a different cricketer.
No joy overseas.
Abroad.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's the Duke ball or English conditions or English pitches, he is a different cricketer abroad. Singh in to Brown. Brown leaves, being watchful. He's battling hard here. I know, Paul, your thoughts on Nick Brown, because a lot of people sort of, there's a bit of Marmite about him. You either love him or you don't like him. And he's scored a lot of runs. His career average is still pretty healthy. I say stick with him. There's a lot of Essex fans who are very awkward about it. They see the youngsters in the background, but opening the batting in England is a damn jolly difficult challenge.
Yeah, it is. No, that's a fair point.
And for us, we've got two cricketers who are not interested, who are so far away from Bazball. There's an LBW shout, but Rob Bailey is not interested, nor's Nick Brown. He thought that was not out, and it's been given not out. So what's your thoughts about Nick Brown then?
Well, just on that last ball, he was kind of in front of leg stump, but almost certainly the umpire would have said that's going down leg side by the time it gets to the wickets. So a fair decision, although I don't blame the bowler for appealing. I think he's been fortunate to keep his place, because he has had a fair number of rather poor runs, poor returns, redeemed by the fact that every so often he gets a big 100. But he's a lovely chap, and of course he's very useful under the helmet at bat pad.
Singh bowls wide and wider again, outside off stump. Cox takes it almost in front of first slip. Brown not interested. Yeah, see, that's quite important. When you're opening the batting, you can't just rely or look at the books and look at your runs and the averages. His career average is very acceptable. Look, he got a pair last week and people were up in arms, but as you highlighted just now, Paul, he fields well under the lid, takes catches under the lid, and we do see Simon Harmer bowl a lot of overs. So it's a key ingredient to our success. Singh bowls outside off stump again, going wider, almost boring Brown in this situation. There's a battle of wits here. Who's going to play a shot or bowl a ball straight?
Funnily enough, although he might seem to have clogged up the works rather than do anything useful, but it's never a bad thing to see off the new ball. Speaking as a very moderate opening batsman myself, but
You've never told me that. You said you were a very good opening batsman.
No, I don't think I've ever claimed that, actually.
Really?
But no, the one thing I could do was last for a good length of time. Couldn't get the ball
Bore them into submission.
Couldn't get the ball off the square in front of the wicket. But
is that right?
Yeah.
Needed a good coach. This is clipped by Brown. He's got a couple, I believe. Will he get 4? It's racing away to the pavilion boundary, and in front of the gate it goes for 4. Well, he's bowled wide. He's bowled wide. He's boring the batsman, and then he just happens to bowl. Does Arshdeep Singh? He bowls one quite straight, and Brown sees that and clips it off his legs, and it's gone for 4. Super shot that.
One thing I totally agree with you about is that opening the batting, particularly in recent years, particularly this century as against last century, there's been an awful lot of movement early on some fairly damp pitches, and frankly in some cases some not particularly good pitches, not talking about anywhere in particular, just generally here. And if you get reasonably competent bowlers who just maximise the conditions, some very good players find it difficult, and the proof of the pudding is quite often now we're seeing the phenomenon of sides who get more from the lower half of the batting, the last 5 wickets, than they do from the first 5. So as you rightly said, it can be no sort of joyride at all to open the batting.
It isn't.
You take as good a player as Joe Denley, a thoroughly good county cricketer. He's out first ball today because Sam Cook has got the first ball just to move enough, just to straighten maybe a little bit and take the edge of Denley's bat. As here, Kadri is into the attack. Yeah.
If I could just say as well, you talk of, but the people who probably dismiss Brown are often looking at his stats of recent or a game or a pair last week.
Just interrupt us, Kadri, who previous ball just went to backward point for no run. There's a little bit of turn there. This could be interesting. Turn to the left-hander, leading the left-handers, and they're both left-handers here. And in the end, the wicket-keeper took it because Cook left it, but it could be interesting as Kadri, little jog up bowls, rather like his action, and this ball goes again, can be left by Cook through to the wicket keeper.
He's not the tallest, so he won't extract much bounce.
No,
he has to give it a bit of air to get the bounce. Quite a small man.
He is. He gets quite a little bit of rhythm as he sort of almost tiptoes up and bowls, and that's pitched up more, and it's a nice drive by Cook. Will bring him at least 1 run, and that's only 1, and that takes Essex to 51 for no wicket in the 18th over.
Just going back to that point you made, Oh, I've forgotten, Paul. What was it we were talking about? Opening the batting.
Yeah.
People who dismiss Brown probably just look at a period of play and think how many scores has he had, rather than thinking he offers bat pad, he fights, he battles when he opens the batting, as he has done today.
Certainly has. As, this is a leave by Brown to the obviously outstanding wicketkeeper Jordan Cox.
So I say stick with him.
Yeah.
You mentioned he may have been a bit lucky.
Well, I think he has, but that doesn't mean to say that you're wrong in your point, as this ball is played by Brown for 1 run to deep cover, and that's the end of Hamidullah Kadri's first incursion into the attack, his first over, and Essex replying to Kent's 207 all out of 52 for no wicket, 39 Cook, and 13 to Brown. But I think also, Don, what we're seeing out there now is that it's the advantage to a side who bowled first and dismissed the opposition for, on the whole, a lowish total. The advantage the batsman can then have in their approach to batting second. They know that they don't need to be in a tearing hurry. They know they can take their time because there's so much time left in this game.
Absolutely right, which is why it's such a good thing to play this 4-day cricket. A lot of people talk about should we play 3-day cricket. I think we shouldn't. Ashtik Singh is on his way in, 3 slips and a gully waiting outside off stump through to the keeper.
And sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but I just wanted to say that very point about taking your time when the opposition have been bowled out quite cheaply is sadly what Essex failed to take advantage of at the weekend in that T20 final. They didn't need to play as though you had to be in a heck of a hurry in T20 cricket, not when you only need 146.
No, that's right. But these two, I mean, Kent have got Ben Compton. These two are as far away from Bazball as you could possibly find. And this is what's still needed in 4-day cricket. Singh bowls, clipped into the leg side, and they run well. Grant Stewart can't stop the single. Good cricket there from Essex.
And the proof of in your particular pudding here is that, OK, you might get the corollary of what we've seen from Brown.
What word was that?
The corollary.
Am I going to have to look that up tonight?
Yes, you must.
Corollary.
So must I now, come to mention it. But yeah, the corollary to that would be that OK, so Brown very slow, 13 off sort of 40 or 50 deliveries, but you could get a guy who came in and slogged 42 off 30 deliveries, but in championship cricket that's not going to win you a cricket match.
No. Singh, left arm over, the clips off his legs does Cook, goes down to Arafat, who is fielding beneath the Tom Pearce stand.
Who's this Arafat?
Arafat has come from the South Asian community, the what do you call it? It's a new academy, which is, I think it's now had 6 or 7 young Asian cricketers who have now got contracts within counties. And he made his debut and had a 4 or 5 wicket haul against, I think it was Somerset, as Brown drives out to mid-on, which is well fielded. Good shot, no run. So they've done particularly well. It's the South Asian Academy, is it? I can't think of the name. I'll think of it in a minute.
Just to amplify a point you made, another reason why you can justify a player who's not actually scoring a welter of runs, but you don't drop him, is if you've got a successful team. And then your team, your teammates are keeping you in the team, as it were, because you don't want to disrupt the momentum.
Singh is in bowls. This is clipped into the leg side. Maybe a leg by, we'll find out. Rob Bailey will offer a signal. He's not going to. So that probably is an inside edge onto the pad, into the leg side. Brown takes a run.
Yes, he's got 15 off 56 and Cook 40 off 57. There again, people underestimate Alistair Cook, actually. He certainly isn't Bazball, but nor is he particularly slow. Some people think he's a very slow scorer. He very often is among Essex's, best run rate scorers.
Singh on his way in. He's at the crease, he bowls, good delivery, Cook plays and respects it into the offside for the end of the over, 55 for none. Arafat Buayan is a Bangladesh cricketer. He joined Kent during the season not long ago, side pro terms, and I think sometimes I have these hunches. I think he made his debut against Somerset and he picked up a hatful of wickets. I think in a first class game, I think he got 4 or 5, and he got some good players out and he created a profile on his debut. So well done to him, but it's going to be Kadri bowling now.
As he comes in around the wicket from the river end, and Brown can leave the first delivery to wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, so 55 for none.
Talking of around the wicket, it's on tonight with Victoria Polly.
Indeed.
Hey, what a good link that was.
Well, it
Paul
was
Newton.
a seamless link.
Hey?
I was trying to set it up and succeeded. Kadri's in and bowls, and Brown off the back foot. There's a misfield in the covers, and that's going to be a single. And I think the fielder, it hit him on the knee. I think he's got a slight bruise and a definite limp. It's always particularly harsh in cricket. It's such a wonderfully cruel game, and the hard ball hits you and you've made a misfield, and everybody's cursing you for the misfield, but you're also in pain. Kadri about to pass umpire Graham Lloyd, and bowls to Alistair Cook that comes forward. One of the big differences, Don, in a sense, Kent chose to bat. One of the reasons why I wouldn't have done is that ball was moving around this morning, and I'm not seeing anything move this evening.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Kadri's in and bowls to Cook. Cook leaves this and it bounces a little bit, nicely taken by the keeper.
You're right, but I have to say this morning on a fresh wicket, and I know it looks greenish from here, but as Matt from BBC Radio Kent, we talked about it, it isn't quite as green out there.
Cook comes forward, just leans on this, nothing more than that, and picks up a single to go to 41, 57 for no wicket. Hampshire, who for my money don't travel, have been shot out at Trent Bridge for 166. And that, I would suggest, is an innings that doesn't do them justice. They've got so much talent in the side. Gubbins, Vince, Brown, Dawson, Fuller, as this next ball is played back to the bowler, and the end was abrupt. They collapsed early, then they seemed to have recovered, and then the last 3 wickets have gone down the space of 5 runs, so pretty dismal effort, I would say, by Hampshire there. End of the over here, 57 for no wicket, 41 to Cook and 16 to Brown. Essex are exactly 150 behind, and just trying to work this out. I think they need one more to save the follow-on.
Change of bowling. Grant Stewart, if you didn't hear that, from the announcer Tony Choate, who's also Essex's scorer. Jack Leaning, the captain, has jogged down from speaking to his bowler into second slip, where Muyai is at first.
Tony Choate, the man who scored the World Cup final 2019, that momentous game. Yeah, he was great on it, highlight of his life.
Grant Stewart bowls short and wide, it's cut, and Cook will collect a boundary. He's just so nonchalant when he gets delivered a short and wide ball. And
well, Kadri got a hand on that in the covers, but he couldn't stop it going all the way to the boundary.
Super shot. He moves to 45 or 49, is it? Look, 45 he has. We have to look at both scoreboards. Yep. One goes quickly, one goes slowly. Still 2 slips and a gully. There's a fine leg. Third man, no. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Cook facing Stewart. Stewart's on the way in, bowls. This is played in, well, he plays with soft hand and it misses gully, but backward point has to chase after it. They're looking for 3 and they only get the 2. That's well fielded, well chased there from the Kent fielder that has to move the best part of 40-50 metres.
Yes, I mean, as an elder statesman, Sir Alistair doesn't do hurry if he can possibly help it, and he was quite happy to keep the bowling and take just the 2 runs rather than 3. Had it been, for instance, Feroz Kushi and Robin Das, who were at the crease at the time, they'd definitely have got a 3rd.
It's interesting, and I'll ask you towards the end of this over and what your thoughts are, what's your hunch. It's going to be Grant Stewart bowls. There's a play and a miss, decent delivery.
Yeah, well bowled.
To the keeper, not out. Alistair Cook, does he still enjoy batting? I think he does.
Oh, without a doubt.
And I still think he would love to go to bed tonight knowing he's batting not out overnight and comes out to bat tomorrow morning.
I was saying to Matt,
how long do you think he will go on for?
Well, if he's still enjoying it, at least another couple of years. I was saying to Matt, I think he'll sign on again for next season.
I hope he does. This time he got an inside edge and he was alert. The inside edge came back onto his pad, ricocheted off his pad and was heading towards the stumps, and he stuck his left boot out to ensure it wouldn't go onto the stumps. Sensible that from Cook.
Well, this is why he's one of the great survivors as a batsman. You know, that one, he edged it into his pad and with lightning reactions was there to make sure that if it had been rolling back onto the stumps, he would have been able to get the boot in the way.
In he comes, Stewart from the Hayes close end bowls. Clipped off his legs. This goes down to fine leg, where we can't tell who's. I think, is that Harry Finch? No, it's not Harry. Yes, it could be Harry Finch down here.
No, I think he's at Gully.
Do you?
72. I think that's Harry Finch, yeah.
You might be right.
Yes, he is 72. I can't actually see the man who's...
Well, he didn't have a number on his shirt.
Yeah, it's a substitute fieldsman, I think.
Right. Right arm over the wicket to Brown. Brown's bat is aloft. 2 slips and a gully. Stewart bowls, played off the back foot into the backward point where there is no run. End of the over, 64 for none. We've had 23 overs. Nick Brown on 16. And with him, Sir Alistair Cook on 48. Just 2 runs from yet another half century.
Yeah, we've got a minimum 16 overs remaining, which should be an hour's cricket. Probably be a bit more than that, so we'll be into overtime, but we won't be grumbling because it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day's cricket, and we've had a little bit of a masterclass from Alistair Cook. We know that he's not going to be a laugh a minute, but on another hand, he's not been slow at all either. He's too shy of a 50 from 66 deliveries, and his scoring rate would be in the 70% as Hamidullah Qadri begins a new over, and Cook just leans on this and plays it to deep cover, gets a single, and Cook goes to within 1 of the 50, and the score to 65 for no wicket. And this now is proving a very good start indeed for Essex, taking advantage of knowing that they're not chasing a large total. 142 now is the deficit. We've got a slip in the back pad. Qadri is in. Bowls to Brown, all defence, back to the bowler, no run. In the test match, Australia 260 for 7, and England, compared to many points in the day, will be feeling that their decision to put Australia in has not backfired, as that ball goes through outside off stump. Of course, it will seem to have backfired if England gets shot out for, say, 170 or something like that, but it looked at one point that Australia were long odds on to make over 300, if not more. As Qadri's in, bowls to Brown, and Brown steps away, makes a bit of room, and off the back foot plays it forcefully into the covers, but there is Harry Finch with the 72 on his back to prevent a run there at short extra. 65 for no wicket in the 22nd over. The end of this one, still 15 overs to be bowled tonight. Qadri around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's whipped to short mid-wicket. There is no run. Score remaining 65 without losses. Sir Alistair leans on his bat at the non-striker's end.
I'm on interview duty tonight. I wonder who they're going to provide. One of the bowlers? Skipper?
Yeah, could well be.
Coach?
Next one's driven out to short extra. Misfield from Harry Finch, but it doesn't cost a run. It's being backed up by a more conventional, deepish cover fieldsman, but not so deep that they could sneak a single. So there we are. That's the end of the 22nd over of the innings, and replying to Kent's 207 all out. Almost on the stroke of tea when they were all out, and they combined the gap between innings and the tea interval. Essex in reply 65 for no wicket, with Cook on 49 and Brown 16.
Thanks, Paul. It's, the flags are limp here at Chelmsford. Sun's out, coming through. Bit of patchy blue sky. Certainly blue sky over to the east, as Grant Stewart always enthusiastic runs in. This is played by Cook into the leg side. Just closes the face slightly. Goes into mid-wicket, no run.
Middlesex have a 5th Surrey wicket at Lords.
How many have they got then?
Jacks is out, caught Simpson bowled Helm for 252 for 5, with Smith 87 not out.
You were talking about Surrey quite a lot earlier the day.
Yeah.
If I could contribute a little bit. As Stewart is in, this is outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper, no run. Obviously I have a bit of a vested interest.
Yes.
But they struggle a little bit with their batting. In the white ball, the T20, they've got 6 or 7 number 6s, but they miss out on a number 4. And clearly that's where Dan Lawrence technically will fit in.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good signing for them.
I think so. But they do struggle with the bit of the top order. This time Cook plays in the backward point on the front foot, no run.
If I may say so, I think Dan Lawrence needs a strict headmaster to bring the best out of him, and Alex Stewart will be that. If you get on the wrong side of him, you're in big trouble, and I expect him to do very well for Surrey.
It's a new challenge.
Yeah, exactly. He needs it. A lot of players need a second challenge. Yeah,
you do. Yeah. As Grant Stewart bowls, Cook drives in a gap, he looks for a single, well fielded by Arafat, who's out there fielding as a substitute. No, it's not, Ashdeep Singh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he fielded well there. He certainly saved 2 or 3, maybe a boundary.
But of course, it's no surprise if Dan Lawrence was going to move that it might be Surrey who picked him up, because he's an extraordinarily good record in matches against Surrey, and you so often find, you know, another county signs you if you become available, if that player's done well for them against them.
Outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, and of course the surface there at the Oval is pretty good.
Yeah.
Championship cricket, they produce some really top draw wickets. I mean, it was interesting talking to the groundsman there, but I also know Stuart Kerrison so well here. Do you know that first team wickets, so T20s, Championship pool,
yeah,
Stuart Kerrison has 7 wickets to play on, 7. And we've got this, I mean, it's not a big ground by any means, but we've got a reasonable square, bearing in mind all the wickets we're looking out to the left are all the netting wickets. And then we have the one-day wickets in the middle, then we have some championship wickets before we come to perhaps women's wickets, or indeed second team wickets, or other netting wickets or practice wickets. You know, Stuart Kerrison has an amazing challenging job here with just 7 wickets that he can use. Cook drives up to Singh at mid-off. There is no run, and it's the end of the over. 23 overs have been bowled now, and Essex, in reply to Kent's 207, Essex are 65 for no wicket.
Yeah, that was a maiden over, well bowled to Grant Stewart, but not one where he ever looked likely to capture the wicket of Alistair Cook, and it is quite a while since there's been anything where it looks as if a wicket was in the offing, and this will be the depressing facet for Kent. Not so much they haven't got a wicket so far, but they haven't really looked like taking one for quite a while. And without a doubt, the ball's done nothing like as much for them in the afternoon here as Essex got from the conditions in the morning. This ball goes through outside off stump. Again, there's quite a good bit of bounce there for Hamidullah Kadri, bowling from the river end and turning the ball away from the left-handers' blades. So he's an off-break bowler, but he's bowling to left-handers here, and this ball is hit very firmly to short extra. As soon as he's done his piece, I'll make way for Matt Cole to join you, Don. And we have what, after this over, we've got 13 overs left to be bowled tonight. Kadri bowls, Brown defends, and there's now a silly point for Nick Brown as well as a slip, but a silly point rather than a bat pad. And you would think with the way that Kadri bowls, normally an off-break bowler, that probably is a good decision. It's more likely to turn away from the left-hander's blade. Good delivery, that one, but Brown could see that if he left it, it would, if there was any turn, it would go further wide of off stump. Australia, latest score we have is 260 for 7. Good fight back by England today. Kadri bowls, and this ball's flicked away to mid-wicket, but once again there will be no run, and Essex are 65 for no wicket, 142 behind Kent's 207 all out. Kent, who won the toss and chose to bat. Kadri on his way to bowl to Nick Brown. And Brown gets one, a rare delivery from Kadri that's well outside leg stump, and he whips it away to deep backward square leg. Arshdeep fields near the boundary to get a single. Brown will keep the strike. That's the end of the over. 66 for no wicket, 141 behind. Brown moves along to 17, and Cook, when he next gets a single, will reach his 50, assuming Kent haven't got him out in the meantime.
So Grant Stewart to continue from the Hayes close end. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Brown. Might stay around the wicket for Cook, but over the wicket for Brown. Stewart on his way in, 2 slips and a gully waiting. He bowls. This is going down the leg side. It may have come off the thigh pad. It's going to run away for 4 leg byes as Rob Bailey, the umpire at the Hayes close end, signals to the scorers, who are literally 5-6 metres away from us to our left. Thank you, Paul Newton. We're going to bring in BBC Radio Kent's Matt Cole. 70 for none. We're in the 25th over. Brown on 17. He's in, he bowls. This is a backward defensive, plays, just moves back and across before playing with a straight bat. Looking secure this afternoon. He's fighting hard, showing a lot of concentration. Battle. He wants to stay there. He's not going to give his wicket away. In he comes, passes the umpire Rob Bailey. Brown awaits. This is played into the offside. There is no run. I'm just researching. Good afternoon, Matt Cole.
Don't let me stop you. Do go ahead. Absolutely.
I'm just researching, as we like to do. This is. I'm gonna.
You've done your homework, lady. Is that what you're trying to say?
I did the wrong homework, as usual.
I've been there and done that.
Have you, as usual. I'm just having a look. Oh, the figures. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Brown drives back at Grant Stewart. There is no run. I'm looking at Alistair Cook's record. And the stats, the overview, that might be better. Is that better overview?
Against Kent or
no.
just, oh no.
No,
oh, blimey.
I'm just looking at how many 50s he has got. Now,
in total?
In
first class?
First class stroke test. Playing a miss through to the keeper, no run. First class, it says 122. So this would be, if he gets a single, 123rd.
Indeed so.
But he's also got 57 50s at test level.
Yeah.
So I presume that...
I think first class will include what he's done at test level.
It will, won't it? So this will be his 123rd half century. His 123rd 50.
It's not terrible.
Cook, bowl. Brown clips Grant Stewart off his legs, and this goes for 4, square of the wicket towards the pavilion boundary. Immaculate shot that. He's finding just a little bit of form now by battling hard, concentrating, disciplines, ball watching as he is an opening batsman. And Brown goes to 21. He's faced 77 balls, 4 more balls than Cook, but Cook has 49.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit ugly for Kent now. Almost needless to say, this is the biggest partnership of this match so far. Kent need a wicket from somewhere. Well, ideally they need those wickets to come in 2s and 3s. Don't they, Don? I think there's trouble for them. Hamid Kadri to continue from the river end. Jack Leenham trying to be innovative with the field. Have to be quite innovative to try and psych out Alistair Cook after all his experience. We've got 2 men on the drive on the offside, so oh no. Well, we still have, but one of the covers has gone back a little bit further. They've got one about 10 yards away from him, which is Harry Finch. This is Kadri. He almost manages to bisect them, but eventually reaches Everson at point. There's Jack Leenham, the captain himself, at slip, trying to find something to dislodge either Alistair Cook or Nick Brown, or preferably both of them. This one finds the man, the shortish cover. That's Harry Finch. Yes, absolutely. So the spin naturally takes the ball away from the left-hander for him to drive into the offside. They're hoping it won't pop up maybe. He's paddled that around the corner, and that will be 4 runs. And just losing his line there, Kadri, and that is the 50 for Sir Alistair Cook, his 123rd first-class half-century of his career. And he started solidly, has gone through the gears gently, and now has himself 50 from 76 balls, 10 fours within that. We've just seen him hit that 10th 4.
Well played, fine sweep, got down very early, saw the line and just paddled it around the corner, and it went for 4 fine to fine leg.
That's Kadri bowls him again on the back foot, drives into the offside. It reaches Joey Everson at point once again, and there's a dot ball, 78 for none. So they're eating up this first innings deficit. 129 behind now. As Kadri bowls once more, it's cut away by Cook. That'll be Everson this time. He chases it. It's a losing cause, I think. That's going to go for 4. 4 more for Sir Alistair Cook. He's on to 57 now. 82 for none. And there will be some head scratching in the Kent camp here, I think.
What was so good about that? He waited and made sure there's a backward point that is probably just on square, along with a short fine leg. He made sure he waited for the ball to play it behind.
That one is just defended away. End of the over. 82 for none. 26 overs gone of this Essex innings. 11, a minimum of 11 remaining, which certainly will be 11 remaining now as we're coming to 20-6 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app.
Question for you, Matt.
Oh dear.
No.
I feel like I've gone through it today. I really haven't done my homework.
Mayayi. Is he an opening batsman? Does he offer anything else? Never seen him bowl. Does he?
Bowls a bit of off spin. Has done. Yeah.
Okay.
As Stewart bowls to Brown, and he defends that into the offside. He's fielding at first slip here. They've actually moved Ben Compton out of the slips, so he would normally be first slip, and Mayeye would normally be marauding around the covers somewhere because he's very quick across the ground, and very agile indeed. But yeah, so they've changed that up, have Kent.
Has Compton had a finger injury or something?
Not that I know of. I mean, it's possible, obviously, in the batting he had today, that maybe he's had a slight injury. But oh, that squirted through. Great stop. That's a really good stop at third slip. That's Finch, absolutely right. Tigerish there getting down. It's squirted all the way along the ground, so Brown wasn't in danger there, was he? He's kept his hand soft there, and it's kept low as well. Really good stop though. Otherwise, that was.
I mean, I was saying about your fella in terms of Ben Compton, but Essex with Cook and Brown. These two are so far from the opposite of Bazball, aren't they? You know,
they are.
A million miles away.
Yeah. Well, there's a place for it, as we see here, because there's so much time in this game. They don't have to take every ball on, do they? And really, their job now is to grind Kent into the dust, isn't it? To make a big first innings score, not bat again and exhaust the opposition, put scoreboard pressure on them. So, yeah, they're doing exactly the right thing here.
Dan Lawrence, who's probably driving down, he may be listening to us. He might go, I don't want to listen to TMS in the test match on the radio in the car. I'd rather listen to BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent.
I wouldn't blame him. As Stuart bowls to Brown through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
And he's probably, where would he be? He might, if he left, he probably left after lunch.
Yeah.
Left after lunch. Given the blessing. Good luck, chaps.
It's 3.5 hours. He won't be too far away now. No. Oh, actually, mind you, at this time of night, he'll probably be on the north side of the M25 when he's somewhere.
So he's probably thinking, oh, hopefully I'll get a bat tomorrow.
Good point. Good point.
Turn it, hasn't had to field, just turn up and bat.
As Stuart bowls to Brown, turns that round the corner, and Stuart just double teapot there, hands on hips, just looking frustrated, just the line straying that little bit. Oh, is that a no ball? Maybe that's why he's frustrated. I think it is.
That's the first no ball of the day.
Yep, I think you're right. Just overstepping Stuart. He'll come round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, who has 57, Brown has 22.
I think Joey Everson is on. He's going to have a trundle in a minute.
Would make sense, and it not been as Stuart bowls to Cook. A little bit of bat and pad. Now he looks even sicker with the world as Stuart, because would love that just to have hit the pad, but it's squeezed away, and that is the end of the. Oh, maybe it wasn't a no ball. No, actually the umpire was just, because he changed sides of the wicket, hasn't he? Just was making sure he stopped before Alistair Cook. Or rather, Cook got in to his guard. So 2 off the over. 84 for none. Essex here at Chelmsford on a day we've had. We certainly haven't had 4 seasons in one day, but we haven't had much rain, if any at all. A bit of drizzle before we started, so it's held fair for us.
It is Joey Everson into the attack.
Joey Everson.
Yeah, lively right medium.
Well, he's bowling up the slope, which here at Chelmsford there is quite a significant slope people don't realise here, and from this end, our end, or the river end, you find you normally just get a little bit more bounce, and from the other end, Hayes Close end, you can find yourself running away as you run away from yourself, because you come down the slope and you almost get to the crease a little quicker than you genuinely want to deliver the ball.
Which end did you bowl here?
Majority this end. Wind would come over the corporate boxes. As Everson bowls, and almost a Yorker length, where Sir Alistair Cook is very happy just to have a look. He's not prepared to have a booming off drive with the half volley that might turn up. He's going to have a look at him because he wants to bat long and hard here at Chelmsford. He wants to be batting tomorrow with his mate Cook and Brown. Cook facing. He bowls, and outside off stump, good pace, good carry there from Joey Everson. Nice. No run.
That's nice and brisk, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they got a man at a shortish mid-on there. They Joe Denley, just hands on knees. Just facing Sir Alistair Cook there.
I'm sure Surrey will be looking how Essex are getting on, and Middlesex too. This is driven up to mid-off where there is no run. Very important that Surrey started well and were looking at going big in their first innings and have been clawed back with the dismissal of Will Jacks.
Yeah, 266 for 5, the latest we have there.
But they bat long and deep with people like Jordan Clark coming in, as well as Dan Worrell as well.
Yeah.
As Everson bowls driven out to mid-off again, there is no run or bowled.
Even Atkinson can bat a bit as well, can't he? So, yeah.
Do you know what?
Go way down
I'm
the order.
going to give you, Gus Atkinson.
He's not bowling. Sorry, he's not
playing
today, but yeah.
He is not far from an England call-up. I have that on good authority.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It just seems to be getting better and better, but very quickly, doesn't he?
Mm.
And he's good pace, isn't he?
He's quicker than you think, definitely. Joey Everson in bowls. This is played by Cook, very nice and straight. There's been a man put at, I'm going to say, on the drive, and he is very straight. He's almost in the non-striker's running area. So I think that's Harry Finch with number 72 on.
It is.
But number 10 for Essex is Nick Brown, and he is built like a number 8.
Yes.
And don't get in his way. As Everson is in, bowls clipped off his legs. Cook will get 1, he may get 2, or will he get 4? It's gone for 4. The fielder has dived and unfortunately hasn't been able to prevent it going over the boundary. Good news for Essex and Cook. He moves to 62 and Essex have gone to 88 and for no wicket.
You say Jamie Smith's in there at the moment on 96 for Surrey.
Oh, is he?
Jordan Clark has 15 so far, but yeah, Tom Laws, Sean Abbott will bat at 9 in that lineup, which is an obscenity, frankly. Jamie Overton at 10, Worrell at 11, so that is a deep Surrey batting lineup.
That is. They will be still thinking 400. They will still be thinking 400. Did Folkes play today?
He did, I believe.
And he didn't get many?
I don't think he did. No, I think Paul said
Sorry
he was
if I
out
asked.
earlier. Yeah, Folkes got 20.
20. Batting at what number? 4? 5?
At 5, yeah.
5. Who batted 4? Sorry, I'm asking you a lot of
That's
questions.
Smith, who's still batting.
Right, okay.
I'll go through the entire lineup.
Well,
So it's Burns and Sibley,
yeah,
Latham,
yeah.
Smith,
Latham.
Folkes, Jacks, Clark, Laws, Abbott, Overton, Joverton, and Dan Worrell.
Well, interesting for me, they've got a very good keeper actually in Smith, Folkes, and there's also James Rue at Somerset.
Yes, Kadri, I think it is his first over from Hayes close end.
Yeah,
I think it is. Gets a bit of bounce, but an easy leave really for Nick Brown, always spinning away from him. He's got a man under the helmet, a silly mid-off at the moment, and goes for that, and doesn't quite time it, but makes himself room and bludgeons it into the offside along the ground, fielded by Miyeye. Single run. That's Ben Compton under the helmet. He's going to retreat now. Alistair Cook's in there. Not quite so keen to be quite so close.
Just 8 overs left for the evening.
Yes, probably around about half an hour until the close of play here. It's been engaging all the way through. Not great news for Kent. 89 for none. In reply to Kent's 207 all out. Essex. Here's Kadri. Off-spin bowler around the wicket, just smudged into the offside, or just leans on it more or less as Cook ends up with Compton at that short cover. Kadri once more, not afraid to give it some air, but Cook's not afraid to just stop it in its tracks either. Not aggressing Kadri here. Dot ball. 62 for Cook, 23 for Brown. On the board. So once more, and yeah, once again, it's the same MO for Alistair Cook. He's treating this with caution and conservatively as well. Not taking any chances off Kadri's first over from this Hayes close end. Defends that one again. Kadri in again, round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Once more, long right leg goes down the pitch, defends it. Soft hands, dead bats it, end the over, just a single off it. Essex 89 for none.
You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, giving you the live ball-by-ball commentary on day one. We're getting towards the end of day one with 8 overs left. Joey Everson is going to continue from the river end. Not too many have left, 1 or 2 have, but we've still bathed in some decent late evening sunshine. Have you noticed the evenings have got a little bit darker?
Yeah, soon be Christmas dawn.
Oh, don't. Do you know, I know you commentate and it's important to you, the football season, but when the football season resurrects itself,
there's a countdown towards the end of the cricket season at that point.
Yeah, I get down a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I do. I love our summers. I'm not a great winter man, really. I get a bit of stick from home. I wake up as the daffodils just stick their heads above. This is Brown. Brown clips this into Mayae at square leg. There is no run.
I'm a big fan of a crisp, clear winter day, though.
Are you?
I like those. Oh, yes, yeah, no matter how cold it is.
Can I tell you, why does it excite you?
I don't know, there's something bracing about it as well as, yeah. But I'm kind of the other end of the spectrum. I don't like it too hot, so over 30 is meaningless to me, I think, you know. Warm is great, hot's great, but
driven by Brown into the offside, good looking drive to Quinn, I think it is, mid off, no run.
And then my wife will tell you I'm only really happy at about 2 degrees of temperature. It's either too cold or too hot for me, so there we go. I'm a delicate flower is what I'm saying.
I was going to say, are you a man that doesn't like the heating on or something?
I don't feel the cold very much, so I think that's probably the thing. People are different in that respect, aren't they?
Yeah,
so
they
yeah.
are. This is Everson driven up to mid on. There is no run.
So yeah, I'm fine with cooler temperatures, put it that way.
I played cricket as a career, then I became a schoolmaster for 23 years teaching sport, so football, rugby, hockey in the winters. Towards the end, as I've got older, I feel the cold. But being a PE teacher, you don't, as long as you've got the right attire on, you don't feel it. As this is played with a dead bat, soft hands, runs it out with an open face bat. It goes behind square, where the Kadri does the fielding. There is 1 run, good, sensible batting, decent ball by Everson, but it's good batting by Essex, and the score moves to 90 for no wicket. Being a PE teacher, probably where I taught on the Essex-Suffolk border, which is very beautiful Constable country. You've got the estuary there. Funny enough, it's called the River Stour, but spelt like the Stour, but said differently in Suffolk as opposed to Kent and Canterbury.
Indeed.
Brown, Cook clips it off his thigh pad. There is a single for Cook. He moves to 63, score 91 for no wicket.
The Stour Valley is very beautiful, isn't it, near Canterbury? So
yes,
yeah, I've been walking there.
And we have the Stour Valley.
Right.
And there is another Stour down in the West Country. Worcestershire. And I think there's one down at Devon, Dorset, Cornwall as well. Everson bowls, played on the front foot by Brown, soft hands, dead bat, no run, 91 for no wicket.
Stour Bridge is in the Midlands, is that right? Or is that the Worcester one we're talking about? Could be the Worcester one. Yeah.
Could be.
Sorry, I've digressed,
yes.
and you were saying something else.
I like
yes.
geography. I like geography, if you hadn't noticed. But
nothing wrong with that.
The Stour up in Suffolk, on the banks of the River Stour, is one side Essex, one side Suffolk. That's Constable country.
Yeah,
great
beautiful
to visit.
There.
Beautiful, yeah, it is. Yeah, Willie Lott's cottage, all of that. Haywain, where it was painted.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Kadri to continue. He's none for 15 from his 6 so far. To slip in again, the man at short cover. And regulation cover as well. Rocks on his back foot, does Alistair Cook. Yeah, it's a good stop from Mayaye. Didn't quite stop it dead first opportunity, but stopped it going towards the boundary. Denley was a backup there, but said Mayaye is quick across the ground and gets there to prevent a run. At least Kadri round the wicket to Alistair Cook, former England captain. He did this a few times in the last over. Didn't see one to his liking, Toppers, did he? So he just
blocks it.
Yeah.
And You won't get him flustered.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Is he prepared to occupy the crease and just bat for the love of it? Quicker delivery from Kadri, ends up one bounce with the man at short cover. Then Compton, there's a no run.
I'd love to know what he does in his head, because he plays the shot, walks away for 2 paces and then comes back. Does he talk to him? What is his tick box? How does he approach it?
Kadri to Cook again, plays it dead, bats it really, straight back, no run.
So he wanders away,
Yeah.
wanders back.
Yeah.
I'm interested in what he does, his tick boxes, and how he prepares for each ball.
Just how he resets each time. Here is Kadri trying to outwit him at the moment. Little clip into the onside, but no great aggression there, and it's stopped by Everson. 33 on his back, dark blue cap on. There's no run to mid-wicket. This over's going pretty quickly, as the ball's not going anywhere either. Cook waits for this one, does aggress this one, but doesn't time it off the bottom of the bat, and it bloops up off a bounce up towards Arshdeep Singh. Absolutely safe. Dot ball, end of the over. It's Essex 91 for none. And I think someone needs to press something on the remote here, because it's giving us a message. Is it about to go off?
Would you like to press the remote for us, please?
Oh, yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, well spotted.
That's what ours does at home anyway. It doesn't give you a 3.5 minute countdown hours. No. Just do it in the next 30 seconds, or I'm out of here.
Everything is so much slower in Suffolk than Essex.
Well,
really.
I think it's a good thing. Perhaps it's my pace.
Well, it's going to be Joey Everson to continue. Kadri bowled maiden that last over at Sir Alistair Cook. Good news for him. And Everson is off. Right arm over the wicket. This time Brown drives towards Denley at short mid-wicket. There is no chance of a dismissal, nor any runs. Well bowled. I'm interested to see. I'm here tomorrow, but I'm not here on Thursday or Friday. I'm interested to see how this wicket does play in the next couple of days. I think it will just get a bit harder to bat on as Everson bowls. This is forced by Brown into the offside, looking for a single. There isn't one.
I'm wondering how much the batters are being pinned down, and how much they're thinking, right, 6 overs to go, let's be there tomorrow morning. They're thinking, no chances taken at this point. We can go into our shells a little bit, or how much is being forced. Do you see what I mean? The
Bit of
balance
both.
between the two.
Bit of both. The field is spread. There's only one slip, so there are less gaps in the field for one. Everson comes in. This is forced on to the offside. Finds a fielder again. It's Ben Compton at cover. So they're bowling wicket to wicket. So that's good as well. So look, all Kent can do is offer and bowl tightly, and Essex can either respect that or not, and at the moment they are, because they're disciplined batsmen, and they know that for Essex's cause tomorrow morning, as Everson comes in, this is forced off the legs, this will go for one or at least two. No, just the one. Millet chases it very quickly, returns the throw, good bit of fielding, 1 run to Nick Brown. Essex move on to 92 for no wicket. So all Essex can do is either respect what's happening here and not do anything daft, because if they were to do things daft, then they lose wickets, and then they just will not go on and get a decent total tomorrow. If they go in the hutch tonight, no wickets down, then Essex can afford to bat all day tomorrow and probably find themselves 200 ahead. As so Nick down the leg side, I think that's gone particularly fine, and I think it's 4 runs. No, it's 4 byes. 4 byes against the keeper there. Interesting that. Very interesting that. I wonder how. Yeah, maybe a bit harsh in a white ball game. That would be confirmed as 4 wides, but in this red ball game, it's byes. Everson bowls, and this is driven out to mid-on for the end of the over, as Essex, after 32 overs and in reply to Kent's first innings of 207. Essex, I'm not going to say slowly, but in these 32 overs, Essex have made 96, but have not lost a wicket. You're listening to Don Topley, Matt Cole and Paul Newton. We'll invite Paul Newton to join us back in the chair in a moment. It's going to be Kadri with a man in front, in bat pad in front of Nick Brown, a slip in Jack Leaning. Kadri round the wicket, bowling to Brown. Here he goes, he bowls. Brown leaves it alone, maybe just a little bit of turn, of which Brown is very happy to leave it. I would suggest it just bounces a little bit as well. I do think Kadri has to give it a little bit of air to get the ball to bounce. Not the tallest young man. He bowls again. Brown clips into the leg side very safely against the spin where there is no run. Deep square leg comes up into the ring. Kadri's asked him to come up. So Brown is not really a recognised sweeper really. But there's a man now on the 45 saving one. Brown, this is pulled into the leg side. It's well fielded by, I think it's Grant Stewart at mid-on, who dives away to his left. But Brown has called his partner through. Cook agrees. And the Essex boys get a single. 97 for no wicket. For Alistair Cook, the man on the offside under the lid has gone. He's at leg slip because he does play quite fine, and when he sweeps he paddles as well. No, they've moved the fielder now. It's Ben Compton has gone into short. He's on the drive on the offside, on the drive. He's just going back a couple of yards, so leg slip has gone. The helmet's been placed behind the keeper. Kadri is in, and this time Cook drives. Good bit of fielding there by Harry
Finch,
that's right. Good bit of fielding there, diving to his right on the grotty ends that are the wickets where the practice pitches are.
You're obviously not a twitcher.
Oh dear. As Kadri bowls, Cook plays a forward defensive no run. Tell me more.
Finch, couldn't remember his name.
Oh, very good. Listen, I've learned today there are no such things as seagulls.
Yeah.
Herringulls.
Yeah, I'm sticking to seagulls. I'm too old to learn such lessons.
Paul, you're never too old.
Oh, I am. Yeah, you underestimate how old I am.
So they brought a man back in now. Under the lid on the offside against Cook.
Credit Kent, they're fielding very well here. There's been some terrific stops when they haven't got a lot to encourage them.
Exactly. Kadri bowls, Cook leaves alone. It turns, goes wider and wider. End of the over. 33 overs have been bowled by Kent, and Essex have gone to 97 for no wicket.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disheartening day from a Kent point of view because they've won the toss, but it's ended up they weren't to know really, but on a greenish pitch, they've ended up with far more favourable conditions for bowlers when they batted, whereas when Essex have batted, it's been sunshine nearly all afternoon. And, you know, as I say, 3 wickets went down very early. They rallied quite well, but only 207 in the end, bowled out on the stroke of tea. And as I say, the sun's come out since tea, and although it's not out just at this moment, but you know, you wouldn't half prefer to be batting in the conditions that Cook and Brown have been facing than those that encountered the Kent batsmen.
I shall leave you in the company of Matt Cole, who's coming in to join you, Paul Newton.
We're into the final, thanks Don, we're into the final 4 overs of the day. Joey Everson bowls, and the ball is played studiously by Brown to mid-off, and there is no run. 97 without loss, so Essex are only 110 behind now. And what's been even more depressing from a Kent point of view is that you'd be hard put to it to say a wicket has looked like falling at any stage. 1 or 2 deliveries have beaten a bat, but without really looking as if they were going to take a wicket. There've been a couple of appeals that look to me to be going down leg side. This next ball's gone down leg side, and Brown, for all the fact that he just left it, quite rightly so, has seen fit to do a bit of gardening, something that I could never be accused of having done. And if I did ever do anything, it was actually when batting, and nothing to do with helping out at home. I pay a gardener to do that job, and his next ball goes outside off stump. There's no run, 97 for none.
I think that's quite right. You let skilled people do those things. I would totally agree.
Not only that, but he knocked on the door last week and said, just wanted to let you know, Paul, you've got a wasp's nest above your back door and a bee's nest down in that hollow brick near the ground there. Well, I wasn't going to kill bees, you know, they're a precious commodity, increasingly so. But in the end, my efforts to get rid of the wasps myself, as here is Everson in and bowls, and this ball goes down to mid-on, were predictably in vain, and I ended up having to call in one of the experts, and he seems to have done a good job, albeit at quite a price. So,
there we go.
But I had to deal with them. They were becoming quite a pest. But that again, that's the advantage of a gardener who understands these things.
Indeed, that's true.
Yeah,
absolutely, yes.
And they're also not averse to hard work. As Everson's in, bowls, and Brown has flicked this neatly off the pads. That goes down to long leg for a single. As Arshdeep in the deep returns. Note these clever little links at no extra charge. And 98 for no wicket.
Well, as the joke goes, I love hard work. I could watch it all day.
Yes. Very well said. Yeah. Yes. I'll use that as on a future occasion when you won't be claiming royalties. As Everson is in, river end. Cook places to backward point, where he finds Kadri, so there'll be no run there. The end of a tidy over from Everson, but again, the depressing thing from the Kent point of view, no impression that the initial breakthrough is just around the corner. It may be, but you wouldn't anticipate it. 3 overs left of the day's play, 98 for none.
They're going to need a lot of character, Kent, to get out of this situation, because they're a side that have been very soundly beaten by Warwickshire last week and face this just above the relegation zone. So by and large things haven't been going well in the championship. As you say, this has been a dispiriting day, in that they've not made enough runs from having won the toss, and somehow someone has to, even if it's the bowlers themselves, have to pick themselves up for tomorrow and say, we're going to do what we couldn't do on the evening of the first day.
I mean, I'm not just being wise after the event, but for me, the overhead conditions at 11 o'clock here at Chelmsford, you field, you try and bowl as...
Yeah, Arshdeep to Brown, to mid-wicket, just clips it there. Well, I'm sorry Don Topley isn't here, because I was going to make fun at his expense and say exactly what I said when I turned up, but he knows a lot more about the wickets than I do, so I would always bow to his experience. But as you say, atmospherics-wise, it's very much easier.
If I may give you a little inside tip, don't bow to Topley's superior experience. I'd back yours against his. No, the point was, I know John felt it was a sound decision to bat, but for me it was the conditions that, you know, while you know they're there, try and take advantage of. This one's come off the helmet of Nick Brown, and he's going down toward the boundary. Won't quite reach it, but they're going to come back for 2, and I imagine we're going to have a concussion investigation here. Leg by signal. 100 partnership realised.
Absolutely right. And the 100 partnership up, fantastic stuff. Rob Bailey has said to Nick Brown, no, we need the physio, because I think Brown's just, I mean, he's in the zone, isn't he? He's just carrying on.
Yeah.
But if that's hit the helmet, he needs not only the helmet to be checked, you say he's just ducked into that rather. Actually.
He has.
It's dare I say it, because it sounds brutal and cruel to say it, but that's actually a very good bouncer.
It was.
Because he's fooled him. He's been deceptive with the pace he's got off the pitch there, but I don't think Brown's any the worse for where he'll be asked the standard questions, which is the routine I go to in this point, where I gather before for concussion checks these days that professional sports people are asked a series of questions. So if you don't customarily know who the Prime Minister is, you're not expected to get that right. But if you do know your 98 times table, then and you can do that in normal circumstances. Does that make sense? So
yes,
a series of key questions. I think Nick Brown has probably answered those pretty summarily.
Well, I always, just before going to sleep, recite the 98 times table. I don't know why, but I go up to 23 times 98 before falling asleep. But
it's
anyway,
the 23rd one that just knocks you out, is it? The yes.
Obviously, Brown also engages in this 98 times table because he's already answered the questions correctly, and they said there's nothing wrong with him.
And yeah, they've made sure the helmet hasn't any.
Yeah, that's right.
That there's no chips in it, that it's not got any cracks in it, that the integrity is still there. So all good.
Yeah, go well with fish actually. If,
and here's Archdeep then to continue. Lost my thread. So this is the third ball of this over, and playing a miss outside the off stump, and just left him a bit from Archdeep, who's again, he is a deceptive pace, isn't he? Slightly quicker than you might think from his run up.
So maybe Brown isn't as good at his 98 times table as we imagined, because that was a very loose shot by his standards. In fact, to be fair to him, although it hasn't been an engaging watch in many ways, his innings, but that's about the first time he's had a real play and miss.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. One or two that got close to the off stump, I think, maybe from Quinn at the far end, but yes, but apart from that, he's been very solid.
Rob Bailey is wearing his shades and looks a bit like a character from a Carry On film out there, you know, with the hat on the head, pretending to be someone he's not, you know, in terms of the film. As
Archdeep falls to Brown, leaves him off the pitch, but it's a comfortable lead this time. He knows it's going wide of the off stump. Yeah, it's getting a bit of shape in the air, Archdeep, but nothing very much off the pitch, it seems to me.
No, that's right. It's well, I mean, Dick has long said from, this is Dick Davis, my BBC Essex colleague, and he always says, you know, best time to bat is the middle session of the day, but certainly the worst time is the morning session, because whatever movement there's ever going to be will be in that first hour and a half or so.
So Archdeep, 2 balls to come off this over, bowling to Brown down the leg side. He makes to glance it, but doesn't get anything on it. Good take from Jordan Cox, so a dot ball. One day wide, certainly, but not in this competition.
And I know it's you will be replaced tomorrow, or you're sending Ben Watts along for the next 2, and then you're back Saturday. But
indeed,
I think it's doubtful whether there'll be any play Saturday. The way so much of the game is already advanced here. If if a full day's play is possible the next 2 days, you'd think it may well be over in 3. But look, strange things happen in cricket. May still be here for a draw on day 4.
Archdeep bowls to Brown, leaves that again, probably with much again on length, and it's seaming away from him anyway, through to the wicket keeper. End of the over, 2 to come today. Essex exactly 100 for no wicket. 207 was Kent's innings, so the deficit 107. Even I can do that. I can't do my 98 times table, but I can do that simple mathematics. Cook has 63, Brown 27.
So Essex could hardly have scripted a much better day, being realistic, than they've actually had here. Sam Cook bowled magnificently in the early stages. Essex didn't actually, I was going to say they fielded well from the point of view of a good throw for a run out from Paul Walter, but Essex actually in the course of the whole innings put down 4 chances. As this first ball of an Everson over from the River End is played out to Muyeye on the mid-wicket boundary, and I remember him fielding out on that same boundary in the T20 game here. He's a good fieldsman. 101 for no wicket. I'll tell you, they've taken a single there, and Cook will move along to 64. Knowing Sir Alistair, he'll be mentally, he's not presumptuous, so he won't assume he'll be not out overnight, but he'll be making a mental note he's 2/3 of the way near as damn it to 100 if he comes back tomorrow. Everson's in, bowls to Brown, plays it to Muyeye, who's now much shorter at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It doesn't feel like there's enough pressure on these two from the Kent bowlers that it's going to make this nervous in any case, does it? It feels like they are comfortably seeing out these remaining overs. You never know in cricket, obviously you get the right delivery. 10 balls to go though if these two stay in.
Everson bowling to Brown. Oh, Brown plays and misses at that. That bang on the head's done him no good whatsoever. Made more mistakes since then than his entire innings before, I kid you not. But yes, I mean, you're talking about trying to put a bit of pressure on batsmen. That's such an important art of bowling sides out. The art of bluff. And Mike Brearley was famous for sort of, you know, putting a fieldsman in a position the batsman wouldn't have expected. Total bluff. Everson's in bowls and Brown plays it to Muyeye at mid-wicket. There's no run.
I think Graham Swan, somewhat self-effacingly, said he built a deal of his career on that by giving batters the perception.
Yeah.
He was, you know, the ball was turning square, etc., etc.
Well, I was a great fan of Graham Swan.
Yeah.
A rather arrogant man, but I don't mind arrogance if the person is as good as he was at taking 255 test wickets in just 5 years. For an off-break bowler at that time, that was remarkable. As Everson is in bowls and is played for no run to mid-off, score remaining 101 for no wicket, 106 behind, and not the least virtuous one. I've been talking about Critchley's ability to get a wicket in his first over. Swan would regularly do it for Michael Vaughan, the England captain, during most of his bowling career. Always remember Swan played for England, got dropped, and nobody heard of him again for a decade, and he came back and was absolutely magnificent. And he's a very clever man, you know, he's very good at working people out, and if he couldn't do that immediately, he would come up with these bluffs, as you were saying. Everson's in, bowls to Brown, that goes through outside off stump, and there is no run, so we now have just the 1 over left of an intriguing day's play, and Essex will be very happy if they're still none down after this next over. They're 101 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was an amount of that about bear with me, about Shane Warne as well.
Oh, absolutely.
But he absolutely backed it up with talent as well. So he had both of them, didn't he? He made opposition players feel like he was going to get them out at any time. Although, as I said, the consummate master of it.
Oh, he was.
Psychological warfare as well as the talent he had.
Because most captains are very hidebound, you know, they're very set in what you do in certain situations. And Shane Warne was a great one for blowing all conventions out of the water.
Arshdeep to Cook. Oh, racks him on the pad. Looked like a decent shout, certainly from the body position. We are a little bit askew and behind the batter. I'll give us every excuse. It's not given by umpire Bailey, who does give a leg by, and that's the important statistic.
I've just seen the replay, and there are two potential snags. It was well worth a shout, let me say. Beat Cook all ends up. But the two things that might have given the umpire his reason for not giving it out, it might have gone on to miss leg stump, and height is also, as you rightly say, a little bit of an issue. It may not have gone over the top, but it might have done.
Yeah, I think he seems to be getting so much bounce. That one was lower, if that makes any sense, but it doesn't mean that, as you say, that it wasn't going over the stumps. But
hit him on the knee roll, and he is quite a tall man, and he wasn't bending his knee at the time, but a very good shout. I wouldn't have been one bit surprised if the finger had gone up, but I think you then think, well, why hasn't he given it? And those would be the two possible reasons. It might just have done enough to beat leg stump as well.
Of doubt. Arshdeep to Brown. That's he's dug it in short. It's not got up. It's gone down the leg side and then come back.
I thought that was
moved back towards Jordan Cox.
A brilliant take by the keeper, because it kept very low, and he had to do. If you'd imagine a goalkeeper, and it takes a deflection, and you then have to go back the other way, and to achieve that against a quick ball, as a great bit of wicket keeping.
Was indeed. Arshdeep smiling at Nick Brown after that, but give his thanks to Jordan Cox as well for saving that one. So 4 balls to go of the day. As we had a wicket here, of course. Through to the wicket keeper, that one. As you can hear the explosion of effort from Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that Kent needed to show a lot of character, and I think they have in many ways. There's been some superb bits of fielding, and this guy is racing in, putting everything he's got into it, and you know, he's very close to having Cook out there.
Shouts at the end, but the score will tell you that Essex are just 105 behind Kent's first innings, 102 for none at this point, with 10 wickets still remaining. As Arshdeep goes back to his mark, turns now to bowl to Nick Brown, and Just a gentle nudge back past. He's checked it back past him, but it's well timed. They might even go for 4 runs. Deceptively, it has. So superb timing from Nick Brown, using the paceman's pace against him, really, there. I said it's just a check back, but that's gone for 4 up the slight slope as well here at the 4 county ground. And 4 more runs to Nick Brown. He goes on a 31. Essex 106 for none.
Defensive push, no more than that, but all timing. Of course, the straight boundaries are shortest, so that's in his favour, and it just reached the boundary, but yeah, a very worthy boundary.
2 balls available to Kent here. They wouldn't mind if they only use the 1 and get a wicket, but at the moment that's looking unlikely. Here's Arshdeep to Brown. Defensive, back to Arshdeep. A backhand flip up towards the man at mid-off.
Yes, it's interesting to note the comparison here. Brown 31 of 116 deliveries, Cook 64 of 105.
So,
but you can argue that they've each done a splendid job from an Essex point of view. When you're, I mean, you'd settle for a century opening partnership in any event, but when you're in turn chasing a relatively low total, it's gold dust really to be able to say that you haven't lost a wicket in your reply and you've got halfway to knocking off the rears. Now, having said that, Brown is now slightly bent down. I think he's got difficulty seeing out of his right eye at the moment.
Well, he's just coughing, actually, and I wonder if, yeah, he's not.
Oh dear!
Crikey, yeah, he's not well. Is Nick Brown?
No, it's it looks as if that blow on the head did a bit more damage than anybody thought.
Well, this is. I don't want to put 2 and 2 together and get a wild amount here, but.
Oh, he seems to be okay. So whatever it was, I thought he was going to be sick at one point, but he wasn't. But he was bent, double really.
I wonder if he was. At first, I wondered if he might just have inhaled a fly or something like that, and was just coughing it. But no, he says I'm fine. Or does he? The physio's coming out to talk to him. There's a ball to go of this first day. But yes, like you, I wondered if he was. That one of the symptoms of concussion is sickness, isn't it? It's vomiting, and I just thought, crikey, that's why I was hesitating to say it. But well, no, he's told the physio to go back again. Now the umpires are talking to the physio. So are they saying? I'm wondering if the physio is saying to them, no, look, he says he's fine. I think he's fine. Are the umpires saying, are you absolutely sure? Which is right and proper.
Yes, Brown is reacting as though he is perfectly okay again. It was a strange incident because, nothing recent had happened to him.
No.
He took the blow on the head about a quarter of an hour ago by now. In the last sort of ball or two, there hasn't been anything that would make you think, I mean, he's just hit a ball for 4. We were congratulating him on his timing.
So this will be the last ball of the day. If it's a legitimate 106 for naught. Here's Arshdeep to bowl it to Nick Brown. All down the leg side. He has a wild swipe at that one. It's a really great take by Jordan Cox. End of the day. It's belonged to Essex. 106 for none at the end of day 1 here. Kent won the toss and elected to bat first. We bowled out for 207 with 3 for 19 from Sam Cook, the pick of the figures, and probably the pick of the bowlers as well. Just 47 from Ben Compton was the top score, just 150 partnership. And in reply, Essex have piled on the pain. Alistair Cook has 64 not out. Nick Brown has 31 not out. 106 for none overnight, Essex, and they'll feel certainly the home side. That's a job well done, Paul.
Thank you very much, Matt. Well, we may not meet again. I'm also down to be here Saturday. But great to see you, always is here, always very, very welcome. Enjoyed the commentary with you, as always. And I think you've said everything else. It's very much been Essex's day. Join us from 11 o'clock again in the morning.